broke the speedometer, and what else? Did you still have Fort Scully to stick up the arguments we'd have to stop more often?
It was. 3 corn dogs for 99 cents. Who could possibly eat 3 corn dogs and have a dollar? Not on purpose. Realize there was always chemicals and positive fuel. The gas station. I thought they shut the engine down. I didn't realize they.
We don't do the pretty boy content, chopping, editing up, changing things out, bro. I'm keeping it 100% real. Just some post-match thoughts. Even getting into this, like, my head's scrambled right now, bro. For first and foremost, I've been saying this from day one. From day one. I said it earlier this morning. If we lose today, it's a disgrace. You consider their squad. No Salah, no Trent, no Alisson, no Szoboszlai, Jota, Darwin Nunez. You know what I'm saying? Like that was going into the game. So me, in agreement with pretty much the public population, the general pop, is assuming we're getting the business done. They've got nobody out there. First and foremost. Now, we're gonna get into it from the top, because today, open eyes. Today, if you guys haven't realized it now, you're lost. You're in the abyss. You're sunken. We can't save you. I don't care. We can't save you, because I've been telling you guys for 18 months that this ownership don't know what they do. They don't have a clue. They've got to our winning mentality. There's no leaders in the squad. There's no winners. We're going into the game with Ben Chilwell as a captain for a Wembley final. Ben Chilwell. And then he's got an espresso on Sky Sports before the game saying, oh yeah, this Carabao Cup, I'm holding this higher than the Champions League. Is this a wind-up? Our standards dropped that low. That fucking low. That will put the Carabao Cup over Champions League. We won the thing 2 years ago. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, what are we doing here as a club? The standards are literally sinking through a slippery slope every week, and this fan base enables it. Falls for the PR. Falls for the players. Fancies the players. Shifts blame onto the management. We can do this. Because I'm up to here. I'm at a point now where I'm really looking at this club, and I'm saying to myself, how, what, when will we be saved? In what block? How? The only way this can happen is if the voices of the fan base unite and see what this ownership have been doing. Now, someone who's not as savvy as me with Chelsea watching this maybe can say, CB, what's the issue with ownership? Surely it's not that bad. They've invested so much money. They got rid of all the players you guys didn't want. From the very jump, this ownership gutted out the board that has proven and kept us competitive for over the last 8 years. Marina gone, Czech gone, everyone in the higher ups are gone. Now, you could argue, oh, they left on good terms. No one was fired. Czech went out his way to leave. Marina went out his way to leave. They didn't want to work with them. They got rid of them and replaced them with a board, with a model, a philosophy where we invest in potential. So we can sell these guys for profit. We are right now at RB Leipzig or RB Salzburg. We're one of them clubs. We find young players from the fuck knows where. We buy them for cheap. We flip them for profit. It's not about winning. It's about sustainability. The manage books. That's all they give a fuck about. Now, the players. Since I've started this, the one consistent that I've had is that the squad is not good. Since I've been saying this, whether it's on Crash of Spaces, whether it's on the TL, on YouTube, Snapchat, you tell me, guys are popping up to me, you're so negative, you don't know ball, why do you have Enzo agenda, why do you eat more players, why don't you support another club, I fucking know why Enzo! If you know I die, fucking know that Enzo's good, I swear my own eyes today, I swear my fucking eyes today, I gave him a chance, Wembley, you man told me he's world class, you man told me he's the next Pirlo, or controlling English region, he just put in the wrong system apparently, you man who told me this, to come outside after a 5th round replay against Villa Park in February, a consolation goal, which we didn't need to impact the fucking result, and you man are calling him world class, so where was he today? Last player on the pitch by a long shot, and he's not the only one, last week, you was saying, this season extra Terry, I said calm down, it's too soon, he's not that good. He's our best centre back, and that goes to the show. Once again, the ownership model building a fucking shit squad because we've got fucking owners and fucking directors who come from Bern, Brighton, Southampton, and where the fuck else. No CVs. There's no CVs throughout the team, top to bottom. The players like Enzo and them, man. Enzo was 6 months removed from River Plate. 15 or 17 league games with Benfica, and he got a 105 million move, and you're brainwashing everyone to think he's world class and better than Jorginho all of a sudden. You look at the directors, Lawrence Stewart, Win Stanley, whoever the fuck else is not there. They have no trophies won amongst them. They have no CV. You go look at the management. Our gaffer has never won a trophy in England. It's things like this that's killing us. It's fucking killing us, and I can't do this anymore. How much longer are you man gonna get like me and fall for this PR because he fights for the players? You man filled up blood because he fights for the players. Then this guy has tattoos, and this is the way they get done. That's why, yeah, Jorginho, you can leave. Can't take out your injury for, we don't need you. Can't take been injured all season. Not the chick been injured all season. Pulisic been injured all season. Petrovic, good game. Good game. You saved us quite a lot there. I'm not gonna lie to you. Gusto, your touch was a bit shaky, but defensively you handled the as well. Those couple moments we went forward, you know what I'm saying, could be better. Cole, this I see shaky at the back from the very jump, slipping all over the pitch, miscontrolling your touches. We came there and we showed we are fucking children. And on top of that, at the end of the day, cool, these teams were kids. We are kids. The Chelsea team are kids. But you man are high-rated kids, potential kids that are going to be allegedly world class. Why are Liverpool subbing on fucking no names that we have no clue who they are? I've seen number 57, number 40, whatever the fuck you want to call it. They bring out the names. It looks like the most generic names you pick out of the hat. Oh, if you Google common English names, I don't know who the fuck came on. And you're telling me they cracked it on us. What's the excuse? They're not good. The players are awful. I think Gallagher, how many fucking chances do you have to bury in the net? How many? Because when he was making them out, you guys wanted him out. Keep the same energy.
just killed us. The moment Jackson came up, he fucking killed us. We were stretching the back line, was up and down the pitch, this and that. That died. The moment that happened, that died. You killed us. You killed us. I'm sick and tired of you fans enabling this nonsense of a team. There's no one on the squad who deserves to be wearing the badge. Only person I say who had great games, Petrovic and Dagenham. Everyone else, fuck you. I'm sick to death. Mudryk, oh my god, I'm about to end this with Mudryk. That's cameo. My word. My word. I'm at a point now where I don't even think we can get 25 million for the guy. Because you're clearly not good enough. You definitely, if he's in the squad next season, whether he's a bench player or whatever, he's on the squad next season, that tells you everything you need to know about Oshie and the squad directors. These guys need to lose their jobs. The higher ups need to be held accountable for this. It's ridiculous. Money's come off the bench. What's he done? Fuck all. You could cameo was a move. No, he had double chances. You should have scored, fam. No one's going to say it though, because he's on new market signing. Because you guys, when he was injured, he had ACL, that was the excuse. When Lukaku comes back, he's going to cook. And we seen him do his balloon celebration once. He only scores and we're losing by 2 or 3 goals. We are heading towards Leeds mid-2000s territory. We have spent £1 billion. We do not have a world-class defender of any sort. You can mention Reece James, who is never fit, who has more drip pictures on Instagram than games appeared this season. Like, he's got 5 hats. That's our captain, by the way. Rose is on his 5. That's our captain, by the way. We can kill the 4th runner, who is allegedly our best centre back, who's also not playing the game this season. Done fuck all. Collective payments. God knows where he is. We go to our midfield. We've got a £105 million reggaeton singer who can't do nothing, control ball, control tempo, nothing. But for some reason, you talk to an average Chelsea fan, he's the best friend since sliced bread. Let me know how. Let me know how. Seriously. Now look, we have no elite striker. We have no good wingers. We're out of Europe for the 2nd year running. Our season's over in February again. We are Chelsea. 6 finals lost in a row, so officially Wembley Butlers. What I have to say is I told you. We knew what this will be. We knew what this will be. Now, the fact that you guys' hopes are down, you guys are shattered, you guys are upset, you don't even really know who to point the blame at. Poch is probably gone now. You guys got your scapegoat. So cool, Poch goes. Are we going to salvage the FA Cup? No. Are we going to finish in Europa League positions? No. So realistically speaking, our season's cooked. And when Poch goes, and if we don't bring in a Jose Mourinho or an elite manager of the sort, for the check for Xabi Alonso if we have to, we don't do those things, we're going to get the same shit. Because the players are good and they're on 9-year deals that we can't move off. Because Bowley, who's a fucking genius, doing these contracts, and everyone's running around. Oh, Daddy Bowley, 9 years. Oh, Daddy Bowley, we can't even move him off. Who's buying Mudryk? Who's buying Noni? Who's buying Enzo off us? Let's get our losses. What fucking do? What fucking do? And you know now, because we're out Europe again, this pure profit is going to hit like crack. We're probably going to get rid of Gallagher. Loose rules as soon as they've been done yet. Just kiss the bats out of the Chris. If we really, like, if you get sticky, this is probably on the way out too.
You see that? They tell you, they say it. Apparently, CB, you never call out the ownership. CB, you're only calling out the ownership and the directors now because it's cool to do it. But here you have it. In 2024 February. Listen to what I said here, yeah? This is my first time listening to this since then. That's the maddest thing. I've seen the little clips of it that get posted, but I've actually not listened to this. Listen carefully to this bit here.
Because Bowley, who's a fuck down. What I have to say is I told you. We knew what this will be. We knew what this will be. Now, the fact that you guys' hopes are down, you guys are shattered, you guys are upset, you don't even really know who to point the blame at. Poch is probably gone now. You guys got your scapegoat. So cool, Poch goes. Are we going to salvage the FA Cup? No. Are we going to finish in Europa League positions? No. So realistically speaking, our season's cooked. And when Poch goes, and if we don't bring in a Jose Mourinho or an elite manager of the sort, for the check for Xabi Alonso if we have to, we don't do those things. Okay.
If Poch goes and we don't bring in an elite manager, we're going to be in the same situation all over again because these players are shit. February 2024.
The same shit because the players are good and they're on 9-year deals that we can't move off because Bowley, who's a fucking genius, doing these contracts, and everyone's running.
You want normal speed? I'll put normal speed so you can understand the message. Because today, I'm giving you guys a special stream. You know when I call up Bobby Fairview, it's a special stream, bro.
And we are Chelsea, 6 finals lost in a row now. The fact that you guys' hopes are down, you guys are shattered, you guys are upset, you don't even really know who to point the blame at. Poch is probably gone now. You guys got your scapegoat. So cool, Poch goes. Are we going to salvage the FA Cup? No. Are we going to finish in Europa League positions? No. So realistically speaking, our season's cooked. And when Poch goes, and if we don't bring in a Jose Mourinho or an elite manager of the sort, throw the check for Xabi Alonso if we have to. If we don't do those things, we're going to get the same shit because the players are good and they're on 9-year deals that we can't move off because Bowley, who's a fucking genius, doing these contracts, and everyone was running around. Oh, Daddy Bowley, 9 years. Oh, Daddy Bowley, we can't even move him off. Who's buying Mudryk? Who's buying Noni?
Arsenal bought him. Hey, listen, bro. I told you guys, but when I was doing all of this serious content and I was shouting and ranting about the ownership, no one took me seriously. Nobody cared. I was just a madman shouting in the forest. When I started banging jokes and being a troll, that's when everyone started to pay attention. But when I was speaking the gospel on a daily basis, losing my voice, wasting my money, nobody cared. I start banging my jokes on a regular basis, and that's when everyone starts to tune in. Oh, this guy's funny. Let's hear what he has to say. But I may tell a joke, but I will never tell a lie. So what we're going to do is something that we've done previously on my channel before. When this channel was first made, I think the stream only got 800 views at the time. I was even gassed. I was like, wow, 800 views, that's a good turnout. But now the platform's much bigger, and I feel like the news of the UEFA, the losses that we took, the record-breaking losses that we took within the UEFA pre-taxes this year, I think is without a doubt the most important time for us to once again talk about the club's finances, an updated version, and with a much bigger platform. Hopefully this can wake people up in the fan base about what's going on. After that, we'll talk about Dagenham and Redbridge with KSI, obviously make Dagenham great again. We'll talk about Mudryk at Uxbridge. We'll preview Aston Villa with the whole MCGA family. But right now, the main event of the evening is with Bobby Fairview. Right now, I'm not in the studio because I left my keys at home because something in the atmosphere is stopping me from doing the stream. So we had to do it anyway with the green screen. So let's go. Chat to me, Bobby. How you doing, my bro?
Big up, CB. How are you?
I'm good, man. It's been a while, man. We haven't spoken in a minute. How are you doing, bro?
I know your platform is growing nicely. I see that little tour last year in the US did well, hanging out with all those brown envelopes. Business is good, huh?
Yeah, business isn't good, bro. Business isn't good. I need it to get good, bro. Now I'm just taking losses for the fun of it, bro. For the sake of the company.
How much vision did you have 2 years ago? Huh? Those guys could use you in the planning department at Blueco.
Well, it's crazy. But we came across each other around those times for the first time, and I remember it felt like we were the conspiracy theorists of the fan base. They used to call us the Tin Pot Hat crew, and all of this mad stuff. And what did we know? We're just these guys on the internet that need to get over the fact that Roman's gone and we're not the Chelsea of old. All of these guys in the fan base thought they knew better than everyone, and they were experts, and they fell for this Clear Lake blue cold nonsense that they served up to everyone. And now, because their favorite in Maresca's gone, who was a dog shit manager in itself, and actually what mirrored the inexperience that matched the sporting directors and the rest of the squad. Now that he's left, they want to start calling out the sporting directors and the ownership. But even still, Bobby, I went to the protest in January for the Brentford game. I went to that protest. That makes my protest attendance rate 100%, 4 out of 4. I went to that protest.
Yeah.
They were chanting Maresca, Enzo Maresca.
I heard. Disappointing. Very disappointing.
They don't even understand why we're calling these people out. They still think it's just we're negative. We hate the club. We are agenda merchants. We're not the old Chelsea. We need to move on from Roman Abramovich days, and we just got a hard time accepting it. That's what they still think. They don't look at us like we're trying to save this club. And I want to give you credit because I think you have been one of the best at doing this. In regards to the finances, I see you getting into it constantly with Robert. And I was actually considering bringing Robert on here to talk about, because I know he's a finance guy too, but I didn't want to discredit your voice because what you have to say today is powerful. And I feel I don't want you to get rebutted and whatever, because it's important what you're saying. But I've seen you for a long time when it comes to you.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just an average guy, trying to follow my club and talk about football on Twitter. But we've been going through some interesting times. And I guess I've been on Twitter talking about football maybe 2 years before Roman left. So I've not always been negative. As a matter of fact, I was very happy back then. But what you were talking about 2 years ago, you probably could see from 4 years ago. And I saw the same thing. And it's not that we're just trying to be negative for the fun of it. Nobody wants to live this way, right? But we are concerned about what we're seeing. And the problem is we can see how it has ended before because we've followed football for a long time. And it is very concerning. And I think since you and I spoke, and let me just do a quick, brief introduction of myself just to catch back up with the new audience. So I'm a chartered accountant by trade, just an average football fan, as I said. And I'm Canadian, but I'm currently working in Bermuda. And the companies that I work with here are private equity firms who are buying out the assets of pension plans. So I don't work for private equity directly, but I understand the investment decisions that they make, how they fund their asset acquisitions, etc. So, as I was engaging with the various audiences on X, I realized that there are a number of people that really are confused by what these guys are doing. So maybe I could use a bit of my experience to try to explain a few things. And I know I get a lot of questions from people sending me articles. Hey, what do you think about this, Bobby, etc. So look, it's just like you. I'm not a content creator by any means, but what I'm trying to do is to help folks understand exactly what they're seeing, help them to make sense of it. People are concerned about the future of the club. There's a ton of misinformation. We all know how Blueco has mastered the use of X and the various blue ticks on X. So we've got a job to do to try to educate people and to be as factual as possible. You're on mute, bro.
I'm so sorry. I was saying, I remember the first time that we spoke about the finances, I was in shock. The first thing I said to you was, why doesn't everybody know about this? Why isn't this the biggest issue within our fan base? Why are we debating whether we rate a manager, which player is good, which player we rate, which player we don't rate, whether we're directors out or in? The pressing issues is what's going on with our club financially, because that's what's going to affect us the most in the long run. And nobody seems to be talking about it. Do you reckon it's been covered up for a particular reason? Or I don't know.
The thing is, when we first spoke, this stuff was hiding out in broad daylight. What I shared with you back then and what you invited me on this stream to talk about, all of that was public information. There's a guy called Greg P. Cordell. So that's his X username, Greg P. Cordell. He actually publishes a lot of information about these clubs. And he's made available to us for a very long time the club structure above Chelsea, the club itself. So I encourage the entire audience to find Greg on X and follow him, turn on alerts, because Chelsea is going to be publishing a lot of financial information over the next couple of months. And you're going to try to make sense of what you're seeing. Now, I think what happened last week took them by surprise. So the release of that financial information that you saw last week that prompted you to reach out, that was published by UEFA, but that is the income statement of Chelsea. So it's not UEFA's accounts. Those are Chelsea's accounts that had to be reported to UEFA, and UEFA publishes that information, and it published it for all the clubs. So that's what we're seeing. That is the state of our P&L right now.
So just for the people that are wondering what he's talking about, remember last week, Chelsea incurred the highest pre-tax loss in English football history in the 24-25 season. Now, why we didn't get into any PSR trouble at the time, if I'm not mistaken, if anything I say is inaccurate, because I'm trying to learn the same way as well, Bobby, so like make it clear to me as well if I say something wrong. But if I'm not mistaken, why we didn't get into PSR trouble that particular season was because we sold the women's team, correct?
That is absolutely correct. So
why doesn't this work in regards to UEFA? Why did we not get PSR trouble, but we got into UEFA trouble?
We did get into UEFA trouble, and that's why we're currently under sanctions. Okay,
right.
So, but look, I think it might be worthwhile for us to even take a step back, CB, just to tell the story about how Chelsea was acquired, because I don't think people really understand that, right? So I some basics like what's a PE firm. Maybe people don't understand stuff like that, and maybe just talking through that will help folks to really get acclimatized to what we're talking about here. So if you go all the way back to May of 2022, well, sorry, you go even further back, because rumor has it that Bowley was trying to buy Chelsea from Roman since 2019. So he apparently had been sniffing around after Roman had been banned from the UK. So this was before the sanctions. And he was interested in buying the club because he's obviously looking at building a portfolio of sports club businesses, right? He's talked about wanting to go into cricket, etc. So Bully had $300 million, right? So people talk about these guys being billionaires. Sure, they're billionaires, but those billions are measured by the value of the companies that they own. And the value of a company that you own is only tested when you try to sell it.
So they don't have any liquid. They don't have billions liquid that as capital they can spend just freely, basically.
Exactly right. They don't have cash just hanging around to just go and invest. So he had 300 million, which he probably borrowed, by the way. Okay. And he tried to buy this club from Roman then after the sanctions. And Roman hired the Rain Group. So that's a name that everybody would be familiar with. So
Right.
Bruce Buck and Marina hired Rain Group to sell the club on Roman's behalf. So it's really important to understand that the UK government, they actually did not participate in the sale process. All they did was to make it impossible for Roman to continue to own the club. So that forced a sale. Now, they did that by saying, hey, no more money can be put into Chelsea. No, that's significant because a football club is not a profitable cash generating business. You generally only make money from a football club when you sell it. So it's always making losses every year. So if you think about Roman's tenure, he was around for 19 years. He had made tons of losses over that time. And by the time he left, it had reached 1.2 billion pounds. Now, it's important to understand as well that a number of those losses happened during COVID. Because remember, Roman was a very community-oriented man, right? People say what they like about him, Russian oligarch, Putin stooge, whatever you want to call him. But during COVID, when the health professionals needed some place to stay close to their workspace, he made the hotels available to them, fed them, housed them, all out of his pocket. So he had significant losses during those years, and he accumulated 1.2 billion of losses. So whenever you hear people say Roman handed or sold the club debt-free, what they mean is that the club had a loan payable to him on its balance sheet for 1.2 billion by the time he was leaving. He had bought the club, I think, for 60 million pounds or something like this way back when from Bates. And he then accumulated a further 1.2 billion of losses. And so when they hired the Rain Group, what they did was to select the highest bidder. Now, is that all making sense so far? Stop.
Yeah, 100%. I'm also getting the links to fact check because I just saw the audience can understand what's being talked about at the same time. But I'm up to speed.
Sure. So, I mean, and the audience can fact check us at any time and raise questions, right?
Right.
But effectively, what Marina and Bruce Buck did was hire the Rain Group to find the highest bidder. Now, Roman, though, as his last and final act, and a lot of people don't understand this, Roman asked or accepted a bid of 4.2 billion pounds for Chelsea Football Club. And what he asked for at the time is that 2.5 billion of that be paid in cash.
Bobby, the audio's a bit. You seem a bit far away.
I wonder if my headset is connected. Am I speaking through the?
Yeah, that's much better. That's much better.
I think I'm speaking through the. Hold on a second. Let me just change my audio settings here. Is that better?
Wait. Try again. Say something else.
Is that better? Is my
I think
audio better? I've just connected my
I
head.
think you were better before. You
Right.
just seem far away. That's all. But you before you changed it, it was okay.
Sorry, how is this now?
Yeah, this is okay.
That's perfect. Okay, excellent. Yeah. So what Roman did was he said, "Give me 2.5 billion pounds, and put 1.7 billion into the club." So if you take the financial statements from 2023 of 22 Holdco Limited, so you're going to hear me talking about this company all the time, 22 Holdco Limited. This is the top holding company that Bowley and clearly invested into. So when you talk about what they own the shares in 22 Holdco. And what Roman said was, you've got to put, if you take those financial statements, you will see that the new owners had to commit to putting 1.7 billion into the club. So that's actually in the footnotes of the audited financial statements. And that was his last act for Chelsea. He said, hey, new owners, don't bother to give me the money. I've made a sufficient return. Because remember, he got 2.5 billion of cash after forgiving 1.26 billion of losses, right? So he made about a 4% return over those 19 years. He said, that's sufficient. Put one, no, for the rest of the money that you got to use to buy Chelsea, put it directly in the club to build a stadium, to buy players, develop the Cobham and the women's team. That was disclosed. What he did not know was how they were actually going to use the money. Because a lot of that has been spent, as you already know, and we still don't have a stadium, right? So he didn't actually prescribe to them what to do. The other important thing to remember is that when these guys took over the club, we heard this rumor about them being here for 10 years, having to be here for 10 years. Again, that was a piece of PR to make the fan base feel, hey, these guys are here to stay. We may as well accept them, right? We can't get rid of the ownership. They can't sell. How many times have we heard that narrative, right?
Yeah, they can't sell till 2032, they say. 2032, 2033, all sorts of nonsense.
Correct. Now, this is where you have to understand private equity. So a private equity firm like Clearlake, what they do, so Egbali doesn't actually invest in anything himself. He has not put a penny in Chelsea, but he controls it. And that's because Bowley had 300 million pounds. He got his two buddies, Weiss and Walter, to give him 300 million pounds as well. So between the three of them, they had 900 million. But that was way short of what Roman required for the cash payment of 2.5 billion. So they went to Clearlake to get what's called equity financing. So equity financing is that if you want to start a business, let's say you wanted to start MCGA, and you wanted to get a bank loan, the bank would say, well, how much equity do you have in the business? You could go to a family member or somebody that you know and get a loan and then present it to the bank as though it is your equity. Well, that's what they did. They went and got what was called a private loan. So private equity firms are giving what's called private loans to businesses to give them that share capital, that common stock up front, to capitalize the business, which would allow them to go and borrow more money. So the 1.7 billion that Roman required them to put into the club, they went and borrowed 1.2 billion pounds of that then from a company called Ares Management, another PE firm. And then they went and borrowed a further 500 million pounds from Ares, and then a further 750 million pounds from the banks. So that's how they finance the acquisition of Chelsea. Is that making sense so far? Is that?
Yep.
Okay, cool. And stop me at any time, man. So just to recap that, to pay Roman the 2.5 billion that he wanted in cash, that came from the three original shareholders, 300 million apiece, and then 1.6 billion from Clearlake, giving you your 2.5 billion. That went to Roman in cash. They then went to Ares Management, Bank of America, and JP Morgan and borrowed a further 1.25 billion. And that was the amount that Roman required them to put into the club. So they invested that into the club up to 2024. And that's what was used to buy all of those players that we were seeing. So it was all borrowed money at this point in time for the two squad rebuilds that we've seen. This is not them putting their own money in. Now, the reason why this is significant, the reason why I'm focused on this is because people always say, well, it's a private equity firm. They've got $95 billion. They could always use this money to buy more players. But that shows that people really don't understand how private equity is structured. Because Egbali is managing $95 billion, it doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants with it. All of that money is invested, right, in other businesses, and other investors are looking over him and how he's managing that money. So that money is not available ever to be placed in Chelsea. The other thing to think about is that the way Clear Lake raises money, they usually raise it in 15 billion at a time. Okay. So in 2022, they had a fund opened, their version 7 of their fund, and they used that fund to give Bowley the 1.6 billion. That fund could not invest past a certain amount. So they created a second fund to raise the rest of the 1.6 billion.
And this is from Clear Lake, right? The fund.
They were managed by Clear Lake, but the money is coming from pension plans and insurance companies. Okay. So
right,
they
so
go.
You have to explain this to me like I'm 5. So the pension plans, the people that own pension plans with JP Morgan, Bank of America, they're investing this money to Clear Lake, and Clear Lake have the responsibility of flipping the money and getting a profit for them. And Clear Lake then lent Chelsea the money to do that.
So one clarification here, the money in a pension plan is working people's money. Average people, bus drivers, etc., that get a pension, people that work at the banks, etc., they put aside 5% of their wages every month, 10% of their wages every month. That goes into a pension plan. The pension plan then gives a portion of that money to companies, to PE firms like Clear Lake, to invest in businesses to get big returns. Okay. So Clear Lake has accumulated 95 billion of this, and they do it at 15 billion at a time. They create a fund. The fund is open for a year or two, and pension plans subscribe to that fund. And once the fund is closed, the money in the fund is then used to buy companies. So they used money out of their version 7 fund to buy Chelsea back in 2022.
Okay.
Right? Now, that fund, though, has restrictions. So in other words, typically a PE fund would say not more than 20 or 25% of the fund can be put into any one asset because it needs to be diversified. Okay. So in 2022, when they went to give Bowley the money, so remember, Bowley only had 900 million between him, Walter, and Weiss. So he needed another 1.6 billion. For that fund to allocate 1.6 billion to a single investment was not possible. So clearly created a special fund at the time. They opened a special fund, raised the money that couldn't be in Fund 7, and created a smaller fund, and that fund raised the difference. So they raised 1.6 billion between these two funds and gave it to Bowley to put with his 900 million to pay Roman 2.5 billion. That math making sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And this was under the lens of he was going to invest in the club by improving a stadium and the academy, correct?
Not that 2.5 billion. That was to go to Roman. So Roman needed to get paid, right? So clearly it gave Bowley the money to pay Roman cash of 2.5 billion. The money to go into the stadium and to be invested in the team, that was then raised separately after they had bought Chelsea. So they bought Chelsea, created a holding company to hold it called 22 Holdco. 22 Holdco, now owned by Clear Lake, Bowley, Walter, and Weiss, went out and got another loan for $500 million from Ares Management. They then created a subsidiary company, contributed that to the subsidiary, and went out. And the subsidiary is called Blueco 22 Limited. So
Right.
put up that diagram that I sent you by DM. There's a
Just-
diagram of the holding company structure so that people can follow what we're saying.
okay, here we go. I might have to zoom in a bit, but yeah, here we are.
Exactly.
Let's go to the top, right?
Exactly. There's the 22 whole code that I was talking about, right? So Blues Investment Limited is Clearlake owned.
And they have 61%.
Exactly. They created the holding company called 22 Holdco Limited, and you can see there a term loan of 527 million was borrowed from Ares Management. So you see on the right hand side
Yeah.
the Ares Arranged Facility. So that's what they did. They borrowed that 5.27 million from a company called Ares. They used that to capitalize a company called Blueco 22 Limited. So to bring this to real life, let's say you want to buy a house and you go to Barclays Bank and you say, listen, I want to purchase this property. I need a mortgage. Barclays will say to you, well, you need to put down 20%. Now you might not have 20%. So you go to your mother and say, hey, I want to buy this home. Can you loan me the 20% so I can get the 80% from the bank? That is exactly what they did here. They went to Ares and said, loan me 527 million. They then contributed that to a company called Blueco 22 Limited, which they then used to go and borrow a further 755 million. So they borrowed 1.25 billion, and that was what was used to buy the players, to buy Strasbourg, and all the investments that we've seen.
Okay, let me just stop you there so I can ask you. At this point where they've taken this 527 million pound loan, how many loans have been taken out? Because you've mentioned so many different loans to me. I just want to be on track.
Sure. So 3 original shareholders, Weiss, Walter, Bowley, 300 million each. They got a private loan from Clearlake. So you see Blues Investment Limited at the top there. That company is the money that they got as equity financing from Clearlake for 1.6 billion. So consider that the first loan, because that money has to be repaid. Okay. At some point in time. Now, 1.6 billion so far. Then they borrowed a further it has to be repaid, but it doesn't have to be repaid by a fixed date, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So it's right. So it's like somebody gives you money to invest in MCGA. They become a shareholder. You tell them, look, I think I'm going to turn around this business in 10 years. I'm going to sell part of it and pay you back. So the person says, yep, it sounds like a good deal as long as I make 15% on my money. If 10 years comes and you can't sell MCGA, they're going to say, well, you got to hand the business over to us. But they're still going to stay in the business.
Okay.
However, the Ares loan, that has to be repaid by 2033. Right?
Oh, so when they mentioned 10 years, the 10 years is really to repay Ares.
The 10 years Ares will be repaid at the same time that the Clearlake investors expect their money back. Because remember, Blues Investments is the private equity vehicle. Private equity only stays in an investment for 6 to 10 years. Does that make sense? So if you look at what's called you formed a company before. If you look at the articles of incorporation for 22 Holdco Limited, that's a public document, by the way. Anybody can go onto the Companies House of the UK and read that document. And it actually explains that the investors agreed among themselves to stay for 10 years. It's not that Roman told them to stay for 10 years. They agreed to stay for 10 years. And therefore, when they borrowed the money from Ares, they said to Ares, well, we've agreed to stay for 10 years, so we'll pay you back in year 10 when we exit. So that's the importance of 2033. The Chelsea itself needs to be sold to pay back the Clear Lake investors and to pay back Aries. That's where the 10 years comes from.
Wow.
They took out the loan in 2023 to buy all those players, and the Aries loan needs to be paid back in 2033. Clear Lake investors, they invested in private equity, so they expect a 10-year exit. So they agreed among themselves as shareholders of 22 Holdco that they will stay here for the intention is to stay for 10 years.
Right. So then I ask, I don't know if I'm skipping steps as well with this question, then I'll let you explain further and we can get back to it. But how much do they need to raise by 2033 in order to sell in the green and make a profit?
In order for Bully, Weiss, and Walter, the guys that you can see there as the Bully group, to break even, in other words, to get £900 million back that they put in, if you use the average interest rate for the 3 loans that you're seeing on that screen, it means that Chelsea needs to be sold for at least £7 billion in 2023 to pay back all of these people.
Just out of curiosity, how much, for example, is a Manchester City worth right now in the market? Would you say? Because we were sold for 4 billion, as obviously it was a cut price with the sanctions and so forth. But that's not an easy sell. 7 billion. Who would even purchase that? Maybe a sheik?
Well, you're asking a compound question there, because there are a couple of things to think about, right? So the first question you asked is about the valuation. Manchester City is difficult to value because as soon as you try to sell Manchester City without the Etihad sponsorship, it's a different asset. Okay.
Yeah.
But a good club that could be used as an example is Spurs. So you've got Spurs where Daniel Levy is being forced out. He owns just over 25% in Spurs. So he's asking £1 billion for somebody to buy him out of Spurs. Now remember, Bully and Clearly bought Chelsea for 4.2 billion. Okay. So Spurs
perceived as a bargain at the time, right?
That's what people were told. But the problem is, how is Spurs, a club in London, sure, is hardly, not nearly as successful, but the bottom line is it is a club in London, and it has a brand new stadium. And that brand new stadium was built for at least 1.2 billion after you considered the overruns. And that was 5 years ago. So when you think about the inflation on construction costs for the last 5 years, it will probably cost them 1.5 billion to replace that. And the reason why that's important is that Spurs Stadium generates cash flows. It generates income. Chelsea, without a stadium, somebody would have to convince me that those cash flows from Chelsea, and by the way, Spurs makes more revenue, right? Just in general, as a total. So if Spurs is making more money, has a good fixed asset, new stadium, is worth 4 billion, or at least that's what they're asking for it. Was Chelsea worth 4.2 billion in 2022? I think those guys got hosed.
I see.
I think they overpaid. They overpaid by at least the cost of a stadium, in my judgment. So right now, they've already put in at least 3.7 billion, because remember, Roman required them to put in 1.7. They've only borrowed 1.2 so far, and invested in the club. So that's all those players that we were seeing. And in order to get a new stadium, they would have to borrow at least 1.2 billion, because that was the cost of the Spurs stadium at the time. And when you think about the fact that if they're borrowing that and their current average borrowing rate is 10%, That means the new stadium has to make at least a net profit of 120 million per year in order to pay its own interest. And that is the problem with having owners that have to borrow money to do everything. They aren't using their own money like Roman did, or even like the Aston Villa owners are doing, right? These guys are going to banks on high streets and borrowing money at an average rate of 10% to do every single thing that they do.
So, in regards to like Arsenal, for example, when they built the Emirates Stadium, they had some financial troubles for a couple of years. They couldn't invest in their squad and so forth. During the beginning of the first 10 years, you could argue, of the Emirates era, up until recently, they've steadied financially. How did that affect them? Did they have to take out a loan? What is the standard procedure, should I say, or when you build a stadium, you're a big football club, you build a stadium, and then how does that impact your finances?
Typically, the owners would put in some of the money and borrow some of the money. I don't know what Arsenal did specifically. I know that Spurs did take out a loan for their stadium. So relegation is a problem for them from the perspective that they've got interest to pay on that stadium if they were in the championship. So typically you would see a mix of equity and debt. The problem is that these owners have blown all of their equity already. So every penny that they would put into a new stadium, they would have to borrow. So just like how stadiums have set Arsenal and Spurs back, a stadium would set us even further back because of the size of the interest payments. And that's why Bowley said that, he's not thinking about a stadium for another 16 to 20 years. And that's a quote. He actually said that, if people want to check it.
Could you repeat that quote again? What was it?
He said that he has got 16 to 20 years to solve the problem of the stadium.
Oh, I saw that. Yes, yeah. I remember that quote at the time.
Right, because he knows it's impossible. The math is impossible. So it means a couple of things. The stadium discussion is a red herring. It's never going to happen. They don't have the money for it. And then, is Chelsea valued the same as Spurs without a stadium? So people should think about that. But to the original point, everything needs to be sold for $7 billion in 2033 to pay back the Clear Lake investors, Aries, and the banks.
Jesus. Somebody in the chat asked Bobby if he thinks that Clear Lake were banking on the added revenue from the Super League coming back.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think everybody had concluded after the protest that the Super League was done. What they are counting on, I think, is something that we've seen recently about creating a Netflix-style delivery mechanism for Chelsea games as content. I think that's what they're hoping for, where you would buy a package directly from the club to stream. It'll probably start off at $10, and in 5 years it'll be £100.
Wow.
That's the model they're after, but it's a long way to go from there, right? I think that's the end game. They've never said that, but you would see comments from Bowley constantly about content and streaming content and monetization of content. That's effectively what he means. They would like to get football off of TV and get it into streaming platforms so that they can charge the customer directly globally. That's the only way they can get $7 billion for this club in effectively 6 years.
So when they bought the club, so I'm looking at the diagram you sent me here. So 61% is Clear Lake, 38% is Blue Coal. Blue Coal is Mark Walters, Wise, and Todd Bowley, correct?
That is correct.
And then Clear Lake is Egbali and Feliciano. Correct me if I've said the name wrong. Forgive me.
Well, that name is correct. But those guys are just the money managers. So in other words, they don't actually invest it. They raise the money, the 1.6 billion, so they control what happens to it. So if you go back to that period, and I'm glad that Bowley actually came out, 2 days ago and revealed himself, saying that he had no clue what he was doing. He was just buying whatever City was buying. And I think that's where the problem started. He squandered so much money in those two first windows that Egbali then took control of the asset. Because remember, something happened. Bowley was making all the decisions, and then he got sidelined. I
Yeah.
think there was a mechanism that allowed Egbali to say, look, this is going to shit. I'm going to take it over. And he's been trying to execute a recovery strategy ever since. And that's the Brighton model that we're seeing today.
Right, because it's true. When you think about Bowley's first two windows, we were paying high wages. We were overpaying wages, you could argue. We gave Carney Chukwuemeka from Aston Villa Academy 120k a week. That's something we would never do today. Koulibaly was almost over on 200k. Ben Chilwell got 220k a week. We were doing a lot of mad stuff that don't even make sense now. So even Wesley Fofana 190k a week, 80 million spent on him. So yeah, Bowley was moving mad. So you would say Barley came in. He's the reason why this modeled under 25, 150k wage cap, all of that came about through him.
And out of necessity, because Bowley blew all of that money. So they needed to find a strategy without a stadium. So think about it. These guys had a couple weeks to raise the money to buy this thing from Roman, huh? They sold all the investors this idea that they were buying a distressed asset, not realizing that Roman was actually overcharging them. Okay, so by making them put that 1.7 billion into the club, you know, Roman basically made them overpay, and so once Bowley did that, they then looked at the returns that they needed to make. They looked at the revenues from Chelsea and they said, "Shit, we can't do this. We can't continue buying all these big names and trying to grow the club through prize money. We've actually got to implement a model that can generate profits." Now, you remember that Marino ran a very effective loan program, right? And we accumulated a lot of dead wood back then, but we had a lot of players out on loan, and those loan fees helped us to be PSR compliant. So we didn't have a PSR problem before COVID. Okay, and PSR has been around for a while. I think since 2016, if not longer. So they had to basically come in, settle on something that would generate profits. They looked around the league and said, "Well, shit, Brighton is profitable. Why don't we copy what they're doing?" So Brighton was the only club year before last to actually make a profit and generate positive cash flows. So that's why they liked their model.
Okay.
So is that all hanging together? So look,
Yeah.
I mean, my point is that Bali potentially is doing all he can right now. I mean, he's not implementing the Brighton model sensibly, because I mean, like a Garnacho doesn't make sense as a flip for profit kind of player. You should be getting someone even cheaper. Like Brighton buys their players for £10 million and flip them for 50, not buy them for 50 million. Hope they don't flop and try to sell them for 100. You see what I'm saying? That's what these guys are trying to do.
So can I ask you? Can I ask you to break down the rest of this diagram so the people can understand? I remember you breaking this down to me once, but
Sure.
since then I've forgotten, to be honest.
No worries. So you see Chelsea FC holdings at the bottom. Just scroll down a little bit so that they can see. And by the way, all of this is on Greg P. Cordell's Twitter feed. Okay, guys. So go through his photos on X and you can get this diagram for yourself. But you see Chelsea Football Club Limited in blue at the bottom there?
Right, yeah.
That's the club. And whenever you see accounts, and what you saw in the UEFA results was Chelsea FC Holdings, the holding company right above it. That's the income statement that you were seeing in those UEFA results. That company there is what lost £340 million. Chelsea FC Holdings.
Okay.
Okay.
So and it's just under the umbrella of all of this, basically.
Correct. So Chelsea FC Holding is now owned by Blueco 22 Midco Limited, if you follow the line up, which is then owned by Blueco 22 Limited, the company that borrowed the 755 million, which is then owned by 22 Holdco, which is the company that borrowed the 527 million, which is owned by Clearlake and Bowley.
Okay. So that leads me to my next question. I know I've asked you so many things at the same time. when people say Blue Co out or Clear Lake out, what's the most effective way for us to land on our feet as a football club? From the fans' point of view, that just the average fan, what would make sense for them to say? What message is more louder or more effective? Blue Co or Clear Lake?
So that's a hard question. A lot of people like Bully because they felt as though he behaved like Roman. What Bully did when he first came is nothing like Roman. Roman never played sporting director and squandered money. He hired competent people to run the club as soon as he came in, right? So when you talk about Clear Lake out, there's a hint of, well, we want to keep Bully. To me, he is just as reckless and probably a little bit more thick because, I mean, for him to think that he could play sporting director was crazy. And that was the start of the problems. When we say Clear Lake out, Clear Lake is not an emotional company. Egbali is just a money manager. He doesn't give a shit about the game, about the club. He just needs to pay back 1.6 billion with a profit to his investors. And he's right now, in my judgment, doing the only thing that he can to generate money. I was talking about the loan program, right? Because they generated loan fees, but loaning that amount of players, you can't do that anymore. So he had to flip players instead. And that's what he's executing on. So when we talk about Blue Co out or Clear Lake out, I prefer Blue Co out because that means that Bowley goes as well, right? I think Bowley has to go. He's not a competent person, right? And people say, well, they're billionaires, so they must know what they're doing. Well, if you've ever said that in your life, I want you to Google the name Jamie Dimon and see what he said that he's seeing in PE markets for the last few years. He is seeing a lot of dumb shit being done with private equity markets. And I quite frankly think that this is an example of it. So when we talk about Blue Co out, it means that we want to sell Blue Co, that company, Blue Co 22 Limited that you're seeing there. And that's the only way that Aries gets paid back, right? But the question is, who's going to buy it? And that's a question you asked earlier. Who's going to buy it? A sheik? Well, sheiks don't really buy clubs. And the reason why sheiks don't buy clubs is that sheiks work for their governments. Everything in Saudi Arabia is owned by the crown. So Saudi Media Group was never going to happen because Saudi Media Group is owned by the crown prince. And he also owns Newcastle. So he's not going to be allowed to have two clubs in the same league.
All right, Bobby, sorry to cut you off here. Robert's backstage. Now,
Sure.
He wants to challenge a few things you say, and I think it's a good idea because people watching might have some questions, and this allows you to further explain and double down on your points. So how are you doing, Robert? Firstly, are you okay?
I'm good. Bobby,
Delighted to speak to you, sir. How are you today?
You know what? One rule when you come on here, you gotta show your face, man.
No, it's okay. You've got enough right there, my friend.
Huh?
This is not a lifestyle for me. It's just
a gig. You gotta put a face to your arguments and to your takes, man.
No, what I do is to present audited financial statements instead. Nobody needs to see my face.
You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. So I've been listening to you, spew absolutely garbage.
Sure.
As the half plus hour, and you said that first of all we were bought for $4.25 billion.
Yep.
When we were bought for $2.5 billion, right? Evidently without a stadium. Right?
No, I went through very carefully how the payment was to be made. So, and I just to be clear, I'm speaking specifically, right? I'm using specific words. Roman required them to pay 4.2 billion, of which 2.5 billion of cash went to him, and a further 1.7 billion had to be invested in the club.
Will be allocated toward the stadium, investing in the women's team and the academy and all that. So the value of the club itself was 2.5 billion.
Wait, sorry. So where did the 1.7 go? That went into the club, just vaporized?
No. What makes you think it's been vaporized? It's been vaporized.
I'm saying it has not been vaporized, so it has gone into the club. So that's part of the cost of the
It is.
investment.
Yeah, well, you can make the argument it's part of what we've bought most of the players with, right?
Well,
And it is also. Well, how much have you spent on players since they've been around?
1.2 billion of they borrowed 1.2
Right. So
billion, and it
how
was
much
used to borrow players.
we've done that. We've bought players from to go into the academy. We've bought really good players for the women's team. We've bought Strasbourg, of course, and so we've done some of that money has been invested. Obviously, you can say the stadium is incoming as well. So
is it incoming though? We haven't made any progress with the stadium. Todd Bowley himself.
But the stadium, my thinking on the stadium. It's I think you should get the power away from the
CB,
CPU.
don't distract him, okay? Let's stay focused on what he said, okay? Because this is what Robert does. Robert speaks in these parables to confuse people. So you didn't say anything different to what I said. Hold on. You didn't say anything different to what I said for the last half an hour, which is that 2.5 billion went to Roman and 1.7 billion needed to go into the club.
We were talking about.
Can I finish, please?
Let him land, Robert. Let him land. Let him land. Let's make this a fair debate.
Yes, I will listen to you. So please listen to me. I said 1.7 billion had to go into the club, and that number can be tied out to the 2023-22 whole financial statements. There's a footnote that says what that 1.7 billion needed to be used for. So 2.5, so the amount of money that clearly has paid for the asset that they currently have so far is 4.2 billion pounds. That's the cost to the current owners.
Now you are making sense. So far and to this day, yes, right. But at the time,
I said that half an hour ago, mate. But you go ahead.
But the thing is, when you were making comparison between Tottenham having a stadium and being valued at 4 billion, and us not having a stadium and being valued at 4 billion, I said we were not valued at 4 billion. We were valued at 2.5 billion when we were acquired.
Okay.
Right? Now,
what is the cost basis? What is the cost basis of that investment to Blueco?
What do you mean?
What did acquiring Chelsea cost Blueco? 4.2 billion.
In 2022, 2.5 billion.
So why are we forgetting the 1.7?
The 1.7 wasn't spent in 2022, though, was it?
But they
still part of the purchase price. I don't get it.
No,
that was the terms. That was the terms of their purchase.
The term, CB, the 1.7 was a commitment. It didn't go to Roman, right? It was a commitment of
they still had to, it still cost them money. It still cost Blueco money.
Yes, they were okay. So the 1.7 it basically was, if you come in here thinking you're not going to invest it in Chelsea, you're wrong, right? If you come in thinking the 1.7 for me, that at least from Roman's point of view was, if you come in Chelsea, you can't come here without spending money. So in order for me to ensure that you will spend money, instead of repaying my debt, the value of the debt that was on the balance sheet that the club owed me, you have to invest that into the club by buying players, by investing in the women's team, by investing in the stadium, and all of that, right? How much Blueco paid in 2025 in exchange to acquiring Chelsea was 2.5 billion, right? Because the 1.7, Blueco spent it. It's not like it went somewhere else to a third party, to Roman. Blueco is spending it, right?
Okay, so how does
manage asset however they see fit?
Okay, but how does this change anything I've said?
But you were making comparison with that us and Spurs. That Spurs is value.
Well, sure.
You were making some sort of conspiracy theories that we were worth 4.25 billion.
It's no conspiracy theory.
4 billion with a stadium.
It's no conspiracy theory. Go to the 2023 accounts and you will see that the owners paid Roman 2.5 billion and made a commitment to spend a further 1.7 billion.
Okay, all right.
Pause. The cost basis of that investment, if you do the basic math, is 4.2 billion pounds. So in other words, if the owners were to sell today to break even, they need to sell for 4.2 billion pounds. Are we agreed?
If they need to sell it today,
He agrees. He agrees. He agrees. Rob's trying to argue semantics, but to be honest, he agrees. What you're saying isn't wrong. So
It's not debatable. Okay.
I think this is the least of our concerns right now, based on everything that's been said today by you, Bobby. I think there's way more serious things to address.
No, but he's come in and said he's discredited everything I've said for an hour and a half to raise something that makes absolutely no sense. So we will continue with the presentation after that distraction, Mr. Robert, to explain now. CB, can you please now that he's here, let's put those losses up on the screen, please. So it's the diagram that has Strasbourg, Chelsea, and all the top 10 of losses.
Bluco, by the way, in this ownership diagram that you have.
I'm sorry?
Is this everything that Bluco owns?
Yes.
Where's Strasbourg?
You should see it on the right somewhere.
Which one? Because there's two diagrams with the losses. The last 3 years.
So he's asking about the diagram you have up right now. He wants to see where Strasbourg is. So
okay.
just scroll through right there.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough.
All right. So Strasbourg is on there. So Robert, I would suggest to broaden your understanding of what's going on here, subscribe to Greg P. Cordell. Okay.
No,
and turn on notifications.
No, I'll pass.
What you just don't like facts, huh? You just don't like facts.
because if it's somebody that Bobby likes to listen to, it must be anti-Bluco and anti-Clear Lake.
Well, yeah, because the facts are.
Why do you think telling the truth of what's going on?
It is not the truth, though. It is misrepresenting, the way the club is run and putting a different, a negative quote, a code or
Here's what you need to realize, my friend. The facts right now are pretty negative. So CB, so CB, it's the diagram. You should see Strasbourg on there. It's the one that has the 342 million pounds of losses.
Oh yes, Strasbourg had a loss. Fantastic.
All right, here is this one.
No, yes, that one. So maybe Robert, you want to tell us about this. So it's sort of, I don't make this seem negative. Maybe you want to explain what's going on here, given the fact that they just invested 4.2 billion into an asset.
Yes.
Right. So what are you seeing here? You're seeing Chelsea 342
in
plus
operating loss, right?
No. This is the accounting loss here. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the audited number. Right, yes. And then you can see Strasbourg right there. So when you add those two numbers together and take it as a put,
Strasbourg is 69.
Yeah, 411. So 411 of losses in 1 year divided by 4.2 billion is how much as a percentage? Oh shit, you're losing 10% per year.
Is that what's happening? So you don't think 342 million in loss? It is an accounting. What's the word I'm looking for?
So I know what you're getting at. So accounting entries
and not an actual cash flow loss from the
CB, please bring up the other graph. Okay, we're ready for Robert. Okay. So Robert makes a really good point. Okay. That 342 million that we saw of accounting losses, that has amortization in it. Is everybody, CB, you comfortable with amortization conceptually, or should I run through it for the audience?
I understand, but just for the audience so they can get it.
Sure. So think about buying a car for 50 million pounds and you expect to keep this car for 5 years. Robert, no distractions, please. So you're buying a car for $50,000. Sorry, did I say 50 million? $50,000. Yes, I apologize. 50,000 pounds, okay? And you plan to keep it for 5 years. When you prepare your personal financial statements and your income statement for the year, you don't write off an expense of 50,000 in that first year. You say, I'm going to keep this car for 5 years, so I'm going to recognize cost of 10,000 per year each year for 5 years. You're amortizing the asset over 5 years.
That's
right?
what
So like,
do. I mean, that is what most people do, but there's also something called accelerated amortization, which is when you write off the asset in a single year.
okay, that is not allowed under IFRS, which is International Financial Reporting Standards. Okay, so we're not doing your funny gap here. We're using the
right? We don't do accelerated amortization in international standard accounting.
They do not. You amortize an asset over its useful life. The only time they accelerated amortization was on Mudrick because he's valued at 0 after buying him 3 years ago for £60 million. So that got accelerated, but nothing else gets accelerated.
So how are we able to accelerate Mudrick if it's not permissible?
Well, it is permissible when he's worth 0. You cannot carry a value for him on the books. Okay, but let's get you taking this conversation all over the place. Okay, so we just saw a diagram which showed Blueco's assets, Strasbourg and Chelsea, sustaining a loss of £411 million in a single year. You asked the question, well, how does that accounting loss translate to actual cash going through the door? And I'm saying to you, the difference between the accounting loss and the cash loss is amortization. They have not published the accounts yet for the 24-25 year. Okay, so the June 30th, 2025 accounts are yet to be published. We got a preview because they had to report them to UEFA, and UEFA reported it. But to understand what the cash loss has been historically, that's why we see the second diagram, CB, with the 200 million.
You just told people here, right? That
let me just finish what I'm saying.
Them languages come confused when you interrupt.
Go.
So to answer your question about what the cash loss is, that's what you call operating income or operating loss.
Yes.
And the Athletic has reported on this. And consistent with what I was saying earlier, Roma was maintaining a manageable cash loss through 2014, 15, 16, right up. You can see the COVID period. So you see him blowing a lot more cash because he was supporting the club during the COVID period with lower revenues. And then he was forced to sell to these clowns. And guess what happened? Losses jumped up even further. And I'm sure that you've been on this very same stream, Robert, talking about the low wage model and how sustainable it is. Well, guess what that's translating to? An average operating loss of 200 million since Blueco has been here. So what can we see so far? We can only see the 24-25 accounts from UEFA. So a column will be added to this schedule when the Chelsea accounts are published shortly, to show what the cash loss has been for the last year. And I can tell you right now, it's not going to be very different.
Okay. Are you finished or are you done?
I'm finished. I'll be happy to go on mute if you want me to.
No. I don't want you to go on mute, right? So let's think here logically, right? So you said Chelsea alone had an operating loss of 342 million, right?
Operating loss of around 200 million. The accounting loss is 342.
All right. In your expert analysis, right? What do you think? What would you attribute that significant of loss to?
Sorry, the 342?
Yes.
So the 342, I think, consists of the usual cash loss of 200 million. So the run rate. So Blueco has been bleeding 200 million a year since they've been here, and that will continue.
No, Bobby, I don't want you to just be like, okay, 200 million, it's packed in already. We're losing 200 million already. No, I want you to do logically, right? It can be transfers because
Wait, hold on a second. I'm trying to ask you a question. Just let me finish.
No. See,
You're asking me how to get to 342. What I think the 342 is. I'm telling you that the 342 starts with 200 million of losses, plus what of the amortization was for the year, plus the write-off of Mudrick and Sterling. That's what I think the 342 million is.
But Sterling just got written off what? This January, right? So this is until the financial statement was as of year end, right?
So here's accounting lesson 102.
No. So the financial statement was as of year end. Mudrick got written off.
Hold on a second. Wait, hold on. Let me. I see where you're going. Let's just solve this right away. Sterling and Mudrick would have had a value at June 30th, 2025, which was the year end. The accounts have not been published yet. The auditors is saying to Bluecore right now, you made a loss on Sterling. You cannot publish accounts last year that misleads the reader that Sterling had value at June, because he did it. So they will write it off in last year's accounts, which have not been published. Same thing for Mudrick. As a matter of fact, that write-off happened, but by the time he got banned.
But you are saying Mudrick, the write-off for Sterling has not been published yet. At the same time, you said the write-off for Sterling is what is included in last year's statement. So I'm trying to consolidate the two. Which one is it? Well, has it not been written off yet, or was it written off last season or last year?
What we are talking about here, Robert, is what was published in the UEFA report, £342 million, which was the income statement
to write off Sterling was still here.
But he was still here, but we have proven that he was worth as a matter of fact, he was not worth zero. He actually cost the club. So they had to write off his contract value.
We gotta write him up twice.
No, Bob, can I ask you a question? Yeah. How about the losses that Bluecore have taken under Roman Abramovich? Where do they fall under here? You know the how they got fined and sanctioned, whatever, for what he done, the lack of reporting and so forth, and they self-reported the things that Roman was doing, and they received a fine. Does this fall under the losses? And is this because I've seen that come out and say that the reason we've got this massive UEFA deficit is due to the fines that we've incurred to the self-reporting of Roman's crimes?
No, they paid a fine of less than 10 million for that. That's already been paid. That issue is over. That has nothing to do with us.
Do we not pay?
All of those historical losses that you're seeing there, CB, all those historical losses from under the Roman period, that is the part of the 1.2 billion that was owed to him that got written off. So when people say Roman left the club debt free, it was the accumulate, because he was paying those losses out of his own pocket and accruing a loan in the club to him. And by the time he left, all those losses and the money that he paid on the club's behalf had accumulated to 1.2 billion. That's what he forgave just before the sale to clean up the balance sheet. But I'm sorry, Robert made a comment there about the value of sterling that immediately needs to be corrected. And Robert, you really need to address your misinformation, okay? I don't know if you're doing it deliberately or not doing research.
Robert, just out of curiosity, are you a finance guy? Like, do you have financial background as well? Because
I can assure you he is not.
Yes.
I can assure you he is not. But anyway, because let me explain to you why he's not. Because he would understand that the accounts have not been released yet. You cannot release the accounts with a value for Sterling and Mudrick when Sterling is going to cost you 20 million of unpaid wages for the rest of the
You
contract.
just said the 342.
And can you let me finish?
Sterling
And you cannot publish accounts at June 30th, 2025 with a value for Mudrick when he has zero resale value. I didn't contradict myself at any point there, Robert. So what's your issue with what I said? Robert? Did I get disconnected?
I think he's trolling. He's either frozen or he's trolling.
Okay, sure. But look, I mean, Robert is trying to deal with a cutoff thing, right? The point is, the last year's accounts for 24, 25 have not been published. He's asking why does Mudrick need to be written off? You cannot publish those accounts with a value for Mudrick in it because he's valued at 0.
Okay, so this got a bit confusing, but
Sure.
essentially, yeah, it got confusing, to be honest, because I think the audience chat. Let me know. Are you guys confused as well? Let's get back to regular scheduled programming. Because if Robert is a finance guy and Robert's doing any of you guys' taxes, you lot are going to jail.
Okay.
You guys are going to jail. Let's get back to the basics though.
And I think you got some questions on this, right? Because you saw this last week and you were concerned about it.
Yeah, I was worried. I thought this. What does this mean? Because I know Lyon. My cousin used to play for Lyon. My family are Lyon fans. I've followed Lyon for years. Just my French family and so forth. I remember them being in serious financial trouble 2 years ago. With threats of being relegated to League 2 because of their finances. So to see that we've taken bigger losses than Lyon, who are forced to sell Cherki, Gusto, Barcola, Lukeba, all of these players just to balance the books. And even they kept on to Cherki for a long time. They only sold him last season because they just couldn't. So for us to have
at a real cut price as well.
Yeah, exactly, 30 million. So to see us incur double the losses of Lyon, what does this mean for us financially? And is this like a hiccup, or can we rectify this next year and the years forward? And if we were to rectify it, how would we?
So before I do that, did you see the size of Strasbourg's loss compared to Man City and Villa?
Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that.
Right? Can you imagine these clowns took a French team and then took it and started incurring losses the same size as Villa and City? Right? That is the scale of the incompetence here. But listen, to answer your question, what does this mean? And I'm glad you mentioned Lyon, okay? Lyon is owned by a chap by the name of John Textor.
Yeah.
And John Textor also had an interest in Crystal Palace. And you will find that John Textor had to sell his stake in Crystal Palace, not because they qualified for Europe last year, but because he has been borrowing money from guess who? Aries Management. Does that name sound familiar?
Oh, so he's in bed with Aries as well. So essentially, if you're doing business with Aries as a football club, you're in trouble.
Aries is like a payday lender. Okay, they hang around, they offer you money that you can pay back with your next paycheck. Guess what was the interest rate on the debt to John Textor? 19%. They're currently charging Blue Coast something like 13% on their loans. And you know what they do? They tell you, hey, you don't have to pay me back. You can pay me back when you sell the club. Now, what does that mean? It doesn't mean that they're forgiving the interest. It means that the interest just compounds and accumulates for the 10 years that you've taken their money. So that by the time you're ready to sell, they now basically own a big chunk of the company. With Lyon being part of that group, John Textor could not pay back his Aries loan. And Aries said, well, okay, you need to start selling assets. So he sold his stake in Crystal Palace. They said, nah, that's not enough. They then started, if you realize, Forest is buying a ton of players on the cheap from Botafogo. Botafogo is part of that group. So Lyon and Botafogo have been selling their players on the cheap. Aries is saying to John Textor, still not enough. So what they've done is they've said, hey, you don't have to pay interest. We'll stop accruing the interest and we'll give you a year to sort yourselves out. But I think what you will see happening is that Aries will they will foreclose on Lyon and Botafogo, and Aries will own those clubs after repossessing them from John Textor. So the question becomes, how does that parallel shit with Chelsea? Personally, I think the best outcome is a similar foreclosure where Ares takes over the common shares of 22 Holdco Limited, the holding company that borrowed the money from the 500 million from Ares.
That's assuming if we don't sell, because let me go back to the diagram. So this interest rate of 12.73%, that's from Ares, right? The PIK.
Correct.
So can you explain this to us? How do we calculate? I remember us doing this before. How to calculate the interest, because I see Sonia plus 7.5% and then PIK 12.7%. So in total, do we have to pay 19 or 20%? Or I'm kind of confused with this.
No, so he should have put an equal sign before PIK. So remember how I was telling you that you don't have to pay back principal or interest?
Right.
For the life of the loan, that's what you call a paid in kind loan, right? PIK, where you don't have to make any payments until the maturity date. Now, the SONIA is the overnight rate at which the UK government borrows money, right? So in other words, you know how you've heard of a floating rate loan?
Yeah.
So SONIA is basically the overnight UK government borrowing rate. So it floats, it changes every day. So the way the interest on this loan is charged is to take the rate at which the UK government borrows at and add 7.5%, which at the date of this schedule, SONIA plus 7.5% was equal to 12.75%. So it's 12.75% is the interest rate on the loan from Ares at the date of the schedule. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah. So, okay, can we go through this calculator thing again on how much we'd have to pay back in terms of interest and how we'd calculate that on a yearly basis?
Sure. Look, just pull up a browser there and put in calculator.net. Okay, so put in the search bar. Is there a future value calculator? Financial calculators. Scroll down. Yeah. So see if you see a future value calculator somewhere. Investments. It's under investments, or just do a. There we go at the bottom, very bottom. Future value calculator.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So number of periods, 10 years. So the loan was taken out in August of 2023, right? So they took out a loan. So put in, how much did we see on the schedule? 526 million. So type 526 million in there. That's a lot of zeros.
And the interest rate was 12.75, right?
So put that in. Okay. Periodic deposit, put 0. Because they don't have to pay anything. No, hit calculate now. So they will owe Ares 1.7 billion in 2033. So you can. So why is Robert laughing at math?
I'm just going. No, go on.
Robert, I didn't build this website, man.
Okay, my bad. Go on. Explain. Go on.
What? Sorry, is there anything we just play here that's not factual?
Carry on.
Robert's a rage baiter. He's just triggered.
No.
You see, if I had to pull that number out of my ass, then he would be here complaining. We just did the calculation.
You've given us the actual.
It just remind me of you remember your 3 billion spreadsheet that you had a while back?
Yeah, so add 1.6 billion to that, and then add 900 million, and then see what you get to.
We are adding, right? It was 3 billion 3 years ago, or 2 years ago? Or
that was for everybody. We just did Ares alone here, man. This is just for Ares.
3 billion for
all right, so wait, hold on. Okay, so this is how much we owe Ares, 1.7 billion.
Yeah, this is Ares.
And are we on track to doing this so far?
Not when you're losing 200 million of cash a year.
Right, so this is how much we're supposed to be making every year, right?
Well, so just to pay back Ares. So let's do this again, CB. Go back to the company structure. Pull up the company structure, right? You see 527 million. I said I had put 5, right? So let's go back to the future value calculation and correct that. So we had 526 million. Let's change it to 527 because Robert gonna start whining. Okay.
And it was also 12.73%. So we're
There
completely
we go. So calculate again. Hit calculate. Okay. Did you press calculate again? Okay,
Yeah.
there we go. Cool. So that is what we will owe Aries in 2033. Robert, you want to do what we owe Clear Lake investors? Because we could add 1.6 billion here and then another 900 million to get to the 3 billion you were worried about.
No. So you say
you strip.
If we want 1.6 million here, that's 3.2 million.
No, billion. 1.6 billion from Clear Lake, man.
Yeah, so 1.6 billion to this, that's 3.3 billion, right?
All right. Well, no. This is present value. Wait. Don't conflate future values and present values.
No, but I'm calculating. You said this is the area's loan alone is 1.7 billion. So 1.7 billion.
No. The present value is 527 million.
We're doing future value, right?
Okay, good. Yeah.
So 1.7 billion for the area's loan alone.
Yeah.
You're gonna have
Let's put Clear Lake in there.
No, Bobby. Oh, calm on. 1.6 billion for
Clear Lake.
For Clear Lake investors.
Yeah, let's do it. So
no,
CCB.
Bobby, wait.
Yeah.
I'm not doing my math. I'm not as fast as you. You say you are a specialist in this. As the gray hair coming to my hair, I can't. I need you to slow down. So and then you say tackle another 900 million for what?
No. Hold on, Robert. I'm trying to slow you down, right? We just calculated what we owe to Aries. You're making notes, right?
Yes.
So all right.
More to Clear Lake
Hold on. Exactly. So CB.
Okay. So how much?
CB, replace the 527 million with 1.6 billion. So put.
Replacing.
Right. Now we get into some numbers we're talking about. So we also owe Clear Lake investors 1.6 billion. They're not going to take less money than Aries.
What's the interest for that?
It's going to be more than what we pay Aries, but let's assume they'll accept the same amount as Aries. So just hit calculate.
5.3 billion.
Oh shit!
So that's 5.3 billion plus 1.7 billion.
Yes.
What's that math there, friends?
So that's 7 billion. That's 7 billion.
That's 7 billion.
What number did I say earlier in the call, fellas?
You did say 7 billion.
There we go, friends.
So how much? You added 900 million for something else.
Oh, that's the amount of money owed to Bowley. So that's if Bowley wants his money back. Yeah.
So that's 8 billion now, right?
Yeah.
And then plus our accumulated loss every year, right? That's how much is that? How much are we the negative?
200 million a year is what we've been clocking out on the blue car.
Right,
so
in 5 years, that's another billion, right?
Sure, if you don't
in 10
compound
years,
it.
that's 2 billion. So where are we? 11 billion now?
Okay, sounds about right to me.
How much are we up to?
Sorry?
How much are we up to now?
Are you trying to make it look worse? Like I'm trying to understand what you're trying to prove.
I'm trying to prove your point. I'm trying to prove a point. So how much are we up to now? What, 10, 11 billion?
7 plus 9, call that 8, and 2 billion of losses is 10 billion, and then we owe the bank 750 million. So 10.75 billion is what we would need, is what the club would need to be sold for in 2033 to pay back all these people.
Yes, on an asset that's worth how much? 2.5 billion?
Well, Levy wants $1 billion for 25% of Spurs. So if you with a stadium, so if you do that math,
you said yourself Spurs has a stadium. So
Spurs with a stadium is for sale for $4 billion. So Chelsea needs to be sold in 6 years for 10.75 billion without a stadium.
Okay, and that computed your mind, right?
I'm sorry.
So without a stadium, we need to be sold at 10.75 billion, right?
To pay back these people, we just did the math.
To pay back these people, right?
Yeah.
So how much you think the asset of Chelsea is worth?
Not more than Spurs.
No. How much you think the asset of Chelsea is worth?
Like I just told you.
If you put Chelsea on the market today, how much? And you have somebody appraise Chelsea as an asset. Give me a roundabout number what you think will be a president.
I don't say shit like that, Robert. I just I don't make stuff up.
Assumption all show long. All of a sudden,
No, listen, nothing I've said on this show is my opinion. No. Wait, sorry, CB, did we just not pull the interest rate straight from a schedule?
Yeah,
Those agreed to publish accounts.
You didn't pull them out your ass. Pause.
On this one, you said let's assume they will accept a lower interest rate.
Here's why, Robert. That's actually conservative because Aries gets paid. No. You. This is important because your misinformation needs to be addressed. Look, Aries needs to be repaid before Clear Lake. So, in other words, Clear Lake is at greater risk on this asset than Aries. I have conservative. Just let me finish, please. This is really important. No. This is important for the audience. This is important for the audience, okay? Because you just said I made an assumption. I did. And here's the assumption I made, and it was a conservative assumption. Clear Lake is at greater risk than Aries. Why would they accept an interest rate less than Aries? They get paid after Aries. Okay, so I conservatively assumed that they will accept the same rate as return as Aries, although that is not a sensible economic decision. But for the purpose of this calculation, that's what we did.
I accept now. You're right. I accept. So I'm asking you, how much do you think Chelsea as an asset today is worth?
Mate, as I said before, I don't speculate. What I can tell you is that Spurs, the asking price for Spurs right now is $4 billion with a stadium.
Do you think
so you tell me.
Do you think the value of Spurs is higher or less than Chelsea?
I think Spurs with a stadium is valued at more than Chelsea.
Okay, how much more?
Jesus Christ, mate. That's speculation. I have no idea. You see, I don't do that. Okay. That is misleading. That is pure speculation. It's baseless. All I'll give to the audience is the fact that a London club with a brand new stadium is $4 billion.
Let's do no speculation, right? How much was Chelsea alone value as an asset in 2022 when we were taking over?
I don't know, mate. What's the point of this anyway? What are you trying to prove?
No. I'm just saying, how much was Chelsea as an asset?
Rain valued it at 2.5 billion. They put a further. Wait, hold on.
Thank you for
No. You will not trap me like that, sir. No. Hold on a second. And then 1.7 billion went into it.
Let me make my point. So you say Rainier appraised and valued Chelsea at 2.5 billion in
before 1.7 went into it. Yes.
Okay, so I'm not gonna ask you to make an assumption, but I'm gonna assume, right? And since I'm Captain Blue Co, I'm just gonna assume we are worth, I don't know, an extra billion since 2022.
Wait, right? Pause. Extra on what? On the 4.7 or on the 2.5?
On the 2.5.
Well, then that's a loss, mate, because they put in a further 1.7 billion.
Yes, let me make my point, right? So when we were taking over, we were valued at 2.5 billion, right? On a conservative note, people might say, well, now we're worth 3 billion. On a happy note, somebody might say, yes, we are worth 2.5 billion, right? So we are worth 3.5 billion or 3 billion or 3.5 billion, right? And all these lenders, right? All these lenders are giving us loans, right? Which is being secured in total that is worth more than the value of the club. So what are all these loans collateralized by?
Sorry, which ones though?
All of these, because all of these lenders, they will loan you money, but they need something.
Clear Lake is not a loan; it is equity financing. So if you're talking about the loans, what you're talking about is Aries, JP Morgan, and Bank of America, 1.2 billion of loans secured by the club's assets. Does that answer your question?
So basically what you're saying, with these loans, per your calculations, right? Per your calculations,
the
total of all of these will be worth about 10 billion in 10 years? Right?
Sorry, per our calculation, if we assume that the shareholders get the same return on investment as Aries, And for Bowley to break even and for the banks to be repaid, we just calculated 10.755 billion. Yes.
Okay. All right. So, which means if we want to get to a club that's worth 10.5 billion in 10 years, we're gonna have to build.
Sorry, in 6 years. In 6 years. In 6 years.
In 6 years, we're gonna have to build a stadium in the next, I don't know, however many years that's greater than Santiago Bernabeu.
Which is not possible.
Have-
Bowley said already.
Ultimately, Bobby, the point I'm trying to get to, everybody here that's involved in Chelsea is gonna lose money in 3 years' time.
Oh, well, sorry, 3 years? You mean a 6 years time? You're talking about 6 years time. Well, Robert, you're distracting the conversation.
No,
right?
I'm not.
So it's a couple of things there.
I want to know what your plan here is. That what, Robert? What's like? Are you just trying to argue clearly, or you don't believe what's being said?
Bobby knows I don't believe anything he says. That but that's between Bobby and I. But my point is, if what Bobby's saying is true, then
wait, hold on. No. Bobby does not say anything. Bobby produces information that's rooted in his financial statements. But carry on.
Let me make the point. If what you're saying is true,
Yeah.
then
If the financial statements are true, carry on.
Then Aries, JP Morgan, Bank of America, all are some of the dumbest lenders that ever exist on the face of the earth.
No, because hold on. No.
The worst asset that you can possibly lend to in the world of football.
Robert, I don't know if this is trolling or what, right? But we just established, hold on a second. We just established that they bought an asset for 2.5 billion and then they borrowed 1.2 billion on that. That sounds to me like a 50% loan to value ratio.
Yes, and then how much have they added since? You know.
Well, they've not added anything because the loan proceeds were what they used to put into the club.
So we only have 1.2 billion in debt at the club?
Yeah, correct. Well, in the holding company above the club, correct, yes. But you're going to now pretend that we don't owe Clear Lake investors their money, but we do. They promised them that money back in 2033 from the proceeds of sale of the club. And they probably promised them a return on that investment.
You are absolutely positive that the club is being sold by what, 2032, you said?
I am absolutely positive that if you go to Companies House and pull up the articles of association, you will see the agreement to stay in for 10 years. Yes.
Which means
what's this on the holding 22, right?
It's 22 Holdco Limited, Companies House, articles of association. Put it in your favorite AI app and ask what's the agreement between the shareholders about the investment, and it will tell you.
So it will tell you definitely Chelsea is being sold in 2032.
No, Robert, we just know how private equity works. They buy an asset for 6 to 10 years and sell it to pay back the debt. That's just how it works.
And they sell the asset, get debt on it that will surpass the value of the asset, and then what? Hope that somebody will come and inshallah, and God forbid they buy the asset and the debt. And
no, what looks like is going to happen is the same thing that's happening with John Tex and Aries right now, which is a live example right before our faces.
Okay, so that's a live example, right? But we are like John Tex on steroids, right?
We are. I think that's the fairest thing you've said all day. Yeah.
So in your mind, we are like John Tex on steroids. So basically, our only pathway or the only destination Chelsea is heading into is absolute bankruptcy and Armageddon at Chelsea in 6 years' time.
I don't know why you like to oversimplify everything people say.
Because
John Textor, Leon is not heading on to bankruptcy because of John Textor or Aries management. You need to separate the return on the investment that the private equity firm has made versus the underlying operations of the club. Now, if you had asked me this question, or CB had asked me these questions last week before I saw those 342 million pounds of losses, plus the 69, by the way, from Strasbourg, because it all comes from the same place. So you cannot separate Strasbourg from Chelsea, right? So 411 million pounds of losses, all right, last week. I did not think the losses were that much. Okay. So if you were to ask me the question, I would have told you that what is likely to happen, if you ask for my opinion, is what happened to AC Milan, what happened to Inter Milan. Inter Milan is owned by a private equity company called Oaktree because they had an owner just as reckless as Bully who bought an asset he couldn't afford and now is owned by Oaktree. I would have told you last week that it is likely that we'll end up in the same place where we are then owned by Ares. But here's the problem. Inter Milan was never booking 400 million pounds of losses per year. They were not bleeding 200 million of cash. That to me now is a question of the underlying
So now
solvency of the club.
Can I ask you two questions, Bobby? Question number one,
Yeah.
just from a fan standpoint.
Yeah.
We were all under the impression that financially we had a good year last year. We qualified for Champions League football for the first time in 4 years. We made a bunch of money from the Club World Cup, even going to the final, let alone winning the competition.
Yeah.
We sold players. Why 50 million on Noni? We made a profit in his sale, etc. Nkunku was sold off. We made record-breaking loan fee for Jackson. Why are we still taking these losses for 200 million? Where are they coming from?
Good question, CB. Thank you.
Robert, please put yourself on mute. So I'll answer your question, CB. A couple things here, right? So the Champions League is in the 25-26 season. So the revenue earned this year for the Champions League, we should see reflected in the accounts next year. For the June, right? So the Champions League net of operating expenses is worth something like 60 to 80 million pounds per year. So you can expect that the 342 will be reduced by at least that amount if we qualify again. The second thing is, as I said, Mudryk and Sterling probably represent 80 million pounds, 60 to 80 million pounds of losses in the current year from writing them off. Sorry, who just said that? Was that Robert? I thought you were on mute. Okay.
No, explain to me
do I need to walk you through that math too? We will do that afterwards.
Mudryk and Sterling amount to 80 million pounds in loss.
They had to cut a check to Sterling for 15 to 20 million alone in cash to pay out the rest of his contract. And that had nothing to do.
When did that happen?
When he left last month. You didn't see that happen?
So when are these financials up to? What is the run date of this?
Okay, can we stick to CB's questions? You were supposed to be on mute.
I'm challenging
You were supposed
You're making it confusing though, aren't you? Make it like what?
No, I'm not making confusing, CB. No, he's saying we wrote off Sterling last month.
And I said I'll explain it to you afterwards. But Robert, you have been wrong on everything so far. Okay, so just pause. I will explain that to you afterwards. Let me address CB's questions.
Okay, go on.
Right, because I understand that number and I can explain it to you afterwards in terms of the write-off of the two of those players. Sorry, CB, you were asking me about the size of the losses given what happened with the Champions League. As I said, that Champions League money is not going to be reflected in profit until next year. What will also not be in next year's accounts are the write-offs for Sterling, Mudryk, for example. Okay. Now, Club World Cup money was the other piece you talked about. Now, Robert is going to challenge this, and before he opens his mouth, let me explain it carefully. There's a principle called matching, meaning you have to match expenses against revenues in the period in which they were earned. The Club World Cup straddled the 2025 year end. The round of 16 was completed before the accounts close on June 30th. So if you look at the Club World Cup schedule, you would see that Chelsea completed up to the round of 16 by June 30th. Yeah. There was also an appearance fee of 38 million pounds. So in other words, Chelsea got 38 million for just playing the first match. So what we are saying is when you total up the prize money up to the round of 16 plus the appearance fee, you will see that about 45 to 50 million pounds would have been booked in prize money from the Club World Cup in that 342 million pounds of losses. There's another 40 million pounds or so that we earned from the Club World Cup. That is going to come in the next period. So that 342 million that you're seeing there, that has Club World Cup appearance fee and prize money up to round of 16 in it.
All right, and on my second question, is surely the debts can be refinanced with another bank if the revenue from the club is at a certain level, like we're doing well enough revenue wise. Surely can a bank not take up the debt as opposed to Aries taking the club from us and owning the club?
So remember, Bank of America and JP Morgan only agreed to lend money after Aries provided the equity financing. So remember, if you go back to the schedule, the corporate structure, you will see that 22 Holdco borrowed the money from Aries. It then contributed the 526 million to Blueco 22 Limited, and that took out the loans from Bank of America and JP Morgan. That's because the banks require you to have cash equity in the club, invested in the club yourselves. So another bank will not come in and replace Aries. You would have to get another private loan from another private equity firm to buy out Aries. The banks will only replace the bank loans at the top end. And by the way, and Robert, you should spend some time thinking about this. The 755 million of Bank of America and JP Morgan loans, that facility matures in 2027. So that's going to be the first milestone that we will see how the banks are thinking about Chelsea as an investment. So if in 2027, July to be precise, we see that the JP Morgan and Bank of America have renewed that loan because they can't pay it back. They don't have the money to pay it back. They're going to have to refinance it in July of 2027. And that's going to be the first indicator of how banks are looking at this history of losses.
Could you also argue then with the way Blueco have sold assets to themselves, you know, the women's team, the hotel, Cobham itself, and then obviously they own Strasbourg, can that not act as collateral for the next bank to come in any instance that they were refinancing?
Everything that's currently owned under Blueco 22 Limited so you'll see a bunch of property companies. The women's team is also under there. All of those assets are simply moving around under the same holding company. And the banks have a charge over anything underneath there. So every club asset, hotels, regardless of whether or not they moved them around underneath the group, it doesn't matter. All assets under Blueco 22 are encumbered by the banks. So in other words, there's no more assets to add as security. They're all part of the security bucket already.
So let me challenge you on something, Bobby.
Sure.
And basically proving whether one of us can be proven right in this upcoming summer, right? So
this coming summer, you said?
We made about 511 million in revenue for the 2024-2025 season, right?
Okay.
And then the loss is what, 300 and, some reports said 388 and whatnot, right? So that means our operating expense were 866 million pounds, right? So do you think that makes sense? Right, based on what we spent.
I don't like to speculate about things like this. What I would suggest you do is to get the income statement from the 2024 accounts.
Yeah, no, so, I'm just saying. And so, if this is the case with UEFA, right? If this is the case with UEFA, that we made this significant of a loss, that means we are not going to buy a single player this summer. Would you agree with that?
No, because my argument is that we are a sell to buy club. So we've got, I don't know how was last time I did a count, or last time I saw a count, we own something like 88 players. That doesn't include any of the players at Strasbourg. So let's assume that
academy player in women's team, we don't have 88 first team players.
Well, whatever. The inventory of players, that's what needs to be resold to make the club profitable. That is the project.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen. It'd be,
No shit, Sherlock. This is what CB and I have been saying for 4 years.
We will sell, but it's not going to reflect on the books until the following year. My point is, if these losses are in fact correct, and we had 388 million pounds.
Sorry, are you suggesting that UEFA published information that's not correct?
No, I'm just saying. My suggestion is, if this information, right? If what you're saying that we're bleeding money out or whatever.
Well, hold on, no. I did not say anything. CB has put on what Athletic has reported from UEFA. Nothing I said.
So based on the loss that we have, there's no way we're gonna comply with UEFA, the UEFA rule, right? You would agree with that. I have no idea. Our operating losses are indeed 340 or 380 million pounds. There is no way we are complying with UEFA regulation this summer.
I don't know. We'll see. I have no idea.
What do you mean you have no idea? We're going to comply with UEFA regulation with 388 million pounds in loss.
I'm just a football fan doing accounting analysis, mate. I don't work for UEFA. You want me to speculate about what UEFA is going to do and how the squad cost ratio works?
Using UEFA numbers. If these numbers should categorically mean we are not complying with UEFA regulation this upcoming year.
The only thing you will ever get me to speak about is published information. I do not speculate. I do not make up facts. I do not work for UEFA. I have not looked into how squad cost ratios work. You want to make some stupid and you want to make some extrapolation. Well, if this was a problem, then UEFA would have sanctioned it.
Because
I ain't speculating about that, man.
If the losses were true operating losses, right? Which in what I've told you, I think
it's the Athletic line.
No, but in my opinion, I've told you it is an accounting adjustment, right?
No, Robert, we've addressed this an hour ago. We showed you. No, hold on. No. We showed you that the accounting loss is 342 and the operating loss has been running at 200 million. Now, if you want to tell me, hey, we've not seen the operating loss yet for season 24-25, then I'll say sure. I agree, but all I'm saying is it's been 200 million for the last 3 years.
I'm desperate. Based on that trend, there is no way we should be able to buy a player this summer.
No, I disagree with that.
No way we are complying.
If we have no, it's a sell to buy model. They will sell players this summer to buy whatever they need. The question you should be asking is who is going to be sold. Yeah, but that's gone. That's last year, mate. Those numbers were for last year, June 30th, 2025. That date is gone. That ship has sailed. You're asking me about funding transfers this coming summer.
What will we do next year?
Well, sure. You're asking me how is Chelsea going to fund transfers this coming summer? And I'm saying to you, the only way they can do that is by selling the players that they currently have. And you should be asking which players will be sold and how many need to be sold.
That was my next question. Yeah, I wanted to ask in an instance where, and it seems likely with the form we're in, that we were to miss out on Champions League football. What would that mean in terms of like player sales? Because I think we're focusing a lot on the finances, but a lot of people that tune in are just fans that don't even really focus on any of this stuff. So in the footballing, sporting world of all of this, what does this mean for us moving forward with these financial issues? Like you said, we have to sell players. Does it mean our higher earners? Reece James is our highest earner. Fofana, Kukurea, who's got 2 years left in his deal. Enzo Fernandez, maybe. What does this mean?
It means that we have to make a significant gain on this sale. And when I say gain, I don't mean the accounting gains that they've been booking for PSR purposes. I mean, they have to sell players at more than they bought them for. So in other words, it's only in this fan base where buying high and selling low is a thing, because apparently amortization makes money, right? It's a dumb argument. At the end of the day, you have to buy players and sell them for more than you bought them for, right? So that's what they're going to have to do, because every July 1st of every year that Blueco has woken up at this club, they have been in the red before they get started by $200 million of cash. So you have to sell enough players to first break even. So you have to sell players at a profit of £200 million to first break even, and then you have to earn more than that to cover the interest that you owe to Aries and the two banks. I've never heard that response from you yet, Robert.
No, but so I'm just that's what I'm just saying. I'm saying one of us is gonna be proving right, and one of us is gonna be proving wrong, because this summer, if we buy players without selling a Cole Palmer, a Rich James, and Enzo Fernandez, a Caicedo, or a Cucurella, then you are completely wrong in all your numbers calculations.
Wait, hold on. As I said, Robert, I did not make up this schedule. CB, if you zoom in, you'll see the Athletic in the bottom. And those are numbers that came from the audited accounts. This is not my schedule, so please don't call them my numbers.
No, I'm just saying.
Left side, maybe? Is it? There we go. All right, source club financial statements, and you'll see the Athletic somewhere around as well.
Yeah, right here.
You've taken numbers and you have interpreted them into what Chelsea is going to be.
I'm sorry, my interpretation. Let's just read the headline there. Chelsea's operating loss has now exceeded 200 million in each of the last 3 years. That's not my interpretation.
No.
That's just the facts.
You are using those numbers to project what we're going to be in the next 10 years.
I'm using those numbers to say that when the club starts the transfer market in this summer, they're going to think, well, hey, we need to sell players first to deal with this 200 million. Then we need.
You've been saying for a long time that the only place we're heading is bankruptcy.
Can you stop putting words in my mouth?
I have you on tweets, brother.
Sorry, I've never said that.
Tweets going back and forth with you.
No. What I've said was that I would like Blueco to go bankrupt and so that it'd be taken over by Aries, because I would like to be managed like how Inter Milan is run. That's what I've said.
Because how Inter Milan is run.
I'm sure. Sorry, last I checked, they're leading Serie A by almost 10 points. Am I wrong?
Oh, they're leading Serie A. Okay, fantastic.
Were they not in the Champions League final
Robert,
last night? What are we talking about here?
Robert, based on the information you've seen here and the data that's not just made by Bobby, but what Athletics released, what all these financial companies have said, Bloomberg have written articles about the loans we've taken out. Do you still maintain the opinion that we are being ran perfectly? Your words, if I've misquoted you, correct me. Do you maintain the opinion that we are still being ran perfectly by Blueco and with these sporting directors making the decision?
I'll drop while you guys talk. I just need to do something.
No worries, brother.
Yes, no, I still do think we are running very well, because I think the especially this particular year, as of last year, I think the loss that's steady there is more on the accounting, the reporting adjustment that need to be made. I don't think our total expense for last season was £800 million. No chance. There was no way. If it was, show me where we spent £800 million on. Because it sure wasn't in players. It wasn't in stadium.
So do you think somebody's lying?
No, I'm not saying somebody's lying. But oftentimes you see with companies, when they do an accounting adjustment, it will report a significant loss than what the company actual operation resulted in. Right? They might they might change from using one accounting system method to another, and so that transition is going to accrue an adjustment that's going to need to be made, and that would reflect maybe a significant loss on a company that wasn't there, that's not there logically, that did not influence their cash flow.
So they're committing fraud.
It's not fraud. It's not fraud. It's just adjusting. It's adjusting. So you go from reporting in one method, a permitted method, to another. And accounting method have a very varying degree of what they report. Some might say, we are now doing a full accelerated depreciation. Some will take an accumulated depreciation, what Bobby described, that you're accumulating, like on a Caicedo, for example, 8 years, right? On an Enzo is 9 years. But some might authorize you that you buy like he said, you buy a vehicle and you depreciate all of it in year one. That way you don't amortize it again in the future years. And that's what I think happened with Chelsea in this particular year. I don't think, because if our true losses, right, based on the operation, were 388 million, right, there's no way we'll be complying with UEFA this summer, which means there's no way we are buying a single player unless we sell players, 400 million pounds worth of players, and then on top of that, we sell more players to be able to buy other players. There's no way that's happening.
Yeah, that's what we are saying is likely to happen, Robert. And again, this is why you and I could never agree on Twitter.
I'm just on a quick toilet break, but I'm listening to you guys.
Sure. We just went through this very carefully, Robert. I explained to you and to the audience that the accounts that we saw from UEFA are the accounting results, 342 million. Add Strasbourg to that, 411 million pounds. What you're seeing in front of you right now is the operating losses. In other words, when you strip out the non-cash accounting entries, you're left with 200 million pounds of losses for each of the last 3 years. Okay, so the accumulated losses, cash out the door per this schedule, are those 3 columns on the right added together. So do not mislead this audience that this is some sort of accounting metric. This is cash out the door. Are we good?
I'm not speaking of those years. I'm speaking of this year, this past season.
Okay, so
25.
Right. So I have explained to you we've been running at 200 for the last 3 years. I agreed with you that we've not seen the operating loss for this year. And you were trying to convince this audience that it's going to be less than 200 million, although it's been 200 million for the last 3.
What I'm just saying to this audience is, if this is indeed correct, it means that we will not be able to buy a single player before we bring in 400 million worth of players in revenue first.
I'm saying that 200 million first, not 400. I'm saying that you will have to sell enough players and make a profit on them equal to 200 million before you can then talk about buying transfers. That's why.
There you go. So we need to sell 200 million, right? First, to just break even, to be able to say we can spend on additional player. Plus, because we won't have the funds to buy those players, we need to sell more players so we can be able to buy those additional players. So we need to sell 200 million so that we just give ourselves the permission to buy players. Then we need to fund the purchase of those new players, which means we need to buy more. We need to sell more players.
I'm glad you're understanding the reality.
Voila. Yes. So if this summer that does not happen, then one of us here.
No. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Yeah, I agree with you. We will regroup on this channel if they buy $100 million player this year without selling $100 million player.
It doesn't have to be one player. If we buy,
sure.
If we continue like the last season, right? How
much you and I agree. This is why we're shopping at Strasbourg. Guess why? Because they don't cost anything. Every single transfer that's happened in the last window, where do they come from, mate? Right? And where's Mcga coming from? And where's everything coming from? Everything is coming from the current inventory.
Pedro, Gittins, Garnacho didn't come from Strasbourg, but
that was the last remaining amounts of the debt that they just squandered. So guess what? It's all gone now. So this summer will be very revealing. I am agreeing with you.
So this summer we won't be able to buy a Murillo or a Lacroix or any one of those center back. We know the only center back we're bringing in is Anselmino from Strasbourg, right?
Give me your address and I will send you a pillow to go with that dream. It's not happening. They might sell Palma and Enzo, sure.
So
but I can tell you.
Enzo.
Listen, Robert, you are a grown man. You know that this spending could not continue forever. They borrowed 1.2 billion pounds. They've squandered it, and from here onwards is Strasbourg or sell to buy. That is my point of view, and we will regroup in this summer, and we will see who was right.
Yeah, we will regroup this summer. I don't want you to just start changing your math and your narrative and your calculation to fit a new narrative that you're gonna have.
Math doesn't change, my friend, and the Chelsea accounts have not been restated. Everything I've said so far is based on audited financial statements or the UEFA report. That 200 million that you're seeing there, you see what CB showed at the bottom, sourced from the financial statements. Those are all available on Companies House. You familiar with that website? Based on the stuff you say, I don't know if you've been onto that website, but you'll find the accounts for each of those those holding companies, and you will see the articles of association, which describes the 10-year lockup that Sky Sports News misled this fan base about, that these owners cannot leave. They can sell. The only reason they can't sell is because nobody is buying something that's losing 10% per annum.
No. Bobby, we can go. You and I can go back and forth. But this summer, let's just leave what happened, the reality or the circumstance that will happen this summer. Kind of prove one of us wrong and will prove one of us right.
I agree. I don't like to speculate about things that aren't in the financial statements. I introduced myself to the chat earlier. I am a chartered accountant by trade. Okay, I report on the past. Sorry, again, Robert, you have an honest conversation. I kept telling you, and there's no number that I have produced tonight that is not based on the financial statements.
No, I agree, but you add narrative to those numbers, don't you?
By saying what? That they're losing 200 million of cash per year? It's right there in front of you. What narrative?
The thing that's standing out to me the most is Wolves just scored, by the way. This is big.
Oh, wow. Liverpool.
But the thing that's standing out to me the most is, okay, you could still have faith in this board or this ownership, which is a surprise anyway. But even if you still have faith in them, why do you still blindly back them and say they're perfect and amazing and you agree with them 100% when it will just no bias? You can see that they've been handling things wrong. They've not running their business correctly. The model is to sell players on a profit. We struggle to do that. We have sold a few on profit, but mainly we don't do that. We're not winning on a consistent basis. On a branding standpoint, we are still struggling. It's been 3 years in a row without a consistent front of shirt sponsor. On a stadium standpoint, we have made no progress. Everything that they came in when their manifesto and promised us, they have failed to do. So why do you back them with so much? You can't even everything that's any sort of criticism. You are the instant guy, Clear Lake rebuttal guy. Why?
There are things that I think they've gotten wrong. You know, especially I like to focus mostly on what happened on the football pitch, right? Getting rid of Jackson was a drastic mistake, and I will repeat it to this day, right? Not getting a center back was a mistake, and I've said it all along, right? But
these things require money, Robert. Where's the money coming from?
What's the money coming from for what?
The credit lines are all exhausted.
You see, this is where you and I differ, Bobby, right? It's you and I differ, Bobby, right?
I read financial statements, so you don't. Where's the difference? I don't understand.
You want to parcel every single line on the financial statement to kind of justify why we are not a well-run club, why we are heading into doomsday, whatever the case may be, and that is your prerogative, right? You are
I've never used those words.
That you are a finance guy, and good on you, right? I do enough financing at work that I just want to deal with the footballing side. From the footballing side, I like what I've seen. Do I think they're gonna be able to spend this summer? Yes, I think they're gonna be able to spend this summer, and we're gonna bring in the adequate players to help us compete or even win the league next season.
Well, you see, if you paid attention to the financial, then you would realize that all of that is absolute nonsense. Because nobody is. What are you buying a centre back with? Chelsea Football Club.
On your side, right? On your side, you are looking at the lines, right? At the lines in the financial statement and say,
I am not.
Bring a center
I
back.
have not.
Buy this. There's no way they're gonna buy that. You've been saying it for the last 18 months since you came out with your spreadsheet, and we still
absolute nonsense. I have not spoken about a single line item in the P&L other than amortization. What I have in fact talked about is the fact that they're losing £200 million of cash every year.
Yes,
That is not speculation.
Hasn't stopped us once from spending 400 million pounds on players.
It can't continue forever, Robert. You're old enough to know that.
When he stops,
Here's the thing. The credit card is at its limit. There is no more money to borrow. That's why we needed a centre back in January and we went shopping at Strasbourg. They cannot afford to buy anything until they sell more players.
We were shopping a rent first, right?
No, don't get it right, because nobody buys this BSPR. Chelsea was never in for that player.
Bobby, that just reminded me. You sent me this, and I wanted to know. I wanted you to explain this for us.
Sure. Sure. This was something that I was gonna discuss with you about how transfer decisions are made, right? Robert, if anybody follows him, I don't, but the algorithm knows that I like to see what he's saying. So I saw him saying that Gahey was expensive and that City was stupid to overpay Gahey. Okay. Now, what I did was to calculate just a simple calculation. What's the transfer fee and what are the wages to be paid for the length of the contract? So what you are seeing there is the total cost of each player to the club that bought them. So I did this when Chelsea was looking at buying them, right? And I wanted to understand, well, why would they want Jacquet and not Gahey? Both of them cost about £100 million in terms of total cost to the club. The difference between these two players is that one can win trophies and the other one has resale value. So City was interested in the one that could bring in prize money. These guys were making a decision. They wanted a player that had resale value. Resale value governs every single transfer decision that's made at this club right now, because Egbali does not have a choice because he knows he has to sell to buy. And the only way this club makes a profit is if he sells enough of those 88 players or how many ever they have on the books right now, because that is the only source of revenue to cover these audited, reported, not by Bobby Fairview, but reported by UEFA on the company's house and on the company's house website. Those losses are real and enough players need to be sold to cover them.
All right, Bobby. This
Robert, do you disagree with this?
Disagree with what?
With what he just said, and the graphic on the screen.
Yes, because I don't think Gahey is worth 200k a week. You can do all the math. You can do all the math that you want to do. I don't think Mark Gahey is worth 200k a week.
Did you watch football this weekend? You saw what he did in the last match. You understand that they're in a title race right now because of him.
Yes, I see. I saw what they've done. Yes, I saw what Gahey is.
And would Jacquet have them in a title race?
No, he has been playing well for Man City, right? But they're adding Gahey. Adding Gahey to Chelsea was not going to improve our defense that significantly.
Okay, this conversation is over.
No, it wasn't.
It's been a good time, CD.
I'll tell you why. Because
he's done crazy.
Because Gahey is playing next to Ruben Diaz, who's another competent defender.
Right.
Who's Gahey going to play next to in Chelsea?
All right. Look, footballing opinions can go on forever, and that's why I appear to only talk about audited financial statements. Numbers that are reported that I did not make up. Okay.
After you give me the footballing take.
Well, no. Look. All I did was to present numbers. Those two players will cost those two clubs those amounts. Those are the numbers reported by Ornstein. Okay, that's the total cost of each of those players. What's the difference between the two players? One is helping a club win trophies.
But you like to do financials. What's Gahey's cost per year, per season, and what's Jacquet's cost per year?
I think it's right there.
Where?
There's the wage. It's on the screen.
No, cost, because obviously the fees has got to be amortized, right?
No. Hold on a sec. Per year, all I'm saying to you, mate, right? Divide the number at the bottom by the length of the contract, and that's the annual cost per year.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. 5.5.
Yeah. Okay. Now ask yourself the question: what's the prize money that Gahey brings in? All right.
No, it's not Gehi alone. Again, if we were one Mark Gehi away, I would hear you. We are not one Mark Gehi away.
Well, we weren't Jackie away. I can tell you that.
No, I agree with you.
Jackie was the same garbage all over again.
Yes, we were not a Jacquet away, right? With Mark Gehi or with Jacquet, we were always going to need to bring in another center back in the summer, a top center back in the summer.
Sure,
right?
but listen, the point of this exhibit was to show the things that are considered when making a decision about a transfer. And we can see why Chelsea goes for what they go for when they can afford it. The problem is they could not afford the £98 million because the new reality is they cannot spend this amount on transfer fees. As a matter of fact, here's a little known fact that you will want to dispute, but you and I will get together, Robert, when the 2025 accounts come out to see what the outstanding balance of unpaid transfer fees are. The last time I counted it, Blueco owed £500 million in unpaid transfer fees. So this is the difference between the number that we keep talking about. Remember I said they borrowed 1.2 billion to buy players, but they bought 1.7. They bought. Everybody talks about 2 billion of purchases, right? That's because they owe people 500 million pounds.
Okay, so explain to me.
And the rest is about is from sales.
Fine. Why did Liverpool not go for Gehi?
Because they have two experienced centre backs already.
And they did try to go for him. He rejected them.
But what Liverpool did makes sense. They're buying understudies for their two experienced defenders.
No,
they have a pipeline.
Free in the summer. One is living on a free in the summer.
Sorry, what? Who cares? Look, the point is, dude, they're trying to keep him. Right? I don't know how it's going to work out. You think
they went for Jacquet? You know this comparison? This is exactly Liverpool. Liverpool went for Jacquet and not Gehi.
What are the ages of their and experience of their centre backs? And look at the fact that they've got a very experienced guy in his 30s, right down to two teenagers. That's how you do squad building. You have players of different ages for every position. That's all they're doing.
Konate is leaving. He is Konate's replacement.
Who gives a shit? They'll replace him they're trying to keep him. What's the point? And if they don't keep him, you think they're going to go to Strasbourg and buy a kid? Probably not.
They went to Rennes and bought a kid for 7
because he's still there. Because Konate is still there. That kid was never.
On a free.
But dude, so you want to sit down here and speculate that they're not going to replace him? I can't get into these reductive conversations.
They replaced him already with Jacquet.
Bullshit. That's not what Liverpool does. Jacquet is not starting for Liverpool next year. He would start at Chelsea because that's where the standards are.
So who's starting for Liverpool? Because Konate won't be Konate.
I don't know. They got prize money to spend, mate, unlike us.
What prize money? What are they winning this year?
Sorry, what did they win last year and where they are right now? I don't understand why you're appointed.
Yeah, I mean, we won some last year too, which brought us banks.
What are you talking about, the Club World Cup? Well, of course. That's why Jackson wasn't sold. He didn't have to be sold, but they tried to. But he needed somebody needs to be sold this year. But anyway, CB, this conversation is going into stupid speculation about whether or not Konate is going to replace and all this bollocks. This is what Robert does, and I can't do it.
You know what, Bobby? I'm gonna cut. But it was a pleasure talking to you. I'm gonna continue to challenge you on Twitter, or we'll join again on CB stream anytime. But it's been a pleasure, my man. Absolute pleasure.
Good talking to you. CB, any final questions, my friend?
Right. So I just wanted to ask you for this once again. I did ask you briefly, but I didn't really get into it.
Yep.
What's the future of our club looking at? Let's just say we were in the trajectory that we're heading in now. By 2032, what can we expect to happen? Because we're making protests, we're protesting. Majority of the people going to these protests and saying blue call out, they aren't aware of the financial situation of the club. They don't know that we owe 1.7 billion plus 5.3 billion plus another odd billion there that equals 10 billion that we need to recoup in 6 years. Nobody's aware of this. So what can we expect moving forward? Just so I can try and spread the message further as well.
I think that Robert was right from the perspective that we will see what happens this summer. So the first milestone is how are transfers this coming summer funded? Are we seeing first team players being sold? Are we seeing the kids in the academy being sold? What sales are happening? And then do the sales exceed the transfers in? Now, UEFA has already put sanctions on the club, all right, for breaching the squad cost ratio last year, right? For the Conference League. So in theory, what we will see are excuses that, hey, we can't buy more players because of UEFA sanctions. When in fact, they can't buy more players because they've not sold enough. So we need to see the sales and see the purchases. So that's this coming summer. Then July next year, the thing that we should be looking for is to see if Bank of America and JP Morgan renew the revolving credit facility. That 755 million that we are seeing there. If the banks call that loan, that means that they're looking at repossessing the asset. I don't think it's going to come to that. I expect that the facility will be renewed. Right? So I'm not saying that repossession is going to happen next year. But that is the first hurdle. We need to see these two things. And then the next milestone is what happens in 2033 when Aries needs to be repaid. And the question is, do we see a scenario like what's happening to John Textor? It's the same lender, it's the same type of loan. The only difference is John Textor bought at 19%, Clear Lake bought at 13%, borrowed at 19%, Clear Lake borrowed at Blue Coal borrowed at 13%. So those two loans are basically identical. The only difference is the interest rate. Okay. If they can't repay Aries because they can't get the club sold in 2033, you can expect a situation like what's happening with Leon. The sad part about that situation is that they're actually selling their best players to pay back debt. That is a possibility. We hope that it never comes to that. But the Inter Milan situation, as I keep saying, that is the optimistic view of what happens.
What did Inter Milan owe money to?
So Oaktree are the current owners of Inter Milan because the original owner, Oaktree Capital, the original owner was like a Todd Bowley who could not afford to buy the asset and bought it. Same shit.
Wow.
So they gave him an equity loan. He can repay it. They seized the club. No, by the way, creditors taking over a club, that's not a bad thing. And here's why. Aries needs to get back 13% interest, right? They aren't entitled to more than that, than the interest rate on their loan. So they're never chasing upside. The problem with the player trading model is that it is necessary to chase break even right now, minimum profitability, and chase upside. So a private equity investor will always manage a club if they don't have a fixed rate of return. They'll always manage a club purely for the profits. Oaktree right now is only managing Inter Milan to recover as much as the interest as they're charging. Okay, so from their perspective, they don't need to do stupid shit. That's why they handed the club to Zanetti and other football brains to actually manage the club in a way so that it could compete for the league and win the Champions League. Right? So optimistically, I would, and this is where Robert talks about, I've expressed on Twitter, I don't mind seeing Blue Coal 22 go bankrupt so that Aries takes over and manages us like how Oaktree manages Inter Milan. The problem is the amount of cash that Blue Coal is bleeding with this model, right? The model paying low wages, etc., is not delivering profitability. That is a problem.
Wow, this is crazy. This is. I just want to say once again, thank you for coming on here and waking everybody up. And what you've done, my biggest takeaway, because a lot of the stuff you said we've spoken about before, But my biggest take is the fact that something like where Oak Tree have taken over because of a debt, and Inter Milan are now competing at a much higher level. So
That is
because I
good.
had such a deterministic mindset that okay, well, if we get taken over by Aries, we're finished. We're going into administration. We won't be able to compete, etc. That almost looks like the light at the end of the tunnel for us potentially.
It's the light at the end of the tunnel for me. I am agreeing with you. The only problem I have is that Chelsea itself is not being managed properly. The club itself, when there's a fundamental problem with how the club is managed, and is actually like Inter Milan was never bleeding losses. It was just never making profits to pay back the money. But when you're bleeding losses at 5% of cash every year, that's crazy. That you now have to be worried about the solvency of the club itself because the revenue and expense model does not work. And that's why we're seeing those tremendous losses being reported. So that worries me, but I'm like you. I'm like, yeah, blue code default, please, so that we be owned by Aries and we don't have owners chasing profits because they want upside.
Right, exactly that. One last question,
Sure.
because I know a lot of people are going to be wondering this. Could you explain what CFC London? What is that? Is that a way that they could help themselves? I've seen a couple conspiracy theories on Reddit where they're saying this is like a get out plan or something they could rebrand the team as, repackage the team as, which can help them financially. I'm not sure how that makes sense, but I figured you'd know.
Like, and this does go into the realm of speculation a little bit, right? We don't know why exactly they did it. After seeing these guys operate for 4 years, not doing basic things like getting a front of shirt sponsor, you have to wonder about competence. Somebody may have had the bright idea that the best way to get from under the CPO and the arrangement that Ken Bates put in place, that it would be good to set up a new brand so that if the CPO doesn't cooperate, they simply switch to the new brand. Well, my understanding is that the CPO has done some legal studies and CFC London LDN is now associated with Chelsea. So any play that they were making to take a new name, leave the Stamford Bridge and the old Chelsea name behind and go and set up a new stadium somewhere else, legally, I don't think that's possible in the UK. And I don't know if they've been publishing more merch with that brand on it. I think it's a brand that's going to become toxic. I certainly use it to describe Blue Coal and what they're doing to the club. So I think it's probably a brand, and a lot of other people are doing that now. But whatever the strategy was to separate from the CPO, legally is not going to work. To me, it's just typical Blue Coal incompetence.
Wow. I think that's all the questions. True, you joined just now. Do you have any questions for Bobby before he wraps up? Pause.
No, I think what's your name? Sorry, Bobby or Robbie?
Bobby.
Bobby has been
And
very
your name is
informative.
what? And what's your name?
True.
True. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Yeah, I feel like you've educated a lot of people on the stream today, myself included. I would say that I'm just behind the team a lot. I don't know too much about the facts like you showed today, so I appreciate it. But one thing I would say is that you talked about the transfer window coming up and how we would need to recoup 200 million from the sales to be able to sign players. Is that true?
Well, no, we need to sell 200 million a year of profit on the sale of players to cover the current loss. So in other words, this has nothing to do with funding transfers. This has to do with funding the operations. So in other words, when they wake up on July 1st every year, they're already behind the 8 ball by 200 million pounds. They have been funding that so far with debt and not paying transfer fees.
So it's basically impossible to sign players, you're saying?
No, I'm just describing what needs to happen for them to sign players. And look, apart from the finances, remember the UEFA sanctions are in place, right? UEFA is already requiring them to be sell to buy. They'll use that as an excuse to cover for the fact that they can't do anything else, can't afford to do anything else. But the club will have to be sell to buy for UEFA purposes and for cash flow purposes.
That just reminds me. So you see how our model, because you broke down the Jeremy Jacket, Mark Guy, in regards to the player sales and about resale value and also so forth. Do you reckon the reason why we're not spending on higher wage players is due to the resale value the resale flexibility we have, that with the fact that we got players on 100k, 90k, 80k wages, it's easier for us to get their contracts off the books as opposed to having somebody on 300k a week?
That's exactly it. I can describe it any better. At the end of the day, every transfer decision comes to what can we sell this player for? A player on higher wages is difficult to sell.
But they have said that they're willing to give higher wages if it was a marquee player. Do you think that's just BS then?
I'll believe it when I see it.
I don't believe it.
Hasn't happened yet. And so look, any player on any higher wage is just going to make the loss worse. All right. So it's up to you if you want to believe that. I certainly don't. Look, Egbali is executing a turnaround strategy after Bowley did what he did. He was completely reckless. The man literally came out in the press this week and said he had no idea what he was doing because people left. Right? Well, they actually kicked him out. So nobody's believing that crap anyway. Right? Part of the sales agreement could have been, hey, Marina needs to stay on for 2 years. Roman would not have disagreed with that. Right? But this is all speculation, right? But I guess the point is, Bowley fucked up in those first 2 windows, and Egbali has been executing a recovery strategy since then, and he's executing the only one he understands, which is the Brighton model. The problem is that he's executing it very poorly.
Wow. Is it just me, or this stuff just makes me depressed, man?
That's why nobody likes to talk to me about Chelsea.
It feels like we're fighting such a hopeless battle, you know, because we argue over the smallest things on here. We argue over Andre versus Conor Gallagher and Achimpong versus Gusto, and fucking is Cole Palmer a better 10 or is Enzo a better 10? And at the end of the day, that is like the tip of the iceberg. It's crazy what's going on in this football club, and nobody knows.
The debt drives the profit targets. The profit targets drive the player strategy. Okay. So at the end of the day, you have to understand these high-level things if you want to understand what's happening in the transfer market. How many people sat back and say, well, why are we all of a sudden just getting players from Strasbourg? We know that we needed players in January. What did these clowns do? They went and got what they could get for free from their own inventory. They could not go into the market because they cannot afford it, and the credit cards are maxed out.
So how would winning impact us financially? Is it like a dent in the ocean at this point? And that's why they don't want to invest in a winning team, because it doesn't even really help. It actually hurts them more.
Winning is high risk, right? You have to have a certain level of football intelligence and knowledge to do what City just did and say, hey, we need Gehi and who was the guy from Bournemouth? Name slipping me right now. Semenyo, right? So City got football people running that club and say, hey, look, the difference between us and winning this league, which could be £100 million of prize money and new sponsorship bonuses, etc., is if we just invest in these players, 2 players for how much they pay for them, 80 million pounds. And they decided to do that. Now, Egbali doesn't understand that, and he doesn't know how to model that in a spreadsheet. He doesn't know if he's actually going to win the league if he buys those 2 players. So they're never going to pursue a transfer strategy that does not show reliable cash flows. They feel like they can sell a player. They've done it before. They have a good reputation as being sellers. So they will model in their spreadsheets what they know is reliable. Winning prize money cannot be modeled in a spreadsheet.
Okay, so what impact do you think the signings of the Lap, Garnacho, Gittins failing is going to do to their future signings?
I don't, well, it's, fuck. I mean, the question is how much can they sell those players for? And
I
that's
think
where
yeah.
they need to sell them for more than they bought them for. So forget all this amortization and selling for more than book value bullshit. All that's PSR, right? If you buy an asset, you need to sell it for more than you bought it for to get a return on investment. So in order to get to the 10% average return on investment that they need to repay the people they took money from, they need to be selling those players at a same rate of return. And nobody is paying a penny more for Garnacho than this club paid for it. Possibly Delap, he was cheap enough.
I think that exposes them. I think that wakes their eyes up. I think that puts the sporting directors' jobs in real jeopardy when they look at the Garnacho sell and they realize they're going to make a loss most probably.
Well, and I'm glad you mentioned sporting directors. Anybody who's following me on X will realize that I lose my shit about these sporting directors, not because I think they're doing a bad job, is because I don't think they're important. If there was a powerful sporting director that could actually make decisions in this club, there will be only one person. There's a reason there are two, because neither of them have the authority to make a decision. The only decision maker in this club is Egbali. So whenever we talk about sporting directors, these guys have no say. They do as they are told. There's no point scapegoating them. The problem is Bowley creating a hole and Egbali pursuing an incompetent strategy to get the club out of that hole.
Bobby, somebody asked if you're familiar with Clear Lake's broader operating history and if there's any chance that they divert from their usual private equity flipping blueprint and potentially add external cash injections maybe or a longer commitment.
So that's a really good question. And that person should look at, what are two things I would say to that? Clear Lake has its flagship fund 8. Fund 8 is now open, meaning they are currently asking investors to provide investment so that they can buy new companies. Feliciano, a couple of weeks ago, came out and said, we need an extension on the date for when the fund will close. Because guess what? Nobody is putting money in. And this is to buy new investments, not put money in failing investments, losing 5 to 10% per annum. So your question is, who will decide not to put money in Clear Lake's Fund 8, but will give them money to put into an investment that is losing 5 to 10% per year and requires all of its playing assets to be sold to make a profit? I don't know who that investor is. People like to talk about people from the Middle East. These people are not stupid. They do not invest in things that do not make money. So I don't know who that investor is that will give them money to fund losses or to buy more players to double down the crap that they've actually been doing. Don't want to depress you guys. Look, whenever you hear this story, think about Inter Milan, okay?
That's what I'm thinking about now. Oh, that's what I'm thinking about now. But then I'm also thinking to myself, do I want to lose 5-0 in the Champions League final? And lose my manager to Saudi Arabia? But at least they're getting to those finals. At least they're winning league titles.
They're winning league titles. They're winning prize money. Oaktree took the bet. Put football people in charge and say, hey, get the right players to compete in your league. And they've won it almost every year since Oaktree has been there. We want that. I want some of that.
Yeah.
Right? Who is ours? Zanetti, bring back Lampard, make him deputy chairman, right? He'd be a better sporting director than all of them,
Yeah,
right?
That's true.
Right? Bring him back, let him run the club, and Bully back off to LA and do what and buy bad debt like he normally does on a daily basis.
And do you know what's crazy? If they did do a move like bringing Lampard as a director of football, that will actually help them on a branding PR standpoint because the fan pressure will even stop for a while.
There we go. The blueprint is there, sitting in Milan. AC Milan is the same thing too. They're competing. They're not doing well in Europe. Inter Milan is a better story. But those are two assets, two sports assets that have been repossessed by the sub-debt issuer. In other words, the private equity firm that sits in the same position as Ares. Those guys kicked out the owners. And once the owners are kicked out, it resets the balance sheet. So the balance sheet now has capacity because it now doesn't owe the original owners back their money, right? So that's where you clean the balance sheet out, and the club is now positioned to become successful again. The problem, as I keep saying, is the size of those losses, and we aren't going to know what the cash loss was for 24-25 until the audited financial statements are released, and they're going to be released in a couple of weeks. So CB, you and I should get together again once those are published, just to confirm what's been going on, to find out what that cash loss is, because we only know the accounting loss of 342, but we want to know what the cash loss is to see if it's still running at 200 million.
I want my last question, and I haven't asked you this, but I'm putting you on the spot by asking you now. I want to make this a regular thing where, you know, whenever there's new financial statements that are being released or there's new financial news, you can come and just dumb it down for us and explain this to us in a more easier way to understand, and just kind of contextualizing what's going on with the football club. But my last question was, oh, now my mind's got blank. This is so bad. My last question. So go ahead.
No, I was just saying, you got me on WhatsApp, mate, or DM on Twitter. So just hit me up whenever you want to chat.
Yeah, my last question was, so the more realistic aspect of us getting out of this situation with Blue Co essentially is to get refinanced or repurposed by the lenders as opposed to us being bought. So the likeliness of us being bought is for maybe 10 billion or whatever much the amount isn't realistic.
There are three scenarios. The first scenario is that Iqbal is successful and he can sell enough players at a profit, and he covers his cash losses and makes the return that he needs to make to pay back his investors. So that's plan A. Plan B, which is the plan that I like a lot, is that he's not able to do that, and that in 2033, this club cannot be sold, and therefore Ares takes over and runs us like how Oaktree runs Inter Milan. Plan C, or scenario C, I should say, because this is not a plan, those losses that they're currently incurring are unsustainable until 2033. So we're talking about 6 years at 200 million a year without compounding. So that's 1.2 billion of losses that need to be funded unless they can get the expenses under control. That situation, to me, is a threat to the club itself. The club itself owes a lot of transfer fees. The club itself needs to be able to continue to pay wages. So those level of losses, if we see 200 million of cash losses again being reported in the financial statements in a couple of weeks, we ought to start being concerned about the solvency of the club itself.
Wow. And you mean so like similar to what happened with Leeds?
Correct. That's the Leeds scenario.
Jesus.
But look, I don't know if it's at that level yet, right? So I don't think it's there yet. I
don't think we should fearmonger too much.
I think we are at the plan B. The plan B is the more practical thing. Yeah, guys. I mean, look, CB, this has been excellent, my man.
No, thank you for coming on. You know, you're always welcome here.
And thanks for bringing Robert. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, because you know what you done to Robert, and I was happy when he asked to come on, because when we do these type of live streams, there's always going to be people that try and question what you're saying on an emotional standpoint, because they're fans of the club and it's scary information and it's, oh, this guy, he must be just having an agenda. But you articulate yourself perfectly. You don't say anything opinionated. Essentially, it's pure facts, numbers that can't be faulted. And someone like Robert, who's the face of Clear Lake Defense League, that's what I like to call him, a Clear Lake super soldier. He's going to come and play the debate game with you out of pure emotion to just back the club. And you schooled him. And now you schooling him made people in the chat pay attention who were questioning you before. And they're like, oh, hold on. He might actually be.
Chat.
And yeah, big up to the chat as well. They've been locked in the whole time, agreeing with a lot of things you're saying.
Yeah, I've not been reading it, but I'm sure they're good people following MCGA.
Definitely, and you've just motivated me to just push this even harder. And now, every time we have I know there's eyes on us. Whether, like, I was asked to go on Talk Sport recently, and I was thinking to myself, I don't want to go there and talk for the sake of talking. If I'm going to go there, I want to spread a message that the fans or the club need to pay attention to. And
next time you get invited, I'll give you some talking points so we can run through it so that we can deliver a powerful message about the facts based on the financials.
100%, because that's the part that nobody's paying attention to, and it's the numbers.
Indeed, my friend. Actually, you should go right after the accounts get published in April. That'll be a good time to go.
Yeah? Oh, that's perfect.
The 22-hole core accounts usually come out early April, so we definitely need to regroup then around that time again.
Yeah, 100%. Once again, thank you so much for coming on here.
Respect
thanks
you,
for
big up.
Robert. I think the chat needed to see that. It's been a while. Robert's been running around freely without getting cooked for a while, so that was nice.
My pleasure. My pleasure to do a service to the chat.
Yeah, thank you. And True, do you have anything you want to say to Bob before he goes?
Are you from Barbados?
I am indeed. I am Bajan Canadian, and I'm working in Bermuda right now.
Yeah. I could tell. My Caribbean brother.
All right, brother. Good chatting with you fellas.
Take care, brother. Thank you.
Wow.
You see, stuff like this, yeah. I had to do this because I had this plan for a while, but we just my life's just all over the place sometimes. And Bobby's a very busy man as well, so you have to align these things perfectly. But I did this because yesterday, you guys kind of opened my eyes. I've been trolling a lot. You know, this is the type of stuff I did streams like this last season. Obviously, the audience was much smaller. But I've been trolling a lot. So I feel like I had to just give you guys, like, let's actually spread the word properly. I brought Robert in here because I knew Robert would debate this. And I know that Robert can't go toe-to-toe with Bobby on a finances debate. He's a chartered accountant. Even me and Bobby have had conversations privately, just pure business. This guy's a businessman, numbers man. So I already knew bringing Robert in here, Bobby's going to win this debate. And now you've seen how Bobby handled that debate. You might not going to take him seriously, and he knows what he's saying. So I knew that was necessary. That was, why are we questioning Vince McMahon? That's what I want to know. Why are we questioning Vince McMahon? You should know now. But anyway, I think there's more pressing matters right now. Let's talk about, now we got all the business stuff out of the way. Let's talk about the actual football pitch and what's going on. Wolverhampton Wanderers, by the way, are moving warm. Yes, of course, Bobby's MCGA. But Wolverhampton Wanderers are moving warm. And I think, now, I don't know if he will answer the phone, because I've seen this guy doing a lot of reaction videos and a lot of all of these little things that he's been doing in regards to me and Chelsea. Let's give Monts a call.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
He's doing mind games.
Is not available.
Pure numbers not even going through.
He's doing the breathing technique he does after they concede.
Hello, Montel. How are you doing, brother?
Why are you calling my phone now?
You're live right now on CB1 Millie's live stream. I've given you a call today because I don't even know what else to say to you. Generally, I want to give you a thank you because I thought our season was over after Sunday, but you've just given us a lifeline. You have just given us a reason to fight again, a reason for us to wake up in the morning, a reason for us to look at this Aston Villa game and say to ourselves, you know what? Things are going to happen. Things are going to change. So I want to just say thank you so much for that. Genuinely, you've given me a reason to just keep going.
Yeah, see win your game, innit? Win your game, innit? Through all your sorrow, I've not called you like yo.
No, you know what you've done? You've done worse. You've done reaction video after reaction video after reaction video, and I've seen it, and I said, "Oh, Mons is preying on our downfall. He's enjoying this." So I had to call you personally.
I'm just doing my job, but see, now you started something. See, I'm fine. Now you started something because I swear to God, if you don't beat Villa, you'll be hearing from me.
Bro, no problem. I'm not running away from you. That's not a problem. But I wanted to even ask you now that we're locked in on the live. You're about to go live as well. We spoke to each other last year, you know, before the mighty fell, and we said we need to do a title race show, weekly show where we talk to each other. Title race, Chelsea versus Liverpool. Obviously, we fell off a cliff. I think we need to run that back for the top 5 race.
That's fine. Well, listen, I'm ready when you're ready. I'm already live. My intro is running right now, so I got to go.
Yeah, go on, do your thing, brother.
Listen, hey, listen, it's dark, innit? I hate man. It's dark. It's dark. Brothers, I'm fuming. My head's on Mars, but yeah. You not subscribe, innit?
Take care, bro.
Love.
Hey, yo, why have Brentford won more games than us in the league? And why have I just noticed that now? Obviously, they've got one more game, but that's still mind games. Brentford are a point behind us. This is mad. This is mad.
They lost their manager and their best player in the summer.
This is mad. I'm not gonna lie, guys. This is huge. Just when you thought it couldn't get better, just when you're thinking, oh shit, this is shaky. United got to go to Newcastle as well. 7 losses is crazy, but what's worse is there's a team with 9 losses on top of us. 9 losses. I'll be real. What we saying? Aston Villa, chat to me, Tree. What are you saying?
I'm saying, I'm not even going to lie, fam. I think we can win this game. We've got to bounce back. It's a must win. No excuses.
Nah, it's definite, but this is the thing. We keep saying everything's a must win. We got to bounce back again after Leeds. We got to bounce back after Leeds. Burnley must win. You went to Dubai, must win. They don't win. Oh, Arsenal must win. We're going to stop them from winning the league. After Burnley and Leeds, must win. And we don't do it. We need to stop just saying must win, because what happens if they don't win? There's no consequences. No one's getting flogged. All right, call Hussam. Let me call Hussam. Even the way it's ringing, it's mind games. Eesh. Hussam don't want to answer that call. God, I can't lie, this ringtone is scaring me, bro. It makes me feel like I'm under attack. This ringtone is mad. He didn't answer the call. Should we leave him a voice note? Don Hussam, you fraud. Why are you running? Why are you running, bro? You're dropping points in the top 5 race against the mighty Chelsea while they're breathing down your neck. You've given Wolves their 3rd win of the season and you're running? Come on, man. I took you for way better than that. You're actually running? Come on, dog. That's crazy. That's crazy. I do think if we don't win this, we don't get top 5 though. If we don't win this, it's a mess.
Literally.
It's a mess, bro. It's a mess. Obviously, Liam Rosner came out and he said that Esteval should be ready for Sunday. He said that Cole Palmer should be alright. Who else did he say should be ready for Sunday? It was Esteval. Who was it? And Cucurella should be back on Sunday as well. So that's huge news for us.
I thought he said one of them could be back tomorrow.
Oh, did he?
I think so. I think it might have been.
He just said that about Palmer, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
He said Palmer can do 90. Yeah, we play not Saturday. We play Wrexham on Saturday. Sorry, in the FA Cup, and then we got PSG. Garnacho always cooks versus Villa. What the fuck? Are we sacrificing City at home?
Have to.
That's mind games.
It is, but then you got United the next game, so it's like.
Yeah, and we nah, man.
I'll be real, bro. If we go and beat Man City after we lost to Arsenal, we're fucking cucks. I'm being real.
That's what we're on.
Let's be real though. We had a chance to be men and we were kids. We can't blame no one else.
That's mad. I get where you're coming from, but bro, like, so we're gonna hinder ourselves. So would be on missing Champions League football if it stopped Arsenal from winning the league?
I don't think we're missing out on Champions League football. If we get the job done tomorrow, then you got Man United to play. You got games to play. If Man City is a game you drop,
those remaining games ain't walked in the park though. Like Man City, United, Liverpool, Sunderland away, still to be played. Newcastle, like those aren't easy games. It's not like we can just sacrifice 3 points.
Hey man, I don't give a damn. And it's rich coming from people who wanted to get draws and said that they'll take a draw in the last game to say that now all of a sudden we need our points.
Taking a draw, we would have gained the point, one, and then it would have hurt their title race. Taking a loss at this point of the season, we don't benefit from that. That's the difference.
And if we beat Man City, who benefits from that? Because it's not just us.
We do. But we still benefit though.
Hey man, let's see how the table is. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We need to win against Villa before we start saying anything. But man, like I said, me personally, I bleed Chelsea. And if you're telling me we went out there, we had a chance to go out there, be men by ourselves, and we couldn't do it. And now we're going to turn up and be men to help the team that we couldn't be men against. Come on, man.
That's mad. You're not wrong, but it's mad. It's mad. I get where you're coming from, innit? But it's like, do you know what missing out on Champions League football does to our project, bro? I'm not here for too long, yeah. So I want to give you guys let's just go through my bookmarks that I got for the day. You don't tag me in a bunch of shit. Number one, Luis Enrique has been informed by Flamengo about decision to sack him with immediate effect. This comes after losing the Super Copa de Brazil, that's the Community Shield, and the Comebol Recopa Super Cup final, that's the Europa Super Cup final. But after winning 8-0 yesterday, I watched that game. They won 11-0 on aggregate in the Cedar Sosa semi-final, and they sacked him. Now, this is mad for me because this pissed me off. Why this pissed me off is because why the fuck have we given Liam Rosner a permanent contract? Why is Liam Rosner, or why did we even dive, not even just Liam, because I don't want to make it like it's personal to Liam Rosner, but why couldn't we just wait until the summer? Why couldn't we have an interim manager and wait until the summer.
No one would have taken that job.
In the summer,
No, the interim job.
man would have taken the interim role, bro.
Yes, pathetic managers. Let's be
Bro,
real.
Gus Hiddink wasn't the greatest manager. He was doing the job on
This
a regular.
ain't this. See, bro, you can't keep doing that. You're going for Gus Hiddink, bro. This ain't that Chelsea anymore. This ain't that Chelsea.
I'm not saying him in particular. I'm just saying like he wasn't a world class manager, but he used to come and do a job on a regular basis.
Who would you have got? Who would you have got? Give me a name for this time.
For this, I got to think, bro.
See,
bro. Do you know what? Yeah, I would have given it JT to the end of the season.
Yeah. See, now you're moving mad. You're gonna give a man who's never coached before interim in a place where we're dying to be in the Champions League, to be in there.
Michael
Carrick, John Terry.
Michael Carrick did that last time, bro.
Wait, didn't Michael Carrick manage before he was at Man United?
The first time, no.
Wasn't he? Yes, he was.
Middlesbrough afterwards.
This is a whole different circle. Like I said, man, that's mind games. Man saying Fabregas. You think Fabregas is gonna leave to be an interim manager? Come on.
No, like, bro, I'll be real. Like, Luis Enrique was right there. So then, you got to look.
Oh, you're tired, bro. You keep saying Luis Enrique.
Felipe Luis. Sorry, I'm going mad. Now the reason they got rid of Felipe Luis is further mind games, yeah. Because it says during his contract renewal talks with Flamengo, Felipe Luis stopped replying for 3 days while negotiating with Blueco, frustrating Flamengo. He later found out the opportunity was not with Chelsea, but with Strasbourg. He then resumed discussions with Flamengo. That's mind games that they thought. Not only did they cost him his job, yeah. Not only have Blueco cost this man his job, yeah, but they tried to give my boy Strasbourg this serial winner who won the South American Champions League, the Brazilian League, the Cups. He done a treble in his first season. He won the Under-20s World Cup as well as an Under-20 manager. This guy is elite. He's won 6 trophies in 18 months. He outcoached you lot's Daddy Maresco with a worse team. I was there in person, but man want to give him to Strasbourg. He has more experience than any of the managers we brought in on the Clear Lake combined. He had more VVS than Graham Potter. He had more VVS than Pochettino. He had more VVS than Maresca and Rosenier. What are we doing? What are we doing? This is a top gaffer. This should have been the Maresca replacement. This is the guy that I said. When everyone was like, would you get rid of Maresca? I said, I wouldn't sack Maresca this season unless Felipe Luis is available. It's documented. You can check. Can he speak English? Is mind games. He played for Chelsea. That's another thing. He understands the standards required of a club like this because he played for Chelsea and won a league title here. I won a league title. Brazil Football posted this. You know I got my Brazilian sources. So he's won a league title here. He's won here. He knows what it takes to win. He was coached under Mourinho. He knows the standards. He understands what it means to play for a club like Chelsea, let alone manage it. So why would we not bring him in? Only an NPC would say the otherwise. Why would we not bring him in? Strasbourg is disrespectful as fuck. Strasbourg is disrespectful as fuck. I want to get the actual thing so we know whether it's so we can get the source. Look what he said his goodbye to Flamengo on Instagram. He said, today I feared my farewell. Should I read this in Portuguese, guys? Let's read this in Portuguese. Hoje me despeço do clube que foi a minha casa por 17 anos, o clube de regata do Flamengo. Foram 9 títulos como jogador e 5 títulos como treinador. São créditos que entrarão para a história, noites em conferência e apracos que jamais serão de memória. Cada taca levantada teve su trabalhado, coragem me axida de tudo, amo por esse escudo. Agradeço a Detriera que me deu a oportunidade de ter vivido esse ciclo. Tá vitorioso e ser sempre grato pela confiança que me deu falta dar para construir uma motivadora tão marcante. Aos jogadores, meu respeito e turno. Vocês são gigantes, são homens de caráter, profissionais, dedicados. It's a long message. Dedicados, campeões, dentro ou fora do campo, nada do consequentes teria sido possível sem a entrega e a união de cada um. Não posso deixar de acreditar a oportunidade de me despedir hoje de vocês. Me como uma despedida foi uma demonstração de respeito, carinho e união que levaria para o resto de minha vida. Vocês transformaram um momento difícil em algo inesquecível. Cada abraço, cada palavra e cada gesto monstro que nosso trabalho foi além de linhas, construímos algo verdadeiro. This is making me emotional, bro. This is mad. This is mad. This is touch. This is hitting home. This is hitting home. Let's translate it for you guys that don't understand this beautiful language. Today, I've been farewell to the club that was my home for 7 years. There were 9 titles as a player, 5 as a coach, achievements that went down in history, unforgettable moments, blah, blah, blah. To the players, my eternal respect. You are giants. You are men of character, dedicated professionals, champions on and off the field. None of what we achieved would have been possible without the commitment and unity of each one of you. I cannot fail to thank you for the opportunity to say goodbye to you today. More than farewell, it was a demonstration of respect, affection, and unity that I will carry with me for the rest of my life. Bro, mind you, Maresca didn't even say goodbye to the players. Maresca didn't even say bye to the players, bro. Look what he's saying. Every embrace, every word, every gesture showed that our work went beyond the 4 lines. We built something real. I could not fail to thank you for the opportunity to say goodbye to you today. The man said, I want to thank you for the opportunity to say bye. You know when a manager's this passionate with his words, you know I'm motivated. I want to do 90 right now. More than a farewell, it was a demonstration of respect, affection, and unity I will carry for the rest of my life. You turned a difficult moment into something unforgettable. Every embrace, every word, every gesture showed that our work went beyond the 4 lines. We built something real. I already repeat that. I'm going mad. Oh, did he just repeat that? Yeah, he did. Thank you for honoring that shirt every day and for honoring me as a coach and as a person. You always have my respect, my admiration, and my gratitude. And to the fans, you are the soul of all of this. You pushed, you demanded, you cheered, you suffered and believed. We were champions together. I carry in my heart every chant, every applause, and even every criticism because it all made of this journey. I live in peace with my head held high and a clear conscience. Football's made of cycles and ours was historic. Thank you for everything, Flamengo. I want to run through a brick wall for this gaffer right now. I want to run through a brick wall for this gaffer right now.
Interesting.
Bring him to the bridge. Bring him to the bridge. These men will die for this youth, bro. Bring him to the bridge. This is a gaffer. Mind you, he just won 8-0. I watched that game last night. If you man on the MCG group chat was saying it in like 2 in the morning, I was like, yo, these men are winning 8-0, bro. This is the gaffer you man didn't want. This guy's the truth, man. Bless him. I know he'll land on his feet. In other news, more since we're talking about Brazil, this was super depressing. Like I'll be honest with you. So I don't even know how to get the words to say this. My boy Rodrigo obviously will be missing the World Cup. With an ACL injury, he'll be out for 6 to 7 months. CB only likes white gaffers. Is there any other type of gaffers that have won at a high level? Maybe Vincent Kompany can do something in Europe, which he's Congolese, so I'll root for him. If we can say the best gaffer of all time, black gaffer of all time is Congolese, we're winning motivates. But anyway, Rodrigo's out with an ACL injury for 6 months, so he will miss the World Cup. And let's get the footage of his ACL injury. I don't care if I get copyrighted. We have to talk about this. So, as you can see, he done his ACL here because he's hanging his foot in the air. He already done his ACL here, but he kept going because he's just our Brazilian players were like that. He gets pushed on the floor. There you see him holding his knee, wincing in pain. He still tries to get up because he's built different, but he couldn't. And as a result, we've lost a crack. That's how we say it in my country. A crack will not be available for the World Cup. And for good news for the Manchester City fans, he will not be playing against them in that tie. As we know, his record against Manchester City is insane. So obviously, he released a statement saying, dos primeiros días de minha vida, não sei mercar isso, mas do que eu posso reclamar depois de tantas coisas maravilhosas que vive. Estou fora recente de temporada de Copa do Mundo. Sonho que todos sabemos o que significa para mim merece ser forte. Obrigado a todos pelas orações e pelo carinho. Prometo não parar por aqui. Prometo não parar por aqui. Ainda tenho muito que viver no de futebol. Deus continuas no controle de todo. One of the worst days of my life. I don't know if I deserve this, but what can I complain about after all the wonderful things I've lived through? I'm out for the rest of the season and the World Cup. A dream everyone knows what it meant to me. All that's left of me is to be strong. Thank you for all the prayers and affection. I promise I won't stop here. I still have a lot to live in football. God is still in control of everything. That's sad, man. That's sad. And if you thought it didn't get bad, Neymar, my GOAT. This is sad, man. This is sad. Real talk, man. I can't lie. This is sad, bro. So Neymar says, hoje um de 2 dias me triste para mim. Quando fico sabendo disso, me passa filme na cabeça. Todo sofrimento, toda angústia, e medo vive essa lição. I think I understand this. I think because it came from Neymar, I understand this. Meu Den, meu Diz, meu Minho, meu Herrero, como te chamo, só te peço uma coisa, cuida de sua cabeça. Agora a hora de colocar todo mundo que você ama em seu retorno. Before I translate this, yeah, I think, now, guys, I've only been practicing Portuguese for 3 days. I think he says, hoje todo dia triste para mim. He's saying that he's upset. This is upsetting. He's thinking about my paso me film na cabeça's head. So he's just, the film is running through his head. Todo means all. So todo sofrimento, all the suffering, todo angústia, all the anxiety, e o medo de viva essa lição. All you have to live with, I don't know. Meu Diz, my 10. Meu Mino, my son. Meu herdeiro. My heir. Como te chamo, I don't know what that means. So te peço uma coisa. Let's see. Today is one of the saddest days for me. I was right. When I found out about the injury, it all flashed before my eyes. Okay, let's. Me paso de filme de na cabeça. Flash before my cabeça's head. All the suffering, all the anguish, not anxiety, and the fear of going through this injury. My number 10, my boy, my hair, as I call you. I only ask you one thing. Take care of your head. Now is the time to surround yourself with everyone you love. And as you said, You didn't deserve to go through this right now. But who are we to doubt God's plans? Little brother, strength. I'm sure you'll come back flying. I love you in the same way you supported me. I'll be here for you. Oh, Neymar. 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 What we saying? My Portuguese. What we saying? What we saying? My Portuguese Gara chat. Bro, 3 days. For 3 days. Come on, guys. Man said he sacrificed it for a World Cup. Hey, listen, if that's what's got to get done. If that's what's got to get done, then try. That's the Angolan Portuguese. Wait. Leipzig and Kunku is better than current Neymar. And my bro, real talk, please give me your location. Please give me your location. Because the things I will do to you, pause. Anyway, let's move on. It's YouTube. I ain't trying to get myself TOS. It's YouTube. Now that we got the Brazilian news out the way. Oh yeah, this is mad. This is mad in regards to Rodrigo. So Rodrigo linked up with R9 a couple weeks ago, yeah? No, that's not. This was for the Qatar World Cup. I'm going mad. So Rodrigo linked up with R9, yeah? Look at this video.
O Brasil inteiro tá torcendo por vocês.
Obrigado.
Valeu.
Pegar pouquinho aqui.
He rubbed R9's knees. He rubbed R9's knees, yeah?
Pegar pouquinho aqui.
And he cooked himself.
O Brasil inteiro tá torcendo por vocês.
Obrigado.
Valeu.
Pegar pouquinho aqui.
Bro, he cooked himself. He cooked himself. But if that's the case, that means World Cup 2030, Rodrigo's taking us to the promised land. If the script is the same. Okay, KSI has come to my hood. So from the 3rd of March 2026, KSI will be joining Dagenham and Redbridge. So he says, I'm so excited to join this joint. It's going to be a roller coaster, but I hope to bring Dagenham and Redbridge back to the glory days. For those that you are OG fans, race to Division 1. You know that this is a full circle moment for me. So join me on this exhilarating adventure, and I'll see you at Victoria Road this Saturday. I'll be streaming too. So I never watched KSI on YouTube. I'll be real. Like, when I was that age, like I was like, when he was really going ham on YouTube, like 2012, 2011, these times, like, I'll be real, I was doing road. I didn't care about KSI. The only YouTubers I watched back then was that Diary of a Badman, and Don't Jealous Me, Smokey Barbers, and them, man, A-Dot and that. I didn't watch KSI, so I don't know about this road to Division 1, but I do know you're locked in Dagenham. You're not locked in Daglanta. You know what I'm saying? Dagestan. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Is you're welcome. Do you know what I'm saying? CB was 8, 9, 10. Yes, I was. So I'm saying, like, no problem. Now you're doing this. You're tapping into Dagenham. Welcome to Dagenham, bro. Welcome to Dagenham. We're gonna embrace you with open flowers, but you gotta have to check in still. All right, but let's watch this video.
World, something big is going to happen. But I've done boxing, music, YouTube content. I've done TV stuff. I've been around the world, done tours. I'm a man that does whatever I want. You can't ever stop. You can't ever stop wanting more. I am buying Dagenham and Redbridge Football Club.
So how does it feel?
Surreal, bro. Out of this world. Just the idea of it just excites me so much, man. Years ago, I saw the excitement, the happiness, the joy. I want to bring that back and then surpass it. I want the place to be pumping. I want the place to be rocking. I want it to be an event whenever you come here. Playing a video game and owning a football club is very different. Okay, I know that. But with Racing Division 1, it was a journey. It was hard, but in the end, I did it. With this club, I want to do the unthinkable. I want to take Dagenham and Redbridge to the Premier League.
Look, I'm gonna be real. I was chatting to my boys, innit? My Dagenham. Let me even like. I was chatting to my boys that support. I got my brethren that actually support Dagenham and Redbridge home and away. That's their club. Them man don't support Premier League teams or whatever. Like they call me a madman for supporting a Prem team and going Chelsea and whatever. Like them man, Dagenham and Redbridge home and away. And a couple of them man weren't happy about this. A couple of them man actually weren't happy about this. So I was thinking to myself, I've seen what Ryan Reynolds done with Wrexham. Why not do this for Dagenham and Redbridge? Man are talking about this is woke, football's dead, blah, blah, blah. This is the opportunity of a lifetime for us that we can actually build. And that, you know what that also means? And I don't care, I'm fucking shameless enough to say it. Who's going to question me? Who's going to test my gangster if it really comes to it? Because I'll let you man know now for free. For free. This is my exit plan if shit goes left. You man saw the finances. You man saw what's going on with all the finances and what's going on and blah, 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 blah. Listen, if this club goes under, I got myself my exit plan. It was already my exit plan, but now we can potentially land on our feet. And who's going to check me for it? It's my local. Who's going to check me for it because it's mine's ends? If it was anyone else's ends, you man will feel the same way. You man will all do the same thing if it was your own ends, bro. Fuck that. Dagenham, what up? Dagenham, what up right now? Hey, look, I'm telling you now, all these West Ham fans, yeah, that are getting relegated now, that shit's getting shaky. They're gonna tag them too. They're gonna tag them too. All right, listen, let me call. I'm about to call them my school friends. It's Dagenham and Redbridge home and away, yeah? But I'll be real, I ain't spoken to the guy in like 3 years. I'm just gonna call him on Snapchat. So I'm gonna try my luck. He's probably thinking, what the fuck? Is this guy really calling me? It's an accident. Let's see. He's probably thinking, fuck me, why is he calling me at 11 a.m.? Oh, no way you picked up the call. I feel so special, brother.
CB, I'm literally getting ready for bed, but I'm always answering the phone to you.
Oh, thank you, brother. You're live right now on CB1 Millie's YouTube, yeah? We're breaking down Dagenham and Redbridge, KSI. I wanted to know, obviously, you're Dagenham and Redbridge home and away. I wanted to know what you thought about this. What does this mean for the future of Dagenham? Because this might be my exit plan. If Chelsea start fucking up too much, I'm coming here, bro.
What, it's just going to be your B team now, yeah?
Yeah, man, I have to, bro. You might see me on a Saturday with my stream out, doing a stream. You never know.
Saturdays and Tuesdays, we've got no Champions League, mate. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
How are you? You all right, though? Yeah?
I'm good, brother. How you doing, man?
It's a weird one, mate. We're sort of trying to just... Do you know what the thing is? We sort of knew this was going to happen about December when he got seen spotted over there for a few of his representatives. And we wasn't sure whether or not it was going to happen, but there was lots of rumours and speculation. And yeah, obviously the announcement came out today, mate. So we'll see what happens. Sceptical. Very sceptical. We've already had the Seri partners who was linked with our club before. Obviously, they got pulled out. But yeah, another YouTuber's looking to invest. And we'll see what happens. We'll see how much money he's really got. Who knows?
What do you think this, like, you see what's going on with Wrexham and the whole Ryan Reynolds and all of that type of stuff, and just how they've worked things out on a branding standpoint. And obviously now they're looking like they could be in the Premier League in the next 3-4 years. Is that what we should look at with Dagenham and Redbridge, or is that like a rarity?
I think well, look how much money them two boys have got. We're talking big budget for them. Apparently he sold his phone business, telecoms business for 1.2 billion. Now I don't know how much money KSI has got.
Yeah, he ain't got that.
How much he has got, but I know he's got money. and he's obviously got his fingers in a lot of pies. So we'll see what happens. Realistically speaking, you know, he's already put out a statement saying we're trying to get to the Prem. Let's not be silly now. Like, we've just been relegated. Like, we've had a club in absolute shambles since I can remember. So realistically, we need to get back into the Football League. That's where everyone wants to see us back, let alone the National League. But National League South is not it, man. Poor football. Just boring football. I don't like it. But yeah, League Two should be where it's at.
Look, I'm just looking at our form right now. Yeah, am I allowed to call us? Oh, like, what's the rules? You guys look at me like a plastic now? If I because obviously you actually support your local. No one can tell you otherwise. Like, I'm doing the Chelsea thing. That's kind of mad, isn't it? So
yeah. The thing is, you are local geographically. You are Dag. Everyone knows you as Dag, so that is your local, no?
Yeah, 100.
And he was one of the first. He was one of the first to message me as well when we got relegated, saying it's a madness.
Facts.
Whereas all my other pals were laughing. So I was like, do you know what? He actually gets it. But you are local. I don't even know when you've been over. When was the last time you went over?
2019, before pandemic.
Jesus Christ. 2019, yeah. Look back on them years and they would actually, yeah, mate. The club has been in decline, bro. Like, it's the fact that he's decided to take it on. Like, it must mean some sort of business. Now, the only thing that people are worried about is that it's a whole gimmick. Like, is he trying to make it into some like FIFA thing? Is he trying to just copy the Wrexham lads? Like, in my eyes, he actually needs to do the background and understand the club, because really and truly, the club is the fans, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If we go back to basics, like, the local fucking fans should be supporting our club. And geographically speaking, we're probably one of the biggest teams in London in terms of population and all of that. So how many people are actually going to come over and back their local team? It's a bit boring when you see on match days fans wearing West Ham shirts, Chelsea shirts, even some Southend shirts and that, and it's like, yeah, it's poor.
But I've just
rely on our fan base as everyone's second team.
But what I've realized now is, yeah, with KSI coming in, there is a positive, because I've seen this report. I don't know how true this is, but since the news of KSI buying Dagenham and Redbridge, the club has seen a record of 3.7 million in shirt sales in just 4 hours.
No way. Is that a fact?
I see it on Twitter. I don't know how real it is, but it has.
How much? Sorry,
3.7 million in shirt sales.
What revenue or actually them sold?
I don't know. I think it's what they've sold in the last 4 hours.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. No way.
Because now his fans are going to automatically be Dagenham and Redbridge fans. If guys want to do Football Manager saves or whatever, they're picking Dagenham and Redbridge now, just off of the association with him. He's got a core audience now, so that helps Dagenham in the long run. You're going to get tourists coming to Dagenham East, bro.
I'm just thinking how many 13 and 14-year-olds from Hampshire and Berkshire are all going to be getting on the train over to Dagenham to
They better not stay out there too late. You can go left.
The big day out, you know what I mean? Oh my God, 50 staffs and God knows what over there, mate. But you know Andy Carroll's involved already, yeah?
Yeah.
So it's weird to see the trajectory of what they're planning for the club. Do you know what I mean? It's always been support your local and very regimented in our whole operation of a football club. So, look, it's positive, but also very sceptical. Like, you got to come over, man. Like,
No, I was literally about to say that, Ollie, bro. Whenever you're ready for me, bro. I swear, a weekend or a day, if they're not playing on the same day as Chelsea, I'll come there.
I mean, I've got my car now, innit? So we'll even do some away days or something if you're on it.
Yeah, I don't mind, bro. I'm looking at the league table right now, yeah? So we're 13th.
We've got a game on Saturday. I potentially might be going. I'm in central London beforehand. But we've got Maidstone away next week. That's in Kent. That's local, not too far.
Yeah, that's not bad.
So, yeah, really and truly, a result for us for the end of the season is to get top 11, top 12. Like, I'll take that any day of the week.
Jesus, we've fallen that far, bro.
Really? We ain't getting playoffs this year. No way. No way. There's some big clubs in our league, mate. Some very big clubs. Obviously, Dorking, who are already doing their
Yeah, they're top of the table. I'm seeing here now. Hornchurch second.
Bro, Hornchurch are a very good team, mate. Very, very, very good team. They've got a lot of money behind them as well, and they've got half of ex-Dagenham's squad and manager.
Fucking hell.
Hornchurch are a very good side. You've got big teams in there like Torquay. You've got loads of London clubs in there as well. Chelmsford in our league. Big teams like Dover. So, yeah, man. It's hard. It's a hard league. It's even worse than the National League, I'd say. But yeah, we need to start getting better players. We need to get the academy back running again. Do you know what I mean? That was sticky. I knew lots of players as well that played for the academies and under 18s or whatever.
So who's our best player right now? Andy Carroll?
Nah, he's been injured as well, isn't he? And every time he wants to go on holiday, because he's involved with the finances or apparently whatever, sorts out his own wages, he can just go to Dubai, go to wherever, go to France, wherever he wants to gallivant to. So, yeah, he has been playing, but when he's fit, and he can pick and choose when he wants to play. But he's been doing all right. He's very good aerially. Like, he can be quick if he wants to be, but is he always fit? I quite like the look of the new boy, Stan Leach, we've got in. He's good. We've also made a couple of signings. We've got Paul Callenby, he's just come back from Kidderminster. Harry is up north. Ashley Hemmings, who used to play for us back in the day, he's just come back off loan as well, being recalled. Our main problem is obviously goalkeepers, wing backs. Our midfield has been a shambles for how many years? That's the main thing that I think we need to sort out, our midfield. But yeah, I wouldn't say there's anyone really standing out. I like the look of the young boy, Conor Lawless, number 23. He's been very lively over the last couple of seasons. I really like him. There's a few players that I think have got a bit of passion about them, but defensively as well, it's all just boring football, mate. It's all boring football. It's the same rinse and repeat every week. There's nothing really to write home about apart from obviously this news. So, yeah, I don't know.
I'm looking at this team now. So we lost 2-0 to Tottenham.
Yeah, mate. That apparently I didn't go to that game, that home game the other week. But some fans are saying it was the worst they've seen us play in however many years. That's saying something. I believe they're right down there as well.
So I want to ask you, because you only support Dagenham and Redbridge. That's your main team, right?
Yeah, obviously since I was 10, 11, Dagenham's been my first team. Before that, I was actually Chelsea.
No way.
Yeah. I've got photos with Drogba, Ballack on my back of the shirt back in the day. Like, I used to fall for Chelsea. And then I went to obviously Dagenham, and then I started getting my season ticket, whatever. I started going with my pals, my uncle, and then I was like, no, Dagenham's my club. Like, it's a lot better though. That's the thing. Everyone loves Prem. All of my friends wanted to support West Ham, whatever, big London clubs, even Man U. Do you actually feel like you're a part of the club, or you just watching from the sofa every week? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I feel like it's much more personal. Like, you can't call. You see the way I'm on TikTok calling these lot fucking shits and all of this. You call them not shit, they're gonna come up to you at half time and say, "What the fuck are you saying?" Like, it's way more personal though, isn't it? But that's the beauty of it. But going down and all of that and following them, and you're a proper fan, bro. I actually respect what you do, bro.
When we were relegated at Solihull Moors from the National League, it was sticky, very, very sticky. This is obviously when what's his name? The old manager, Lewis Young, Ashley Young's brother, was in charge. So Lewis Young was in the stands, and it was all getting a bit heated. Obviously, fans giving a bit of verbal to him and his family, vice versa, because he's just got our team relegated. So it's been a lot of controversy over our club recently. Lots of people trying to get involved or backing out of stuff. So Andy Carroll and KSI, like, it's just going to be mental, mate. It's going to be mental.
I see some big things coming in the next couple of years, man. I saw this news and I was so gassed, bro. I was so happy. So hopefully things can turn around.
The amount of messages I've had today, I'm going to start coming back over, yeah. So really and truly, are you going to do the fucking Tuesday nights in the cold and the pissing down rain for supporting your local club? You got to, man. It's all part of the parcel. See how many actual ticket sales, because our stadium holds 6,000.
No way,
On
I
average.
see 6,000. What the fuck?
On average, we're getting 1.3, 1.4 on ticket sales. And they obviously include all season tickets that don't rock up every week.
Yeah.
So we've been struggling, mate. Like, if we could sell out that massive away end or the home end now behind the goal, that must hold, what, 2K?
Do you know what's mad, yeah? I've played in that stadium, you know? Cup final.
Mate, so many people have. That's what I'm saying. They literally every other week they'll do youth cup finals and everything, be Essex Senior Cup finals, be held there and whatever. We've got a massive clubhouse that's just been done up. 3-4 functioning bars in there.
Yeah, I've had birthday parties over there as well. You know what I mean? No, I'm gonna definitely come, bro. Next time you're there, next home game, let me know, man. I'll come through.
You prefer home or aways? What are you preferring?
I want to see home first, yeah, because I ain't been in ages. Then we can do some away days. I need to get a kit as well.
Really?
Yeah, I ain't trying to show up in a Chelsea kit, bro.
What full kit?
Nah, not full kit. I just need the top, man. Full kit's crazy. You think I'm gonna pull up in a full kit?
Why don't you rock up in a full kit and start doing some vlogging?
Alright, listen, I'm on it, bro.
All the locals will love that.
I'm on it, bro. I'm on it.
Pretend you're American, start doing an American accent.
The home kit's sold out, apparently. I'm gonna look at the website. Apparently, the home kit's been sold out.
No way.
How much? Like, obviously, I'm seeing stuff like millions has been made and all of that. For a club like a smaller club like in the National League, I'm not even in the National League anymore, if I'm mistaken, innit? The National North. What? How does that impact you guys financially? Like, are you basically making the most money in the league now?
We're not in the National League North, mate. We're in the National League South.
Oh, forgive me.
So this is the first time that we've basically played since I can remember when I first started supporting the club where we ain't got any northern away days or whatever. Do you know what I mean? That used to be the highlight of the week, going to somewhere up north, some shithole up north, going on the train or driving or coach or whatever. So we've missed out all the good away days. So in terms of money and whatever, it's all just gone back to basics. Like, what is ultimately the best thing is to just get the starting 11 fit, playing every week, limited rotation, players playing in position. In terms of money, I don't even know what the spends are at the minute. Like, there's been so much stuff that's gone on under the table. Agents getting involved with owners, fights kicking off. Our own ex-players celebrating against us and running over to the dugout and director's box giving it verbal. Ex-players coming out and speaking out on our sporting directors, managers, directors, and whatever. So it's just going to be a big change, mate. Big transition. Absolutely crazy times. But just got to roll with the punches. This is what I'm saying. Like, really and truly, you see all these big clubs with loads of famous people, and we've obviously Snoop Dogg at Swansea the other day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is what the future's coming. So you either roll with it or you hate it. But you know what I mean? Like, same as Chelsea, mate. Like, you've just got to embrace it. Otherwise, you're just going to be left out. So wherever the money goes in it, see what sells. But yeah, financially, he needs to pump a lot in.
Yeah, I'm on the website now. It's saying low stock.
What's the home shirt?
Yeah, the home shirt, the new season one, the 25-26.
So that's the thing as well. We've had our shirt sponsors since I can remember, Western Co. They're a funeral directors. You would have seen them all around Dagenham, Church and stuff. So they're our main shirt sponsors. So are they going to want to scrap all that? Start getting madnesses on the front and back.
You might get Prime Bottle on there or some shit.
Oh my God. I didn't even think about that. But look, it's going to be a change and transition. We'll see what he does for the rest of the season. He's over there on Saturday.
Yeah, he said he'll be there. That's going to be a spectacle.
But he shouldn't have come out and said he wants to see Dagenham in the Prem. Like, do you know what I mean?
Do you know what I like? What I like about that is now you can hold him accountable for it. Because our ownership, though, we're having our own issues as well. They've sent a bunch of random targets that they're just lying to us, and we're trying to hold them accountable for it as well. And they've gone ghost on us. They don't even address us. So,
mate, I've been seeing you crash out at the end of Chelsea games. Oh my god, it's so funny.
oh, that shit ain't a joke to me, bro.
You know what it is? It's the fact that people think that you're putting it on and whatever. I'm like, nah, like, he's being for real. Like, people think you're acting for the cam or whatever. Nah, like, that is you all over.
No, fact.
You are being yourself. Like, I want everyone to know that for true. But yeah, it was Chelsea. I mean, how do you get access to all your tickets now?
Well, nowadays I've gotten a bit lucky. Like, I got membership in it, and I've just been stacking up the points. Before, I was just buying on resale, bro. Stupid prices.
I was gonna say, yeah, you've managed to do a few good aways, no?
Yeah, literally, man. I'm trying to go Paris next week. Do Paris away.
Swear. Have you been there before?
I've been there, not for a game, no.
Okay.
So
Leon's your French team as well, no?
Yeah.
That's my French team as well.
Is it? Yeah. See, look, we're the same, man. We got the same teams, bro. Chelsea, Dag, Leon. That's what I'm talking about, bro. How much are the tickets, you reckon, for these games? How much do they go for?
At the minute, well, all of opposition fans slate us because we charge on a match day to walk up to the gate turnstile. I could be wrong here, but we're talking like 24, 25 quid, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it might be like 22 or 18 or something, but I know for definitely it was if you're paying on the day. We do a deal where if you buy in advance, it's £2 less. But there should be loads more people coming, mate. Like, we should be selling out. Well, maybe not for National League South, but we should definitely be getting 2,000-3,000 there every week. Do you know what I mean? Not including home away fans. But we're getting 1.1, 1.2k, and then we're getting 200-300 away fans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And especially on the away days as well. A lot less people are going home and away. Like, it's crazy. Crazy. But do you know much about KSI? Like, obviously, I'm knowing that he's done the side man, he's done YouTube. Even see him on Britain's Got Talent the other day. Like, he must be doing something, right?
Well, I'm on a business time. I don't really know much about him in terms of his content. I think my little brother watches him a lot. But in terms of him as a businessman, I know he turned over a lot of profit with that Prime drink. That's like the sponsor for WWE now. Is in the middle of the ring when they wrestle. Kim Kardashian, Kim Kardashian shouting it out. Arsenal had a sponsorship with them. On a business branding standpoint, I think he would take Dagenham really far. I think he can even help the economy of the area. So
100%.
Someone even tried to say to me the other day, this morning, they were like, "Oh, this is the best thing to come out of Dagenham." I was like, "Bro, Bobby Moore's from Dagenham, you know. We've got World Cup winners, bro."
Fools was literally in Dagenham. Like, what are you?
Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? They're overdoing it.
Fools generated all over America and everything. So you know what the best thing to come out of Dagenham is?
Go on.
Golden fish.
No, you're sleeping on frying pan, bro. Frying pan's better than golden fish.
No, what was the chicken shop near our college with the bloke with the wonky eye?
Oh, King's.
Or Laura Grill.
Hey, Laura Grill Heritage. I haven't been back there in ages, man. I need to go there one day just for the nostalgia. I'm in the outskirts these days, bro. I'm not even really there. I can't say too much because I'm on stream, innit? But yeah, I'm not even really around them sides no more.
What, further into Essex?
Yeah, man.
No way.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Who have you moved there with, your girl?
We're doing it one stream, you know. Mind games. Alright, well, Ollie, look, yeah. Hit me up tomorrow. We'll catch up properly as well. I know you're about to go to bed as well.
Go on, bro.
Yeah, just hit me up anytime. Yeah, I've got time for you, bro.
What's this on? Is this being streamed?
Yeah, you're on my YouTube right now.
Okay. And what, it saves after it's been live?
Yeah.
Go on.
If you skip to like 3 hours in, then you'll see it.
Is that how much you've been doing it for now?
Bro, I do 6 hours a day.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Fair play to you, bro. Keep it up, mate.
No, thank you, brother, man. God bless you, bro.
Good night, bro.
Good night, man. Love. Big up Ollie, man. Alright, big up Ollie, man. I agree. Questions are a bit my game, so there's Bradner's questions, but no, I big up Dagenham, man. Dagenham, I can't lie, this is huge for us. This is huge for us. Man, in the comments are like, we, you're calling Dagenham we. Yeah, I'm calling Dagenham we. What now, blood? What now, bro? Big up Ollie, man. Big up Ollie, man. It's a real G still. But yeah, that's good news, bro. That's good news. I was just looking at Andy.
I just think obviously I've spoke to other clubs and clubs in higher leagues, but when I first met the manager and what he was saying to me, and obviously I know the area, I know the club, and then speaking to Lee, and I just thought it just fit right in the project behind the scenes and the team they've got, and I just thought it's something I can get myself involved in, and hopefully get them up the leagues.
Lee said to me that you didn't care about the fact you played international football, the Premier League. You just want to come here, get yourself dirty, and prove that you still got ability on the pitch, and you want to be a part of something successful here.
Yeah, that's exactly true. You know, I think it doesn't really matter. I've said it before. It doesn't matter the level or anything, as long as I get on the pitch and play football. I think that's all that matters. Like I said, I've had clubs ringing me up, higher leagues, but it's got to be the right fit, and I've got to be in control of myself and what I want to do, and not go to something because it's higher or more money or anything like that, and something that I know will suit me in my life. And this is something I think could be fantastic. We've got a project here, get them back out of non-league and get them back up the leagues. It's just a...
Would you rather Dagenham win a UCL or Roman comes back? What version of Roman comes back? What version of Roman comes back? Prime Roman, as in 2004 to 2012 Roman? Or 2012 to 2022 Roman? I'll be real, man. Dagenham Champions League, bro. Because you need to realize this is our local. You know, we all argue like Arsenal versus Chelsea, Chelsea versus Man United, Liverpool, all of this random shit like that, Spurs, blah, 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 yeah? Bro, Dag is a hood. This is the ends, bro. If we're arguing with youths from Hackney and South and rare, and we're like, oh, Dagenham, I'm like, fam, we got a Champions League. What now, pussy? You know what I'm saying, bro? It's Dag, man. Like, come on, bro. Man loves Chelsea, but man, bro, it's Dag. Like, I don't care what you might can call me fake and whatever. But bro, let's be real. Let's be real, bro. That Dag Champions League, nobody's got chattings for us, bro. Nobody's got chattings for us. CB's the biggest flip-flop. Why? Because I want my hood to win the Champions League. You crashed Asma for saying Roman declined towards the end. You just confirmed it. Where did I say he declined? I said what version of Roman? Because there was FFP rules. I asked for pre-FFP Roman or after. Remember, guys, CB said he's Chelsea before anything. Bro, before I'm black, I'm Chelsea. All right, you man are on me, bro. Listen, if your hood had an opportunity to win the Champions League, you're taking it. That's like what if man said to me, oh, England World Cup or Congo World Cup. I'm taking a Congo World Cup any day of the week. What are we going to do? Kick me out of the country now? Dagenham UCL or Brazil World Cup with Neymar Ballon d'Or? Ooh. Hey, look, bro. Hey, you better asking me bad questions. Because you need to realize the Dagenham Champions League, the parade's going to be in Dag. We're basically going to have a block party in the end. And you know I'm going to have to IRL stream and pull up to that. That's the thing, you man. I'm thinking about the celebrations and all of that. Bro, like, come on, bro. A Dag Champions League with a block party in the ends. Come on, G. Come on, bro. Come on. My dream FA Cup fixture for years has been Dagenham, Redbridge, and Chelsea. It never happened. When I was in uni in Notts, we got Notts versus Chelsea, but it was so annoying because Notts was in the Championship at this time, yeah. But when we got Notts versus Chelsea, it was in London. Yeah, me. Before I'm black, I'm Dag. That's mad. I was looking at
Hello everybody, it's me, Jensen Adeyanji. Today we're here at the LV Bet Stadium. It gives me PTSD because I lost all my money on Crazy Time yesterday. Today we're here to watch Bournemouth versus Dagenham and Redbridge. You know, two shithouse clubs. Bournemouth known for under 14s, chavvy, nonsense. But we're here and we're live, lads. So let's get in there, let's get ourselves a psyche burger and let's watch the game. Fuck me. Right, they're playing this song, no one's singing, not a single sound. No, there's a lot of chatter amongst here. Also, it's quiet, right? Let's not be fucking real, it's quiet. Not a fucking sound in here, right? So A-level students, if you're looking for a place to study, fucking come here. Get a great night's sleep in here. Hey! Hey! And we're off! Oh, God, 90 minutes of this shit. Dagenham fans, they have got a bit of voice about them. Bournemouth fans sang for about 30 seconds max, and it's gone back to a library in here. Ball in! Oh, there's one new! Shit! Yeah, we're definitely switching sides at half time, by the way. Hello, everybody. It's me, Jensen Adeyanji. Today we're here.
Man's actually, do you know, I rate this guy so much, yeah? He's built his platform. I don't know why it says 0 followers. He's got way more followers than that. But he's built a platform going to non-league games. He's my favorite account on TikTok. He goes to non-league games, fucking around. He gets love. These non-league teams chant his name everywhere he pulls up. Like, he's legendary. He's legendary. Man said he's cringe. I don't think he's cringe. I think he's legendary. And you know what's mad, yeah? I saw this and I had to talk about it, yeah? What's his name? Jensen, not Button. He met Michael Richards. And they were talking about the trims. And Michael Richards said, oh, I ain't got black spray.
This man looks exactly like me. What are you doing? Hello, what are you doing, bro? Hello, everybody, it's me, Jensen Adeyanju, and here today, we're in a little bit of a different environment. It's the first time on this channel.
What's going on? Where's the encounter?
This is where everyone, gets together and acts like...
Why have I not been invited to Baller League? Am I meaty? I just read that everyone and their mums gets invited to Ballers League. Why have I not been invited to Ballers League? Am I meaty though? Am I meaty? Or am I bad vibes? Do I smell? What's going on? Like, I don't understand. I must be whack, Rico, or I'm not popping or something, bro. Why am I not getting invited to Baller League and everyone and their mums gets invited to Baller League? What about it? Work harder, you'll get there. I have to, innit? I have to get there because this is mind games. Let me see what else is on my bookmarks because this might be a quick one. I'm giving you, man, a stream tomorrow for the watch along, and then obviously we got the award show. Okay, this was kind of cool. João Pedro versus Caicedo in training. So he was like basically saying Caicedo's food. It's either he's saying Caicedo's food or he wants to yam his batty. It's one or the other. Caicedo was moving like he wanted to deck him. He didn't like that one still. He didn't like that one. No, what lie. Yeah, slow-mo was crazy. So I saw this on my timeline, yeah. So Chelsea had an under-23 game against Southampton, yeah. Look at the starting 11 they brought out.
Like it jump, like it do, like that, like it good, fun.
Bro, I think that man beat us right now today. If that team played us, they beat us today. What do you mean Vanchenko's heritage, bro? I used to always build my midfield around Vanchenko on career mode. I used to always build around Vanchenko on career mode. Hey, do you know that guy on career mode, yeah? That there's a guy on TikTok that talks about career mode. He's hilarious. This guy here.
The weirdest thing you've ever done on career mode that made you think you might be on the spectrum a little bit? Right, I'll give you 3 of my weirdest plays. All you got to do is give me 1. Okay, let's go. Okay, so for my first weird play, I dropped 38-year-old 72 rated Sergio Ramos from my Stoke career squad for 3 weeks after an incident at Crystal Palace away. We was in the team hotel the night before the game, and he snuck out, went to a nightclub, had a scrap in the nightclub, bit someone on the neck, and then was arrested for drink driving. So I dropped him for 3 weeks. Obviously, none of this ever happened. It all happened in my head. It's weird. Okay, so my second weird play is that I had a 21-year-old striker called Thiago Teixeira from Brazil on my Burton Albion career when we was in the Premier League. We was in pre-season in Portugal, and he accused me of trying to drown him in the pool at the team hotel. Obviously, this never happened. It was all in my head once again. But I had to sell him after that because I couldn't have those sort of allegations against my name. He accused me of trying to drown him. In reality, he just couldn't swim. Pratt, and he was a good player as well. And my third one, on my Stoke career, when I had my super team with multiple 90-plus rated players, I used to start Vitaly Mikalenko up front for Stoke in the front two because I made up that he had this massive career turnaround and became an incredible striker and scored over 100 Premier League goals. Vitaly Mikalenko. Yeah.
Yo, these guys, yeah, I've clocked through TikTok, yeah, because I played FIFA. I had my run. I used to bang FIFA, yeah. I don't really play FIFA as much. I got my MCGA Pro Club team where, man, just to see if I still got it, I played a 10. I'm cold. Man, them thought I was shit as well. Cam can vouch. Man thought I was shit. I joined the team, balling out. But I don't really play FIFA like that no more. Like, I'm a football manager guy now. I'm older. I used to always have football manager. My first football manager, just to show how old I am, was 2007 FM Heritage. Right now, I play FM 22 because it's before Chelsea got taken over. We just won the Champions League. Haaland's at Dortmund, Sancho's at Dortmund. Like, everyone's just everywhere. Like, just one of the kids ain't at their clubs. We ain't established themselves yet. So I like the 22 save that I got going on right now. But anyway, what I realized is these white guys, and big up my white people, I love you guys to bits. These white guys on TikTok, yeah, on FIFA, they take this far. Look at this little here.
Don't know whether you're trying to rage bait or take the piss out of people like me who play your game. What the fuck is that? Just a lone player pick. What the fuck? Genuinely don't know what you're doing. No, it's alright, I'll just get bummed off him in every fucking game. Div rivals, foot champs. Genuinely, what the fuck are you doing? You're a knobhead. No, EA. What? No.
This little kid here, yeah, he's a crash out, bro. He's a crash out. I want to play this guy in FIFA, bro. He's a crash out. Look at him getting gassed.
Right, 1 of 5 fucking campaign mix. I get something shit, I'll fucking headbutt the monitor. Shit. Chat, did we take that? Chat, we got to take that. Chat, that's actually alright. 96 defending. Shit. Right, 1 of 5 fucking campaign mix. I get something
But you man told me Vinny shit. You man told me Vinny shit. No one rates Vinny Jr. But we got these little Mancunian kids crashing out over Vinny Jr. Okay, Swede, that's a great question, yeah? I don't want to make this about him, yeah, because he's doing his thing, big up to him, yeah? But would you let your kids stream? And if you, like, what age is the right age to stream, do you guys think? Because even Speed started streaming mad young. Speed is young anyway. Like, what age would you let your kids stream?
Hello, everyone. I'm just here to tell you how fucking shit these players are on FC25. I couldn't give a fuck whether you're saying it's ending soon, but this motherfucker right here, this fucking dickhead, plays like he's a fucking...
Konate goalkeeper. Look, this is what I'm saying. I'm washed on FIFA now. I'm actually washed, yeah? I don't do all of this. Like, I tried to play foot champs like a couple of weeks ago, and I just clocked I ain't got it no more. I clocked, yeah. I clocked I ain't got it no more. One day, yeah, I'm gonna connect my PlayStation to the stream, yeah, and we're gonna do a foot champs thing. Because it's mind games. Like, I ain't got it no more. I'm washed in it. But what do you mean Konate is playing in goal? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, shit like that. Like, I'll be real, yeah, and I don't want to get cancelled when I say this. Like, I don't mean no disrespect to no female footballers and whatever, yeah. But for me, I lost control of Foot Champs and all of that when they started mixing the women players and the men players on FIFA, because I couldn't keep track on who's a cold female footballer and who, you know what I'm saying? I don't know who the best is. I know the odd player here and there, but I don't know who's cold. So when man started getting the girl players in the team 90 something rated, blah, 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 I just couldn't control it, bro. It was getting out of hand. That's when I was like, listen, I'm too old for this. This is for the next gen, bro. I can't do this no more. Because I'm here getting rainbow flicked by the galley and they're smoking, man, and this and that. Do you know what I'm saying? It's mental. We got MCGA Pro Clubs. We just don't stream it. Innit? All I know is, I swear to God, all I know is Marta. I know Alessio Russo. I know Elisa Thompson because we just bought her and she's been popping from America. I think that's it, bro. And I only know Marta because I used to think that was Ronaldinho's wife. On my mum's life, I thought when I was a kid, Marta was Ronaldinho's wife. So I used to watch Marta because I thought this is Ronaldinho's girl. Yeah, and Megan Rapinoe, yeah. I don't know no one else. I don't know who Claudia Pina is. I don't know Bon Matti, all of that. That's all mind games. But I used to think Marta was Ronaldinho's girl, innit? So I used to watch it when I was younger. That's the first woman footballer I ever knew, Marta. Big up Marta. Alicia Lehman. When I found out Alicia Lehman wasn't even cold, that was another thing. I was like, what the fuck? But yeah.
Fucking Sunday League goalkeeper. Canate, you are fucking shit. And so's your centre back card, mate. Absolutely fucking wank. Fucking scruffy hanging scouse. Fucking dickhead. Right? Yeah, him. We got this cunt. He's just on the pitch for the fucking fun of it. This guy does not get the ball. He doesn't. Cantona.
What are his positions? Why is Cantona a 6?
You're a fucking prick. This cunt. 99 pace this cunt's got. Right? He runs as if he's only got...
Remember how gassed he was when he got Vinny Jr. Remember how gassed he was when he got Vinny Jr.
This cunt. 99 pace this cunt's got. Right? He runs as if he's only got 70. Vinny, what the fuck are you doing? Honestly, mate, he don't score. The only thing he does is fucking dribble. He's got no pace. This cunt. Honestly, if I could suck his dick, I would do. He is so fucking good.
Hey, what the fuck? That caught me off guard. That caught me off guard. Whose kid is this? Whose kid is this, bro? Whose kid is this? Bring my thing, bro. That's fucking killed me. Oh, bro.
Vinny, what the fuck are you doing? Honestly, mate, he don't score. The only thing he does is fucking dribble. He's got no pace. This cunt. Honestly, if I could suck his dick, I would do. He is so fucking good. This cunt here, pace abusing fucking shit bastard. Honestly, mate, I'm not taking the piss. Right? He pace abuses. As soon as he shoots, he fucking loses it. As soon as he fucking does a skill or decides to dribble, he fucking loses it. Dembele, you are absolutely fucking shit, mate. This spaghetti noodled motherfucker. Look at him. Your hairstyle don't fucking change your playstyle, you fucking stupid bastard. You're shit.
Hey, why is he just crashing?
Don't fucking change your
He's crashing on the Blatties, bro. Hey, he's crashing all the black youths, bro. Hey, this kid is fun. Oh, Kevin, I started your message earlier. Yo, Kevin said, CB, my girl of 3 years. I found her cheating, but I still want her back. What should I do? Look, I'm going to be real, Kevin, yeah? Generally, yeah? You've been supporting Chelsea all your life. What's at this point, yeah, and you stayed loyal, bro? Why she can't hold it down for 3 years? I don't get it. This is what I don't understand. You just basically described the life of an enzosexual. All these enzosexuals are basically in a relationship with a girl that cheats with them on a regular basis. This is what being an Enzo fan is like. You're in a relationship with a girl who cheats on you every week, and when she cheats on you, she lets you know she cheats. Everyone in the end knows you cheat, that she's cheating on you. When you walk around holding hands with the girl, you know what I'm saying? You're looking mad because everyone knows your girl is cheating. But she might go out one day and be like, you know what, babe? One guy tried to move to me, but I didn't take him in. And then you start calling on your brethren. Man them, guess what? Guess what? My girl didn't cheat this week. Oh, my girl didn't cheat this week. Man them, no way. Look. My girl didn't cheat this week. You go to the motive that she went to. You get the CCTV. You contact the venue. You get the CCTV. And then you start sharing the clip. Look, my girl didn't cheat. Look, she held it down. But she cheats every week. That's what it's like being an enzosexual. That's what these enzosexuals do. They watch Enzo play shit every single week. They play this guy watch this guy play like shit, yeah? And the moment he has a good game, they spam the comps for 3 months. Guys, watch. This is the guy. This is Enzo Fernandez. You guys try to disrespect. This is Enzo Fernandez. This is the player. World Cup winner. Jugador. La Poza. Toni Kroos regen. Jude Bellingham come outside. All of that type of stuff comes after one good game when you play shit on a weekly basis. It's the same thing. So, Kevin, if your girl's cheated on you and you're an Enzo fan, there's no way you're leaving your gal, but you've been holding down Enzo for all this time. Mind games. But it's mental. It's mental, bro. I wish you well, nonetheless. Why do you want to take her back, though? And how did she cheat? Was it an emotional type of cheating? Or like what happened? Did she actually give away her front? Or you caught her texting you? Or like you got to break it down for us, Kevin, because this is mad. This is mad, bro. What's Enzo got to do with this? Hey, yo, when this girl got taken, that was crazy. That was crazy.
Playstyle, you fucking stupid bastard. You're shit. Guy just dribbles and loses it. Big scouse, little scruffy hanging bastard. Look at him. Look at the fucking state of him. All he ever does is fucking dive. That's all he does. He gets the ball and dives. Fucking weirdo. This cunt here, big-headed fucking cunt. 99 rated, by the way. You're fucking shit. Him. Look at him. He's fucking shit and all. Guy can't defend.
Why does Foden have a left-back card?
And for his fucking life. Every time he overlaps and puts a crossing, it either goes out for a fucking goal kick or goes over fucking everyone. Tell you what, he goes to fucking London. Fucking idiot. They got this prick here. He's fucking shit. She's shit. He's just a fucking dickhead. He comes on the pitch for the fucking sake of it. This cunt, shit. To be honest, I've never seen her play. This guy, he's fucking mint. This cunt here, 97 shooting, goes over the fucking bar. Fucking dick. EA, you better sort these fucking players out. If any of these get a footies next fucking FIFA and they're this shit, I'm telling you now, I won't play this fucking game. So EA.
Bro, who is this kid? Whose kid is this? He's banging views, though. These are the type of man here that they buy the points and that. Like, they're paying, so their team's stacked. Yeah, like. Check Discord, some mad Palmer stat. All right, give me a second. Why would you guys make me put this on the screen now and Tuchu's not here? Surely we wait. Chelsea have won 73% of their games this season without Cole Palmer compared to 24% when he plays. This is mad. And he spawns out of nowhere. What do you think of the statue? Yo, True, can you hear me?
My bad, it was muted.
Yeah, what do you think of the stat? This is mad.
I think it's just a silly stat in some ways. It doesn't tell the full story, but you know, I think it's similar to people running around saying that we don't lose if Gusto starts. That's what I think it is.
Wow, who mentioned Gusto? Why are we talking about Gusto?
I'm just saying the stat. It doesn't tell the full description of the story, but of course, we can see his performance haven't been good enough.
Do you think we've been a better team this season without Cole Palmer?
No. What do you mean by that?
As in, do we obviously the statistics show we win more without him this season? Do you think we have been? Do you think we're better off him either on the bench or him getting his surgery?
I mean, that's not really this stat isn't real. It doesn't really tell you the full picture. That's what I'm saying.
But what do you mean? What's the full picture to you? What should it tell us?
Because it just doesn't tell the full story. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It doesn't tell the full story. Like, I feel like it doesn't tell the story in terms of I know what I'm trying to say. It just doesn't tell the full story. I don't believe. Huh?
You can take your time.
What I'm trying to say is that, like, this stat doesn't tell me everything. Like, this stat doesn't tell me everything. If I look at the games we've lost, you're going to tell me that we've lost those games because of Cole Palmer. But I can think of games. Like, let me think of the Champions League, for example. If it wasn't for Cole Palmer, we wouldn't be where we were. We would have lost to Napoli. We would have literally lost to Napoli if it wasn't for Cole Palmer. We would have literally got embarrassed by Munich if it wasn't for Cole Palmer. These are our biggest tests. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, this doesn't tell me the full story.
I do. If we're going to talk about the Champions League and biggest test, we do have to factor in Barcelona, in which we comfortably beat them without him.
That's not because Cole Palmer wasn't there. That's not because Cole. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why people just say things.
I didn't say that's because of him. I'm just saying because you're highlighting games where without him, where we would have been, or if we would have been fucked or doomed or whatever. And then I've just highlighted a game we played, which was also a big test without him, and we won.
But all tests are different. That's my point. All tests are different. That doesn't tell you the narrative of the game. I could say that we haven't beat a top 6 side this season with the centre backs, with Fofana, Chalobah. The only time we won is when we had Badia Shaw and Joshua Champong. They got 100% win rate against top 6 teams. So does that mean that that's our best pairing?
No, I haven't said anything at this point. I'm just asking questions. I actually haven't said a word. But I haven't given my opinion, nothing. I'm just asking questions.
Also, these... Oh, go on.
Oh, go ahead.
Also, these stats don't tell you that when Cole Palmer has played in these games that we're saying we lose when Cole Palmer's played, does it also tell you that Cole Palmer's being forced out of his best position to complement Enzo Fernandez in those games?
What do you mean?
He's being forced out of position. Every time he's come back, you're saying we've won without him 73% of the games, and with him we've only won 24% of the times. But all of those games, half of those games, he's being played out of position. Why don't we talk about that as well?
What position has he played?
Left wing against the more enemies.
That was one game.
But still, he played right wing one time. That's not his best position. His best position is a 10.
His best season was in the right wing position, no?
I don't care. I don't care if his best position was in the right wing position. Robert told me before that João Pedro's best season was a 10 for De Zerbi. I don't care. That doesn't mean you're a 10.
Okay, so Where did he play against Wolves?
He played 10. We won that game. That's what I'm saying. And then we didn't win against Burnley. We didn't win against Arsenal. What happened? He didn't play the 10. They changed it so Enzo Fernandez could play the 10.
Okay. Where did he play against? Where did he play against West Ham?
He played. We won the game.
I know we won the game. I'm asking where he played.
I think he played the 10. That's what I'm saying. It's funny how we keep winning the games where he played the 10.
He didn't play the 10.
He did play the 10. Because you said I had my midfield I wanted, which would have been Caicedo and Enzo and Palmer.
Yeah, he did play the 10. You're right. He did play the 10. Where did he play against Fulham?
He didn't even start against Fulham, did he? I can't remember.
Yeah, he did.
I don't remember the game now.
Okay. So you think basically if he doesn't play at his best, in his best position, he can't impact the game.
See, now you're twisting my words. See, I see how you did that.
I'm asking. I didn't say it. I didn't say
I
you
didn't
said
say
that. I'm asking what I'm asking.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I don't think that he shouldn't be able to perform just because he's not playing his best position. What I'm saying is there's other factors involved that happen. There's other factors involved in that stat also.
Such as?
Like I said, playing our position, other players who are not missing, other errors. Do you know what I mean?
I don't know. I do think you're doing like you're making excuses, but
Say so.
I do think so. To be honest, I do hear where you're coming from. I do think the stat is making it as if he's the problem. I don't think he's the problem. I think that stat is harsh. It doesn't tell the full story in that sense. I agree. So I think we should read the full article. This article was made by Nizar Kinsella. No way Nizar Kinsella wrote this. He's like Chelsea's like main journal. I got him on WhatsApp. That's mad.
And also, what did it say? Chelsea have won 73% of their games without Cole Palmer. Is that what it said?
Yeah, let's read the article. So Palmer was named the 8th best player in the world at the Ballon d'Or. Chelsea regard him as untouchable. Head coach labeled him the club's best player. Rosenier has held multiple meetings with him since taking charge. Even by the reigning PFA Young Player of the Year's own admission, Palmer's not operating at his fluid, brilliant best. Blah, 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 blah. People say he's a millionaire. Yes, he is, but it doesn't give you an extra lung or extra leg. I want to see Cole Palmer on the pitch because he's the one who makes me dream. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know what the point of that means. What does the data say? Palmer has 7 goals and 3 assists in 16 matches since returning. 10 GA in 16 isn't bad numbers. How much MPG is that, though? How did you get Nizar Kinsella on WhatsApp? No, it's not a fleece, it's a hoodie. Yeah, I don't think these numbers are bad. Penalties have boosted Palmer's numbers throughout his career. Mind games. Only Mark Noble and Arteta have a higher proportion of penalties amongst players with 40 or more Premier League goals compared to Palmer's current 40% ratio. That's mad. This is a smear campaign. I don't like this. What do you think of this stat? True. Oh shit, you dropped out. My bad. I didn't even know you dropped out. Sorry, bro. Yeah, what do you think of this stat? This is mad. They're basically saying, other than Mark Noble and Martel, who are not known as goal scorer, they're the only people to have a higher proportion of penalties amongst players with 40 or more Premier League goals, with Palmer's current Premier League ratio being 40% penalties.
I don't know. What doesn't really mean anything to me.
Okay.
That's mad.
I don't think it's have been bad though. 10 GA, 16 games, all things considered, but obviously pens, innit? No player in the Premier League has scored more penalties than Palmer's 18 since his Premier League debut, underlining why the man nicknamed Cold is already viewed as one of the best finishers from 12 yards in the modern era. Palmer's form has dipped since his sensational 24 calendar year, from his Chelsea debut to the meeting with Bournemouth in January 2025. Palmer scored 36 goals, 33% of them penalties, and provided 17 assists in 54 games. Those are numbers, boy. Those are numbers, boy. I'm not gonna lie. Let's just actually, like, if I'm not mistaken, that's 55 GA in 54 games. Since then, he has scored 9 goals, 66% penalties, so 3 MPG, and registered 3 assists in 33 games. So 3 non-penalty goals and 3 assists in 33 games. He's taking fewer shots, creating fewer chances, and posting lower expected goals and expected assist numbers across those 2 periods. So let's just focus on this. This is mad. From going from 55 GA in 54 games to, or 53, sorry, maths went mad. 53 GA in 54 games. What do you think about these numbers? What do you think? Like, let's actually talk honestly, bro.
It's like I said, this is a little bit of a fabrication, because at the end of the day, he was on fire like we've never seen before. There was always going to be a down period where the numbers, the GA didn't hit the same. You know, it doesn't tell you the full story. Like I said, in his first season, you have to remember he's a new name, he's a new face. He's not in the scouting report. So he's going out there, he's getting in pockets, he can play his game completely different. The second season now, the next games where it's coming down the line, now there's a double team for him, there's a triple team for him. He's the first name in the scouting report. They're preparing for him. Now,
Yeah,
I'm not
Lamine
excusing.
Yamal gets that every week.
They what?
Lamine Yamal gets that every week.
Who?
Lamine Yamal.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still the Spanish league. I don't think it's not.
Stop with this dismissing the Spanish league, bro. Stop.
But why?
doing it.
It's the truth. It's not dismissing it. It's just the game is different over there.
So Messi's not the GOAT then, because his prime was in the Spanish league.
But you're talking to the wrong guy. I was against Messi his whole career.
Okay.
I said fabrication. Like I said, even that number, I was gonna say this. That's 73% of games we won without him. Oh, does that factor in Lincoln and Hull and all these dead teams? Does that factor in all of those? That equivalates the number a lot, doesn't it? You're supposed to win. He's not even allowed to play in those games. If we saw him play against Lincoln, we'll lose our minds.
Broski.
That's a fact, though.
What about 3 MPG and 3 assists in 33 games?
I'm not saying that's great. A lot of that, some of those are the injured games also. But why you okay? So we're just not gonna throw anything in there. But there's facts to what I'm saying though. We all know he went through a down period at the end of last season.
He wasn't injured though.
I never said that. I said he went for a down period. But then are we gonna discredit that he's the one who turned up in the final? If it wasn't for him, we would have lost that final. And I'm not to brag about the final, about the final, both finals. I was talking about the first final. Do you get me? Then going into summer, doing what he did there. If it wasn't for him again, this is an extension of his play. Then he's come out here this season, and like I said, you said 3 games and whatever. He played against Man United. Okay, this is not even making excuses. He played against Man United. He's come off injured. He came on against Brentford at the end of the game. Anyway, like I said, the drop-off is there. It's clear. We all can see that he's dropped a level. But I'm just saying, it doesn't tell you the full story.
But too true. I get what you're saying, and I agree it doesn't tell you the full story. But this is a player that we all regard as world-class, right?
What did you say? He's not better than...
No, I just said this is a player that we all regard as world-class, right?
Yeah.
But, and why do we think he's world-class? At what point in his Chelsea career did you say this guy's world-class?
To be honest with you, asking me, probably like when I watched his clips before he joined Chelsea.
You were calling this guy world-class before he joined Chelsea.
I mean, you're talking to a guy who told you Morgan Rogers is world-class before he joined Chelsea as well. So don't say it like it's crazy. Like
okay. Cool. Would you argue that in order to be a world-class player, anyway, you just said you based it on clips. That's already mind games, but cool. For him to be a world-class player, and majority of the reason why I started, to answer the question I asked you, the point where I started calling Cole Palmer a world-class player was in 2024. And we're now in 2026, 2025. Apart from those two finals, that season was underwhelming. He didn't perform to a world-class level. We're now in 2026. He's still not performing to a world-class level. Could you not argue then that the season where he did touch world-class levels in 2024 calendar year, where they said he got 53 GA in 53 GA in 54 games, could we not argue and look at that as an anomaly?
No, because that's what you're doing. And one thing that annoys me is that when you make certain points like that, and you've put I'm on the stream with you, it's almost like you're saying that, and I'm in the background of you saying that, and I don't want to be here when you're saying lies like he had a purple patch season, and then the next season was underwhelming. That's not true. He was not underwhelming that next season. He had months where he played at that level. You said yourself the Brighton performance is the best performance you've seen, or what something in those words. That was the next season. Then he hit a point where it was like December or somewhere where he was creating, he was leading the league in big chances created. Jackson, Noni, and Neto were absolutely selling. This is a fact. And then it's almost like after a few weeks of that, where the numbers were so ridiculous of how much he was creating, and he wasn't getting an assist, that then he started to drop off a little bit. Then he had a missed chance here or there. And now you're trying to rewrite it like he had a horrible season. The guy got 15 goals and 8 assists. Do you know that Bukayo Saka's been in this league for 7-8 years now?
Why are we deflecting onto Saka?
See, you don't even let me finish my point.
No, why are we deflecting to Saka?
It's not about Saka. It's about the fact that you're telling me 15 goals and 8 assists. He wasn't a world-class player anymore. Whatever. Bro, he had a bad patch.
But look, what I said was 2024. What you are bringing up, it was about the calendar year of 2024. The moments that you're bringing up to argue that he was good last season are from 2024. So if I now bring you, here we go. This was Cole Palmer in 2024 last season. Goal and 3 assists against Wolves. Assist against Crystal Palace. Goal against West Ham. 4 goals against Brighton. Assist against Forest. Goal against Newcastle. Goal and assist against Aston Villa. Goal against Southampton. Brace against Spurs. Goal against Fulham. Then we get to 2025. So 2024 is over. This is 2025. 1 goal against Crystal Palace. 1 goal against Bournemouth. Blank, blank. Assist against West Ham. Blank, 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 blank. Missed Arsenal due to injury. Came back against Spurs. Got an assist. Blank against Brentford. Got an assist against Ipswich. Blank against Fulham. Blank against Everton. Got penalty against Liverpool. Blank, blank, blank. That's 2025.
See what you're doing there? I see what you're doing there.
That's the question I asked you.
Yes. I'm not going to sit here and say that the reflection of the G&A is not less than what you're showing. But just right there, you tried to be slick and do something. You said Chelsea, Liverpool, he had a penalty. Don't do that, because world class is not just about G&A. That's not what makes you world class. It's not a G&A factor. Against Liverpool, he was man of the match before that penalty. Don't try and be slick. Don't try and be slick. And that's not, there's multiple games like that where you've gone through. Yes, the numbers have dipped, but the performances you're going on like the performances are all horrible.
You were bringing up GA before. So I've now mentioned GA, and now you're saying, oh, GA doesn't make you world class.
GA is not the whole agenda of what makes someone world class. So if you're telling me
previous argument on GA.
No, I wasn't. You asked me when did I believe Cole Palmer was world class. I didn't tell you when I saw GNA.
Okay. But you did mention GA in world class before, but okay, no problem. So cool.
No, I didn't. That's I don't think I did. I never said anything about
I'll
GNA.
take the L on this one. I'm mistaken. I'm mistaken. I'll take the L. So now, if we're looking at this, and this is the case now, yeah, with, and I want to remind you, this isn't me that's bringing this up. Nizar Kinsella, who is a mouthpiece of the club, has written this article for BBC, and I want to repeat what he's put here. Palmer's form has dipped since his sensational 2024 calendar year. From his Chelsea debut to the meeting with Bournemouth in January 25, Palmer scored 36 league goals, 33% of them penalties, and 17 assists in 54 matches, 53 GA in 54 games. Since then, he has scored 9 league goals, 66% penalties, so 3 non-penalty goals, and registered 3 assists in 33 games. He's taken fewer shots, creating fewer chances, and posting lower expected goals and expected assist numbers across those 2 periods. So, firstly, don't make it out like it's me that's coming out of this, pulling this out with my fans and whatever. Like, don't make it out like it's me that's come out there and did this. I'm just asking the question. Has the levels dropped off from 2024, 2025? As much as you want to argue, the facts are he didn't match those levels that he had in 2024. It's now 2026. No, but he didn't though.
I know. I said, of course.
Oh,
of course.
okay.
You're not being realistic. You're not being realistic though. In 2024.
Okay, hold on, let me land. And now it's 2026, and he has not touched those levels of even 2025 so far. It's only March though. However, so now, based on what we're seeing, this is facts, not feelings. 2024, he was brazy. 2025, he's been worse. 2026, he's gotten even worse than 2025. So from what we're seeing, based on facts, every year we are seeing a worse player. So now, if I'm asking you, can we say 2024 was a purple patch or an anomaly? You're saying, no, we can't say that. But then when I just said he's not touching the levels of 2024, you said, well, of course. So, of course, what? Because it's an anomaly?
No, of course not. Because the DNA in 24, bro, do you realize 2024 is his first season playing week in, week out as a professional? Then he doesn't have a break. He goes straight into the Euros. Yeah? Doesn't have a break, goes straight into the Euros.
Oh,
Come back.
so no rest. That's what
Oh
you're
my
saying.
God. So why won't you let me? Why won't you?
I want to understand. That's why I'm asking the questions. I'm not discrediting you. All I've done this whole time, I haven't given you my opinion once. I've just asked questions. Why can't I ask you questions?
You can't ask me questions, but I'm trying to I'm trying to say what I'm saying, bro. Like, bro, in 2024, there's no break. If Cole Palmer, and then this year alone, like he's nursing. I'm not. This is forget making excuses. He's nursing an injury, trying to make it to the World Cup. This will be 3 years now. 3 years where he hasn't even had a rest. He hasn't had a break. Nothing. That form that he had in 2024 is easily he could do it again easily, but circumstances have made it a way that it is today. I'm not saying his performances have not been good. Of course they haven't been good enough as well, but to sit here and tell me it was a purple patch like he's some Mishu or someone, that's an insult.
Great players have purple patches. Like, for example, let me give you an example. Messi's purple patch was scoring 91 goals. Can we agree that was a purple patch? He's not replicated them numbers ever since. He didn't get close to replicating those numbers ever since. And that was a purple patch. A great player's purple patch. Purple patch doesn't mean you're shit. That doesn't mean you had a good spell and you're shit afterwards. It just means you peaked.
But you know what? I can show you why you don't even believe what you're saying. Why? Because you've said in 2025 he didn't have a good year, right? You said that the 2025 season was a disappointment, right?
Not the season, the year.
So the year, okay. So the season is in the year. So that season wasn't good. That wasn't comparable to the last season.
Wait, sorry, repeat that.
So you're saying the 2025 season, the season under Maresca, is not comparable to the 2024 season?
I wouldn't say it's in terms of what, like the levels he played at. Why was it not comparable?
Because that's what you're saying.
In terms of the levels.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he was definitely a better player. 2024, yeah.
So
Calendar,
if
calendar year, not season, calendar year.
okay, but listen, you're saying it's a purple patch. But if you're telling me he had a down year the next year and he got
I
15
didn't say it was
goals,
a purple. I asked firstly. Look, I haven't said my opinion yet. I'm gonna say my opinion, but
today
I've been
you haven't said your opinion, but you've said your opinion before.
I'm just asking the questions today. Yeah? I say my piece afterwards, but I didn't say outright purple patch. I'm saying he's performed anyway. Like I said, 2024 was his best, like performance wise, levels wise. So what's the point you're making?
My point is to say that you're asking. Are you not asking a question if he can replicate what he did in 2024?
Yeah, go on.
So if he got 15 goals and 8 assists in a season where the majority of people say he had a bad year, he
You
didn't
said
have a good
the season. We're talking about the calendar year. You're
Oh my
referring to
God.
CA. No, because you need to understand what we're talking about. You're referring to numbers that were made in 2024. In 2025, if we get his numbers in 2025 in the league, he scored 1, 2, 3 goals from January to May. We'll get the rest of the numbers for next season, the season afterwards in a sec. So he got 3 goals and 1, 2, 3 assists from January to May. So that's 6 GA already. So then, because you said 15 goals and 8 assists, that is false. So we need to because I want you to understand, I want everyone to understand what's being argued right now. It's about 2025 calendar year. So then if you go to, so that's already 6 GA. Then the league campaign, he got a goal against Brentford. He got a goal against Everton. He got a goal against Bournemouth. That's already another 3 goals. So that makes it 6 goals. And that's it. So he got 6 goals in the league in 2025. Just so you understand that instead of the 15 and 80 and 8, majority of those numbers came in the calendar year of 2024. 2025, let's have the conversation.
You counting the finals in that because that was in 2025, right?
I was talking about the league because that's what the article was, but we can count them if you like. We can count them if you like.
2025 was his best performance at Chelsea.
If we count the finals, I think that's false. But if we count the finals or the club
When
World
did
Cup,
he have a better performance in the PSG game?
individually or just in general? Individually, Brighton.
See, this is where you losing your mind. You're losing your mind because you're looking at it from a standpoint of he scored this many goals against Brighton, he scored this many goals that day, mate. The pressure of the situation, the opposition level.
You just I asked the question before you when you asked me, I said before I answer, do you mean individually and his individual performance in isolation, not the situations and the context of this is a final or whatever? Individually, his best performances is Everton at home and Brighton at home. Individually, you're contextualizing the games and saying, well, it was a cup final, the pressure was on the moment.
Obviously, come on now, we know
football. Which I will understand, but you asked me his best game. I said individually.
That is his best game.
You're contextualizing it. I'm just talking about a game, 90 minutes. Man scored 4 goals.
It don't matter.
Look, whatever, cool, fair enough. You want to say that was his game? No problem. I'm not taking that away from you. I'm just saying 2025, his numbers have significantly dropped off since 2024. The reason I'm asking these questions and we're having this because Nizar, we're going to get onto what's going on with this article, yeah? We're going to get onto that anyway, but I'm looking at this and let's stop. I'm getting carried away. Cool. So 2025, the levels have dropped off. I want to ask you, why do you think the levels have dropped off in 2025?
There's multiple reasons. I mean, if you're talking goals and assists in general, I would say I'd say the attack got worse in 2025. Is that the year we signed? Yeah, got Nachos, Liam Delap's come in. I mean, his performances have dropped. His performances have dropped. There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of reasons.
But you're not saying them.
I said before, like I said, I feel like in 2024, he wasn't on the scouting report. Things changed in 2025. Like, he's the first name that you look out for now. Now it's about double teaming him.
You don't think going into the season of the 24-25 season, when the season first started, teams were not putting Palmer at the top of our scout report?
At the start of the 2024-25, you said?
Yeah, with Maresca season. You think people...
Yes,
teams
that's when it started.
No, but it didn't start at that point. It started halfway through the season into 2025.
Nah, not real game planning. Not real game planning. You don't have real game planning halfway into the season. The same way the manager, if you bring in a new manager, he doesn't completely change the tactics in the middle of the season. You don't have a scouting report in the middle of the season for somebody who's hot. Not a proper scouting report. No, not a proper scouting report.
Can I give my first opinion of this conversation?
Go on.
I think Maresca played a big part in the drop-off of Cole Palmer's form. I think he thrived under Pochettino's attacking football. It's not a secret that Pochettino platforms attackers at his highest level. You've seen the likes of Harry Kane, Dele Alli, Heung-min Son blossom under Pochettino. Pochettino has 4 young player of the years under his belt in the Premier League, with Harry Kane twice and Dele Alli once, and Cole Palmer, of course, as well. 4. You look at Kylian Mbappe at PSG. His best season came under Pochettino. Pochettino knows how to not only platform attackers, but young attackers. The moment that Pochettino left, I think a lot of the... I remember the critiques at the time to Maresca was it's just Poch muscle memory. When it got to that stage of the season when Maresca fully implemented these tactics, I think Cole Palmer didn't benefit from it. That's my first opinion on the day.
I like how you pinned that one comment straight after that.
Because I'm not lying.
To call Pochettino, what do you call Pochettino's football? Attacking.
He plays attacking football. Yeah. It's not good. Look, first, I want to make it clear. I'm not like saying Pochettino's good football and it's scintillating, but he's his style of play is similar to Carlo Ancelotti in the sense.
Oh my god, bro! Stop it! Stop.
I'm actually like, this is the thing. Yeah, when I throw a lot, so when I actually talk football, I would like to be taken seriously because you need to appreciate the gems I'm giving you. As I was saying,
comparing Ancelotti to Poch.
But let me land and you understand what I'm saying. Managers like Jurgen Klopp, Carlo Ancelotti, Mauricio Pochettino, they let the footballers express themselves. They don't give them positional, they don't coach them positionally. They allow them to express themselves in the final third however they see fit. Ballers ball. That's what their football is. They don't overcomplicate things in the final third. They're not telling play what areas of the pitch or what zones man need to. They just allow the players to express themselves, and that's why you see the best of their attackers when they play. Pochettino, for example, his system, the flaws in his system come from him defensively. Defensively, they're the issues in Poch's system. Attacking-wise, attackers thrive under Pochettino, from his Southampton teams to his Tottenham team with Harry Kane, Son, Dele Alli, to his Chelsea team with Nico Jackson, Cole Palmer, to his PSG team with Mbappe, the numbers that he put up. Attackers thrive under Pochettino's football. The biggest issue with Pochettino is his defense. That's a fact. I'm waiting for you to tell me I'm chatting shit.
I'm not disagreeing with you because what you said is facts. But let me tell you why you're chatting. Hold on, let me tell you why you're chatting S. Hold on, let me tell you why you're chatting S. Because you said his football. I don't even know why we're talking about this because it doesn't matter. But you said his football was attacking. Then you compared it to Ancelotti and Jurgen Klopp, and that's where you've lost your mind. Because let me finish. Why do you not let me land?
I want you to know if you listen to what I said. What was the comparison? Just answer the question. What was the comparison?
You won't even let me finish what I was saying.
Okay, go on.
Bro, to call his football attacking is a joke. What you said about what he does for the attackers, allowing them to just play off natural instinct, that's a fair point. But to call his football attacking is a lie. He sits back and plays like Thomas. He's like Thomas Frank. What he does is he sits back and he wants to counter-attack. He lets Burnley, I will never forget, Burnley and Sheffield United came to Stamford Bridge and bossed us in possession. You cannot call a manager who gets bossed at home to Burnley and Sheffield an attacking manager. He played Conor Gallagher in the number 10 role.
We scored 2 goals in both of those games.
Oh my God. Now, bro, that doesn't make you an attacking team.
Okay,
Listen
so can I debunk this? Can I just debunk this straight away? Because I'll be real,
is Jose Mourinho an attacking manager?
I wouldn't say so, no. But
Okay.
anyway,
How many times did we score 4? How many times did we score 6?
Hold on. Can I debunk what you had to say? So the 2 seasons that Pochettino challenged for the league with Tottenham, they led the league. Well, they were second in the league for goals in the first season with 69 goals, only behind Pep Guardiola's Manchester City in their first season with 71. So he got 69 goals in the league with Tottenham Hotspur. In the second season they challenged for the league, they led the league with goals scored with 86 behind Chelsea's 85. That's 2 seasons in a row when they were in the top 2 teams in terms of goals scored. Now,
Doesn't
if we
make
bring
you an
up,
attacking team.
what are you talking?
You just told me that Jose Mourinho.
Let me finish.
See this guy.
Let me finish.
See.
So once again, with this Chelsea team, we were 4th in the league. This is his first season. He inherited a team that finished 12th. The teams that the players that played on the starting 11 was a Nico Jackson, who was his first time in this league, and he was naturally a left winger who was playing striker. It was Cole Palmer, who this is the first time he's actually getting consistent.
What did you say?
What did I say that was false, bro?
Did you say we're the 3rd in the league? What did you say? Where were we in the league?
4th in the league with goals scored.
What position?
4th.
You're lying. Because look at Newcastle. Yeah,
okay, 5th. Okay, 5th. Regardless, we were scoring goals on a consistent basis. The flaw in our system was the 63 goals conceded. That's where the issues came. Now, my point is, Pochettino's football, the flaws in his system comes from the goals conceded is defensively. We are in terms of his football, it platforms his attackers. He has never had an issue with attackers, not once. Every single football team he's managed, the attackers have benefited the most. They're the only
because you're counter-attacking. Anyone can counter-attack. Oh my! Thiago's got 19 goals or whatever it is. It's easy to play in that system. Bring him to a top team. You think he's gonna get 19 goals again? They ain't gonna be that space. You ain't playing.
You don't want to listen.
You don't want to listen.
To get 50 GA from Jackson and Palmer, a Jackson who's not even a striker, he's a left winger from the Spanish league, which you told me yourself you don't hold to a high regard, and a Cole Palmer, who at the end of the day, this is his first season getting consistent minutes in the Premier League, and he got 50 GA out of them. How are you going to come out here and say he's not a good attacking manager?
Oh my God.
You cannot rate him as a manager in totality. I have no problem with that. Sitting here and telling me he doesn't platform his attackers, he's not a good attacking manager, is a blatant lie. Cole Palmer himself would credit Pochettino for what he did for him as an attacker. The moment that Cole Palmer lost the freedom that Pochettino gave him, that's when the levels began to drop. Facts. Like, let's not lie. Like, you cannot rate, and it's funny that you rate Palmer to such a high level and you love Palmer so much and all of these things, but you're not willing to give Pochettino his credit. That makes no sense.
Because I'm not like you. You can sit there and say what you want. If I saw Cole Palmer was special and I was talking to people in real life about how special Cole Palmer was before Pochettino played him for 90 minutes in a Premier League game, how can you sit here and tell me that Pochettino's the reason? I knew before you. I was walking in real life telling people about him.
I never said he is the sole reason. I'm not taking Palmer's talent away from him. I'm saying Pochettino's game and the football he played, Palmer benefited through it. That doesn't mean his talent isn't there. He's a talented footballer. But let's not act like a lot of this didn't come from what Pochettino, the way Pochettino platformed him. And then just a simple argument at the end of the day is he's playing less direct, more system, positional football with a slower tempo right now. Then explain to me why he's not getting those. We're not seeing the same thing. He's had 2 different managers now. He's not touched the levels he had with Pochettino. So, surely at a certain point, you got to just put your hands up and say, you know what? This football was the football he benefited from the most. You'd be better off putting that argument forward and saying we should try and replicate this direct football, this transitional play, because this is when Palmer thrives. You mentioned PSG, one of the best. You said yourself out your own mouth. PSG was the best football that we played, that Cole Palmer's played in a Chelsea kit. Fact, that's his best game in a Chelsea shirt. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's what I said.
We played transitional football in that cup final. And who benefited the most from that game?
That's not necessarily true. But okay.
What's not true about that?
We started that game on the front foot. We did not sit back. There was periods of the game. It wasn't transitional football. That's not true.
Every single goal we scored was in transition.
See, this is why you're chatting rubbish. If the goalkeeper gets the ball, and they're pressing us and we play a ball over the top, that's not transitional football.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Yes, it is. What you talk, bro? Like, bro, why are you just trying to what you're doing, yeah? What you're doing, I'm gonna get the stats of the Club World Cup final, yeah. But what you're doing, yeah, is you're walking yourself in a hole now, yeah. And it's just because you want to be right in this argument, and now you're exposing your bull nolly. And I believe
you compared Pochettino to Jurgen Klopp and Ancelotti, and you're talking to me.
Okay, the comparison was very simple. This is why comprehension is very important. The comparison was based. So if you did, you wouldn't be using this to try and like as if you got a one-up.
Okay, genius. You teach me. You teach me, genius.
Simply, all I was saying is the comparison was coming from the freedom they have in the final third from their attackers and the direct transitional play that Salah, Mane, Vinicius Jr., Benzema, Cole Palmer all benefited from under those 3 managers. If you don't see that, I didn't say they're the same. He's the same level as them as a manager. I'm just saying from an attacking level. If you don't get that, then that's a personal problem or that's a comprehension problem. Now, these are the statistics from the Club World Cup final. We had 34% possession. We had less passes, less accurate passes. However, we got and also less shots on target. Yet we beat them 3-0 convincingly. On expected goals, we dominated. With less corners as well, by the way. Ask yourself why. Because we beat them in transition. We played direct transitional football. That's the football that Cole Palmer thrives in. That's the football João Pedro thrives in. That's the football that Nico Jackson thrives in. You also mentioned Napoli. You said one of the best games this season and what we benefited from Cole Palmer was from Napoli. Once again, in that second half when Cole Palmer was on the pitch, the 2 goals that we scored, especially the last goal, the winning goal, came from us in transition. That is where these players benefit the most. And this is the football I've been asking for us to play for a long time, by the way. Since when Pochettino left, I said, let's just do transitional football. I don't mind parking the bus and hitting teams on the break because these players will benefit. So now, you just looked at these Club World Cup stats. Please, it's okay to just concede and say, you know what, bro, I was wrong. It's okay. Trust me. No one's judging me.
And it's also okay to say that you can suck my dick. It's also okay to say that.
What are we doing there? Like, what are we doing there, bro?
What are we doing here?
I don't understand. Like, why is that the response, bro?
Because niggas are you're being all slick, talking about comprehension and all of this. Like what the fuck?
Because you're trying to come on like I said that Pochettino's the same level or type of manager to Jurgen Klopp and Ancelotti. All I said is they are similar in the sense that they platform their attackers in the same way. With direct transitional football where they allow their attackers to express themselves however they like in the final third. You tried to come and say, oh, but you are comparing Pochettino to Ancelotti and Klopp. I never said they're the same type of manager. That's a comprehension issue. Now, let's not use this to deflect from what we're actually talking about, which is the transitional football that he played in this cup final. Because you said this is the best game he had in a Chelsea kit. This game was the closest we've seen Maresca ever play to Portugal in attacking wise, not defensively, attacking wise. So once again, your argument for Palmer playing his best football, it was us playing direct transitional football akin to Pochettino's football.
But wait, hold on a minute. Didn't you say that wasn't his best games, and his best games were against Everton and Brighton?
Everton, he played with Pochettino for that game.
No. Don't twist the argument now. Was it transitional football against Everton and Brighton? Yes or no?
Listen to what I'm saying.
See how you don't answer. What comprehension? I asked you a question.
And I'm answering the question. Like this doesn't help you in this argument at all, by the way. At all. Like you can try and do this, but it's not helping you the way you think it's helping you. As I was saying, against Everton at home, that was under Pochettino.
No. Okay.
Number one. 2, Brighton, that game, if you recall very well, we was hitting, them man tried to run us with a Hansi Flick high line. We was beating that high line ferociously. That was super direct. If you don't remember the way that Brighton were pressing us, that was super direct. The way we took that game, that we approached that game. That's not regular Maresca ball. So I don't know why you use those 2 games, because all that does is further support the point that Cole Palmer benefits from direct transitional football. So you're just supporting my argument, but you tried to deflect from the PSG game. Let's go back to the PSG game, because it's once again further supporting my point that the issue that we have right now is the football we play doesn't suit Cole Palmer. It has nothing to do with him. I think he's a superior talent. I think he's a great footballer. I think right now he's not in a good patch of form, which is understood. But let's be honest. Let's be honest here, bro. It surprises me that much you love Cole Palmer, but you don't want to give Pochettino credit.
You said that already. You're a broken clock. You just said that.
No, but it's actually weird to me. I don't understand that.
Because Pochettino gets way too much credit for something he didn't do.
What didn't he do?
He didn't do that. You're taking away from my man's greatness. Don't give it to Pochettino.
Wait, what are you trying to say? I'm very confused.
That Pochettino's overrated for any development in Cole Palmer. I'm not saying he didn't play any part, but you're giving him way too much credit. Like I said, it's for you guys. It's for you guys to sit there and talk about how much Pochettino did. It's for you guys. You are not the guys who knew Cole Palmer was special before Pochettino was coaching him. It's me that was doing that. That's in my real life. Do you get me? I've got the real receipts before Cole Palmer played 90 minutes for Chelsea.
Palmer himself, while he was playing under Maresca, posted the Everton game, which I referred to, and captioned it enjoyment.
I don't give a fuck what he posted.
Cole Palmer himself also said goodbye to Pochettino very passionately. Never said bye to Maresca at all. These things are important.
Nice agenda.
How is that agenda? This is facts. He said, look at himself. This is himself. Gaffer, thank you for everything you have done for me and making my dreams come true. All the best. But you want to say, Too True from South London wants to say that Pochettino did not play a role in the levels that Cole Palmer was playing in, but Cole Palmer himself is thanking him for what he's done for him. I don't get it.
That's cool. I could be Too True from London. I don't need no one in this chat or you respect to be nothing about me, bro. I'm me before this chat. I'm me before you. You can't disrespect me and say, "Oh, you're Too True from London. Who are you?" Because Too True from London. I don't give a damn. 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 I don't give a damn.
World, Cole Palmer's say so holds more weight than Too True from South London. Facts.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
Cole Palmer's voice himself. Cole Palmer's thanking the guy. You're coming here and you're saying with you weren't on the pitch with him. You wasn't there in training. Neither was I. I'm taking Cole Palmer's word for it over your word.
Okay. That's all. So and what's that supposed to mean to me?
I'm just telling you how I feel, bro. If you don't want to take it in, you don't want to take it in. But bro, Cole Palmer himself is giving this guy credit. So why can't you give him credit?
I don't have to do anything. You're a dick
No, you don't
sucker.
have to do it.
You're a dick sucker because you'll change the tune. You'll change the tune when it's another. You are. Let's be real. You will, because I'll bring up another player. I'll bring up another player right now who said something different, and you'll totally agree with that. I'll bring up right now how Enzo Fernandez is loved as a captain, but you'll tell me something different. You'll tell me this. You'll tell me that.
No, but what are you talking about? All you're doing is deflecting back and forth around stuff that don't make sense already, because now you're talking about Enzo Fernandez captain. What does that have to do with me and what we're talking about right now? I'm confused, bro.
You're the one who loves to do the side missions. But what does that have to do with what we're talking about right now?
About, bro? Listen, I don't know if you're mistaking it as I'm trying to diss Palmer or whatever. I'm not trying to diss him. I'm trying to talk about tactically how we can platform this player. That's what the conversation, what I was aiming for with this conversation. I could have come here and said, this guy, I don't think Cole Palmer shit. I don't think the answer is to sell Palmer. I think the criticism he gets comes from people like you who don't want to hold him accountable. To this week, you done a good job. You did do it. You got onto him a bit.
Shut up, man. Shut up. Don't tell me I did a good job.
Ultimately, you don't like people like you don't like to hold him accountable. That's where a lot of the criticism comes. At the end of the day, Cole Palmer, the levels he's shown over the last 3 years is better than every single player that we have signed under Blue Co. He's not the biggest of our issues. He shouldn't be sold. However, we need to be having honest conversations on how we can platform him and get the best out of him like we previously saw. And what I'm trying to say to you is the way we've benefited the most with Cole Palmer is direct transitional football. And that's all. I don't know why you're getting offended. I don't know why you're getting angry. I haven't dissed you. I'm not personally attacking you. All I'm saying to you is we need to play direct transitional football. The reason we've been going back and forth is because you don't want to acknowledge that Pochettino's football brought the best out of Cole Palmer for some odd reason. Like we can continue the conversation, but you seem as though you don't want to. I don't mind either way. I'm not upset. Like I genuinely I haven't said a lie once because I've realized you guys always feel like I'm trolling too much, like you say. So okay, so cool. I've given you guys a stream where we told the truth about the finances. We're speaking the truth now tactically on how we can improve the player that we've all now acknowledging there's an issue. Prior to me calling this stuff out for the last month, nobody wanted to address the issue. The conversation was, he's injured. How dare we? It's blasphemy. Now, naturally, everyone's actually having a conversation and we're all admitting he's not playing to his levels. Nice. We're finally all on the same page as a fan base. Now, what can we do to address this and bring him back to his best levels? Let's actually break down when he's performed his best, how he's performed his best, what particular games he's performed his best, and what were the game states like in those games. I think about Wolves when he got the goal and 3 assists, Wolves away under Maresca, the first win under Maresca. Transitional football. Brighton, 4 goals, transitional football. PSG in the final, transitional football.
I didn't say anything, I promise you.
What'd you say?
I say you just say anything.
But what am I saying? That's a lie.
Go on, bro.
You keep saying I'm saying anything, but I'm telling you the truth. He's not the only one in this team, but our attack is more suited, and especially Cole Palmer is more suited to direct transitional football. That's where we get the best out of them. You mentioned Bayern Munich this season. The goals and the way he was terrorizing them was in transition. They had a lot more of the ball. They were taking the game to us. We were the away team. We was getting them in transition. So what am I?
Was the away team against PSG? Did you say?
I said Bayern. You're not listening, bro. You just want to argue with me, bro. You're not actually listening.
I'll ask you a question.
I know, but in general, you're not actually trying to listen to what I'm saying. You just want to argue and rebuttal everything and whatever that. What I'm saying is, I'll be honest. This is the most honest I've been about Cole Palmer all season. So I don't why are you getting upset about it?
Because you just talk too much shit sometimes, to be fair, fam.
What in this conversation, what shit have I said? What shit
See,
have I told
I told you before, not just this conversation. I didn't even watch there was something you said on, I didn't even watch the TikTok properly. I don't know why I had my name in it, my face in it. You was chatting some rubbish about purple patch, and I don't know what you was talking about, honestly. Then you're going on like it's just me. Cam said it as well the other day. I remember he said it. He said, bro, I don't know why you're like, do you get me? You said something. I can't remember what you said.
What are you on about?
You said something. You said something. I can't remember what you said. It was yesterday.
I said something on stream yesterday.
Yeah, you said something like, oh, he's I can't remember what you said now.
So we're having an honest conversation right now.
We are having an honest conversation.
I'm not having an honest conversation.
We are having an honest kind of conversation.
Okay, cool. We're having an honest conversation right now, yeah? This is the most honest. Now, I'm not trying to take the piss or rage bait the chat or our fan base or whatever. I'm actually just saying, you know what? Let's talk ball, tactically, whatever. How can we improve Cole Palmer's situation? You've, in this conversation, you haven't really, I asked you, you said I just say stuff, whatever. I'm asking you to reference anything I've said in this conversation where I've chatted shit. You've referred to previous conversations and previous days, not this particular one. So I'm under the assumption that this conversation, I haven't said anything wrong. So I don't understand why this is your response to this conversation. We could just simply have this conversation. We could talk about this tactically. You just don't want to give Pochettino his credit. So you've taken it on a left space for no reason. I don't really get where this is going. Nah, genuinely. And then let's go back to the actual article. Because I don't like this article, but I'll get to this article in a second. Because I don't like what this is. I've seen this before. But let's finish the article. So Chelsea have shown they can compete without him. Without Palmer, Chelsea have won 73% of their games this season compared to which 24 when he plays. They have taken 2.27 points per match without him compared to 1.18 with him and have improved from 1.5 to 2.2 goals per game in his absence. There are curious statistics given Palmer's decisive performances in both the Conference League final against Real Betis and the Club World Cup final against PSG in July. Wins that confirm his status as Chelsea's main match winner. At the beginning of last season, Palmer rested for their preseason tour of the USA, giving him the platform to start 36 games. Palmer was mostly rested in the Conference League, but played 556 of the 570 minutes available in the Club World Cup in what he said were difficult conditions while winning FIFA's new expanding competition. It led to a 336-day season for Palmer despite him being afforded time off during the preseason. Chelsea delayed the start of preseason training, but ultimately had only 35 days, the club's shortest ever break between seasons and 2 days fewer than the COVID-effective 19-20. They're talking about the injury situation, long story short. He said after Wolves, I'm still not there physically, but I hope with the medical staff here, I'll come back and show my level again. To be honest, I don't like this article that they're writing. I don't like the article that they're writing right now. To be honest with you, how I'm looking at this, I believe they're doing what they did with Mason Mount, where when Nizar Kinsella, and I'm gonna actually message him. I have him on WhatsApp, but I've never really spoken to him like that. We played each other on Fantasy League. That's really about it. But Nizar Kinsella is Chelsea's correspondent journalist for BBC Sport and whatever. As you can see, he's always talking Chelsea. He's Chelsea's main correspondent. So for him to come out and write a statement like this is backed by the club. It's backed by the club, and it's coming across to me as a briefing that this guy wants man gone. These man want to start doing these conversations where it's like, oh, we're better off without him. So in any case, God forbid that he gets shipped, man can say, you know what, at the end of the day, we were winning 74% of the games without him. We saw the conversations that we just had with Bobby. We saw the reality of our situation. Someone is going to have to leave. Somebody's going to have to leave. We need to subsidize these losses ASAP. We are already aware of this. Now, if we start doing this, and it now becomes a situation where we need to sell players, And now they're picking out articles. Who's the player that can turn over the most profit? Well, Enzo Fernandez, we signed for 105 million. We're selling him 100% on a loss. Cucurella, we signed for 65 million. He's got 2 years on his deal. Are we making a profit of that? If we do, maybe it'll be about 5 to 10 million max. Okay, so who can we actually flip for a profit, a good profit, and help us balance our books? This guy, who we signed for 30 million, and we could get over 100 million on profit alone. 100 million profit alone. So now what they're doing is getting somebody who's a mouthpiece of the club, because, mind you, they can shut this article down. He works for the club. The club can shut this stuff down. So for him to release articles saying Chelsea have shown they can compete without him, we've won 73% of the games without him, they are trying to ship this guy out of the club. They're trying to hound this guy out of the club. And that is where we draw the line. Man are taking the piss. And this is when I say we're becoming like Arsenal Football Club. And I've been trying to tell you, man, and you man argue with me, the man haven't won a trophy. Oh my God, the man haven't won a trophy. We're in fucking debt. What's going to eventually happen is our best players are now going to have to leave the club. Our best players are now going to have to leave the club. So this is when these sort of briefs are coming out. They're already trying to soft launch it. And in any instance that he does leave the club, oh, well, it doesn't matter. We're shit without him anyway. We won 73% of the games without him. And he's been injured. So, and then, oh, he hasn't reached the 2024 levels. It was a purple patch, maybe. That's what happens next. Look how many Arsenal players got bounced. Thierry Henry, Vieira, Adebayor joined rivals. Ashley Cole joined rivals. Fabregas, Nasri, Clichy, Sanya, Van Persie. This is the process that them man had to go through because they were in the sewers. They needed to turn over. They needed to repay debts. Well, man don't wanna. When I say we're like Arsenal, man have arguments with me. Oh, CB are arcing rivals. Oh, CB, they haven't won 2 Champions Leagues. Wake up and smell the fucking coffee, bro. H, the finances have never been so dark. Do I have the tab still open? Oh, I closed the tab. I was gonna show you. I closed the tab. Long story short, yeah, we need to make at least 7 billion in 6 years. And in the last 3 years on the Clear Lake, we have taken over 200 million in losses. We're bleeding money. It's bad. We're going to end up getting foreclosed by the loaners, Ares, and all of these companies that we've lent money from, Bank of America, JP Morgan, all of these companies. We're putting ourselves in a situation where we're eventually going to have to get sold on or be owned by them. Similar to what's happening to Lyon, similar to what's happened with Inter Milan. We are in a shit show of a situation. And the only way that we can balance books and these things don't happen is if we start cashing in on the players that are the best players in the team. Guys like Caicedo and Enzo, you're not getting a profit from them. They cost 100 million. Forget it. We're lucky to get 80 million off Enzo Fernandez. If we got 85 million of Enzo Fernandez, we got lucky. Cucurella 65 million. Let's go through the highest the transfers that we made on the Clear Lake. Raheem Sterling 47.5 million. Did we make a profit? No. I think it also does the sales. Koulibaly 33 million, Slolina 12, Chukwuemeka 20, Cucurella 62, Casadei 16, Fofana 75, Aubameyang 12, Zakaria loan, Bajashil 35, Fofana 10, Andre Santos 13, Yao Felix 10 million loan, Mudryk 88.5, Noni Madueke 29, Gusto 30. These were the outgoings. 20 million Werner, 15 Emerson, 11 Jorginho, 8 Billy Gilmore, 7 Lukaku. Did they put Enzo Fernandez here? Enzo Fernandez ain't in this list for some odd reason, but that's 105. Anyway, Caicedo 115, Lavia 58. Let's just actually break this down. Let's go back a bit. Let's go back a bit. Sterling, no profit. Koulibaly, I don't think we made a profit. We'll go back and check. Chukwuemeka, we made profit. 62 Kukurea, I don't think we make a profit. If we do, it's maybe 5 million. He's got 2 years left in his deal. Wesley Fofana, 75 million, no profit. Badger Shield 35, maybe. Andre 13, yeah, we can flip him. And Dacho Fofana 10 million, no profit. Mudrik 88.5 million, no profit. Noni 29 million, we flipped him for 30 million profit. Gusto 30 million, we could flip him. Caicedo 115, we're not flipping that. Lavia 58 million, we're not flipping that. Disasi 39 million, he's on a dry loan to West Ham, he ain't got no offers, we're not getting profit. Sanchez 25 million, we could get a profit on that. Ugochukwu 23 million, we'll get back to that. David Washington, what we couldn't get a profit on of 25 million. We can't sell him for 30 million in this market. You're chatting shit. But anyway, David Washington 17 million, Angelo 13 million, Cole Palmer 42 million. We can make a profit on. Angelo, I think we made profit. Nico Jackson 32, we could make a profit. I don't think it'd be great. In Nkunku, we sold at a loss. Mason Mount sold for 55, Havertz 65, Kovacic 25, Mendy 16, Pulisic 18, Loftus-Cheek 15, Ampadu 7, Callum Hudson-Odoi 5. Mind you, Pulisic would still be our starting left winger today. Facts, not feelings. I want to know how much Koulibaly was sold for. Koulibaly. We sold him on a loss. We sold him on a loss. Half the price. Neto 51 million. Do we make a profit? Jorge Mendes is his agent, perhaps. Felix, we sold on a loss. Kieran Dewsbury Hall, we broke even. Flip Jorgensen 24 million. We sold him on a well, that's a loss. Omari Kellerman 22 million. That's a loss. Renato Vega, profit. Caleb Wiley, loss. Anselmino 16 million, probably profit. Lukaku 30 million, Matson 37, Gallagher 34, Lewis Hall 28, which is a criminal. That's criminal. We need to, if Kukurea's going, we need to do everything in our power to try to get Lewis Hall back. Omari Hutchinson 18 million, CH Silva 3, Penders 17 million, Esugo 18, Delap 30. The only thing I see with Delap, we could potentially break England off the fact he's English. We could potentially break even. I know Everton had interested him. Asugo, we ain't seen play. Penders, we ain't seen play. Mamadou Sarr, 12 million, potentially. He's 20 years old. Joao Pedro, 55 million. Gittins, 48. We're not making profit. Hato, 38. I don't know. Garnacho's not there for 40 odd. I don't know. Noni, 48. Nkunku, so Noni, profit. Nkunku, loss. Felix, loss. Dewsbury Hall, loss, but we could break even. Leslie Badger Shield, we made 3 million profit. Petrovic, we made 10 million profit. Broja, pure profit, 20 million. Vega, 9 million profit. So, bro, what? All right, bro. Real talk. The financial situation's fucking mad. Especially because we're considered a club, yeah, who buy and sell to flip. What that we stock trade players. That's our whole model. That's how we build things. And then you look at our window and the fact that we bought Joao Felix for 45 million and sold him for 26. We bought Kieran Dewsbury for 35 million and sold him for 25. We bought Leslie for 23, sold him for 25. Where's the profits coming from? 52 million on Nkunku, we sold for 36. Where's the profits coming from? The only players that can command profits is Colwill, Reece James, because they're pure profit. Acheampong, pure profit. And then it's the likes of Cole Palmer, who we signed for 40 million, we could potentially get 100 back. Nico Jackson, who we signed for 30 million, we could potentially get 50 or 60 from. And then it starts getting spooky. Gittins was for 48 million pounds. We have to start having conversations about getting rid of our best players. Chalobah, yes, he's another one. Cobham, pure profit. Then we have to start having conversations about getting rid of our best players, bro. They're flipping players and not even making money, bro. It's uncomfy, but this window is probably when man are going to start going. Because I look at this window, we can't make a profit over Caicedo. We can't make a profit over Lavia right now. We've taken a loss on this Sassy. Too True says we can't make more than 25 million on Robert Sanchez. I find that super hard to believe. I think if we put Sanchez in the market, we can get 35 to 40 million on him. Based on the fact that he's 28 years old, he's a Spanish international. He's our number one goalkeeper. We signed him as a third choice. He's our number one goalkeeper. And in terms of shot stopping metrics, he's up there with the top 5 goalkeepers in the league, in the world.
Sure.
But no, if you don't agree with me, you can tell me you don't agree. But I'm not saying
it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You got this nonsense to just say.
This is
Spanish international.
This is not a conversation on if I rate him or if I don't rate him or if you don't rate him.
You can't make a profit on him. You can't make it. It's just ridiculous. No one wants Sanchez.
You're telling me we cannot sell this guy for 30-odd million.
The best keeper in the world who won the Champions League last year. He went for about 25 million to Man City or whatever it was.
He had a year left in his deal.
It don't matter. Sanchez got 2. Oh wow! So for an extra year, they're gonna pay 35 million for Sanchez.
Okay, 30 million.
Who doesn't start for his country? Third choice at Brighton. Stop this. You love Sam. You want to do the Sanchez prop so much.
It's not prop.
I don't Sanchez.
I'm not propping nobody right now. But okay, I don't need to die on the Sanchez profit hill, bro. If anything, if you don't make profit, it just supports my argument further. So I don't care. But let's say we get 25 million from him or 20 million from him. That all it does is further support my argument that we're signing players under the model of that we're apparently trying to flip them, yet we sell these players on a loss. So I'm looking at here, the only true players we can make a profit of is Cole Palmer and Nicholas Jackson, who were combined cost 74.5 million. For context, we signed Garnacho and Gittins for 90 million. But Cole Palmer and Jackson cost 74.5 million, and Cole Palmer can go for over 100 million. Nico Jackson, we can get maybe 60. I'll be real. Those are the ones you need to look at and be worried about.
No, it's not. It's fear mongering. That's what you're doing.
Fear mongering.
You are fear mongering.
Okay. So then, when you're seeing articles from mouthpieces of our club,
I've seen loads of articles.
From not mouthpieces of our club, Nizar Kinsella allegedly, because I don't want to say something mad and whatever, is employed by Chelsea Football Club.
So it's allegedly.
No, because I'm just saying that I don't want to get myself in trouble. But as far as I'm concerned, he's a correspondent of Chelsea. If for him to release,
I should believe everything he says.
What did he say? Did he make a transfer rumor? Well, no one's asking you to believe what he said. For him to make an article talking about us being better off without Cole Palmer, the franchise player of this team, the face of our project and our football club, the club are in every reason and every right to shut it down. These type of briefs, I've seen this before. This is the same thing they did with Mason Mount. They do these sort of briefs when they want a soft launch, getting a player out of here, and they want the fan base to feel like they're better off without them. These are the little things they start doing. They already briefed, as well as that this season, that they're prepared to build around Esteval. These are the things, these little things you need to pay attention to because they're the warning signs. We know how this ownership operate. We know how they start briefing things when they want things to change, when they want to change their opinions on certain things. Now, if you want to take it as fear mongering and whatever, that's you. I know this. I know these ownerships, bro. You got to know your enemy, bro. The conversation, by the time they pull that trigger, the fan base is going to turn on Palmer already. By that point, they're going to be like, we're done with him. We don't need him. We have Esteval anyway. Oh, no, we've won 73% games without him. We don't need him. When all we have to do to platform this guy is build to his strengths. Direct transitional football. He will benefit. Esteval will benefit. Even the likes of Neto and Enzo, you will get the most out of them because they're running into space. Enzo's playing passes, of course, over the to the last man. This is the way we will benefit from these man's football. But they would rather turn the fan base against the youth, do these articles, and flip him for profit because they have no other choice. Simple. If you can say speculation, but we went through the final.
Can you name me the player that they've done that to before? That they've done that.
Can I name you the last time we've ever had three consecutive years with over 250 million in losses? When have we ever broken the UEFA record for the biggest losses pre-tax?
You asked me about comprehension, but then when I asked you a question, you didn't answer.
Because I'm answering your question. We have never had this sort of financial situation up until now. They told us for a long time that they were planning to raise the value of these players and flip them. At what point do we pull the trigger if it's not the time when our finances are the worst it's ever been? We don't have a permanent front and shirt sponsor. We're not making revenue from the stadium. These are the things that we've established a long time ago. So, if already we don't know about Champions League, but regardless, let's say Champions League is in the fold, yeah? What guarantees do we have to bring over revenue other than selling players? But if you want to call it fear-mongering, cool, let it be fear-mongering. But when shots to happen, cool. I've never, ever been wrong about this ownership. Never, ever in my life have I been wrong about this ownership. I said, you can go back to my shit. I said Maresca would not last 2 years at this football club. I said when Pochettino got sacked, they're going to bring in someone else and it won't change. I've been saying for 2-3 years this squad isn't good enough. I was saying when Thomas Tuchel got sacked, these men don't know what they're doing. Todd Bowley comes out this weekend and says, yeah, I didn't know what I was doing. I've never, ever been wrong about this ownership. This response you're giving me, I have never been wrong about this ownership. This response you're giving me right now, too true. Oh, you're fear-mongering. Oh, you're da-da-da. I've gotten this response for 4 years in a row now. For 4 years. It's not going to stop now because you don't believe what I have to say. It happens. Yeah, we can go. What I've been doing now is I start every stream with videos from my own channel. We're listening to the stream. You're listening to the intros. You would think if I wasn't skinny or my hair wasn't short, you would say to yourselves, "Right, this was today," because everything I'm saying is still the case now. But no one wants to pay attention. It's fear-mongering. Oh, I'm delusional. Oh, I hate the club. I'm doing this for clicks. Okay, no problem. Eventually, those that don't listen will feel. That's my approach. It's been my approach for too long. It's not going to change today. Like, you look at the likes of Arsenal, who had to sell Nasri, Clichy, Sagna, Thierry Henry, Vieira, Adebayor, Robin van Persie, like Fabregas. That was the if you think about the Emirates era, that's the face of the Emirates era. All the greats from that era have been bounced because they were in depth, because they had to manage books after the stadium, because they were not winning at a certain level. They needed to turn over pros. Okay, so then what did they do? They sold their best players. So now, why do you think we're above doing that when we're taking bigger losses? Exactly. Arsenal didn't even spend 2 billion. Arsenal are not taking 250 million in financial losses every year. Arsenal don't owe arrears 500 million, which they need to pay back in 6 years, and with interest, with a 13% interest, which equals 1.7 billion, and then another 700 million, which in interest costs 5 billion. Not to mention the loans they've taken out from Bank of America and JP Morgan, which Bloomberg have all highlighted a long time ago. This is all there. This is all information. Then their feeder club Strasbourg are taking bigger losses than Manchester City. This is all available information to you guys. You man are not paying attention to this stuff. If you man don't pay attention to it, no one's going to pay attention to it. It's you man's football club. Who else is going to do it? It's you man's football club. Why? If you man don't want to care about you man's football club's finances, it's fear-mongering. Oh, you're fear-mongering. Oh, it's negative. It's bad vibes. Da-da-da. No problem. No problem. Because when we get ourselves into a situation like Leeds,
See, that's fear mongering again. I like how you're slick though. I like how you're slick though.
It's
I like how you're
a
slick with it.
possibility. It's not fear mongering. It's a
It
possibility.
is. So it's a possibility. It's not
But
certainty.
it is. But it's not a possibility for Manchester City right now. It's not a possibility for. It's not a possibility for Arsenal. It's not a possibility for Man United right now. It's not a
Don't Man
possibility.
City have 115 charges.
Oh my God, you're doing that thing. We have 109 charges. What the fuck does that mean?
But you said it's not possible for them.
It's not possible for them because they're not in crippling debt. We are, regardless of charges, we are in fucking debt. Like, what are we talking about? Like, you want to call it fear mongering and all of this stuff? Calm, no problem, man. I swear, I'm at that point. Calm, bro. Calm. In the meantime, let's find some old video.
He spoke to Bobby today.
Do you think that's the first time I ever spoke to Bobby, bro?
See, I didn't. Did I say that? What alluded you to think that I said that?
Because you said I spoke to Bobby today.
I said we spoke to Bobby today. So that's what I'm saying already. You're talking to me about comprehension. I said we.
Okay, go on.
We spoke to Bobby today, and he was saying in there at the end that let's wait until the summer and see what happens in the transfer window. Let's see what happens in the transfer window. There's no point in speculating about a lot of this stuff until we see what happens. Let's see if we get top 4 football. Then we'll see. That will be the eye opening to everything. Not the eye opening to everything. The eyes are open. That will be the conclusion of the project. The conclusion of everything they've done. Like I said this yesterday. This is their last straw. Rosinha is their last straw. There's nothing blue code they can do after Rosinha. That is their last straw. They've already gone Potter, inexperienced manager who's basically a nobody. Then they said, okay, you tell us we need experience. They went Pochettino. Then they tried to go in the middle and get Maresca. Now they've gone Rosinha. Bro, there's a lot of it comes to an end, but we won't know until the summer. We need to see what happens this summer.
So you'd rather wait?
I'd rather wait what? To know the information.
You'd rather wait because, mind you, I'm going to play you videos from 2023 season, yeah? And the same things that you're saying now is the same things people back then were saying to me. We don't know that. They've just been here. They told us the project isn't, they're here till 2033. We don't know. In 2028 or 2029, we could be one of the best teams in the world. Kendry Paez is coming soon. Guys, don't worry. Kendry Paez is coming. Oh, we might be getting Declan Rice or Caicedo. Once we get a DM for Enzo, once we get Poch gone, all of the stuff you're saying, wait. I've been waiting for 4 years. I've actually been waiting for 4 years. At what point do we have these conversations as a fan base? Don't you prepare for the inevitable, or if not the inevitable, don't you prepare for the possibility of danger? Like you might be a father now, or you plan to be a father in the future. Do you not want to prepare for contingencies in case shit doesn't work out in life and you can't take care of your kinfolk? This is the same way I'm looking at this. We as a fan base need to prepare contingency plans or understand what our situation is and what's going to happen. Or we're just going to sit here and keep waiting until it's too late. We've had 4 protests. I've not seen more than 200 men at any of them. We have 40,000 capacity stadium. We say we're the biggest club in London. We got better, man. Oh my God. No one shows up, but everyone apparently cares. Everyone puts the finger at the sporting directors. All the sporting directors. I used to do it because I didn't know. I didn't know no better. I used to spend every single day without fail, Win Stanley, Lawrence Stewart, Joel Shields. They're holding a crashing every day. The originals will tell you. We used to grill them. We used to do freestyles. I used to make the chat write words and we'll do a freestyle just grilling them, man. Non-stop. Every single day. Every stream dumping on the sporting directors. Then I realized these sporting directors still have a job. So surely they're doing the right things in the eyes of their employers. Surely that means at the end of the day, they're being instructed by the higher-ups to evoke their will. So us shouting, sporting directors, Win Stanley, Lawrence Stewart, you're shit, Joe Shields, you man are shit. Joe Shields is a whole separate issue with the whole Kinetic Academy and all of that shit. But Lawrence Stewart, Win Stanley, you man are shit, fuck the sporting directors. Mind you, at the time I was getting onto the sporting directors, Everyone told me these sporting directors. How can you get onto the sporting directors, CB? They gave us Palmer. How can you get onto the sporting directors? They got us Enzo and Caicedo. How can you get onto the sporting directors, CB? They got us Modric. That's what these lot were saying to me back then. The squad's good enough. The only thing they got wrong is Poch. Now they're getting onto the sporting directors. Now, because it's cool. The sporting directors done the biggest issue. It's the ownership. It's the under-25s model. They're just doing their job. What sporting directors are getting you top players with 150k wage bill? What sporting directors are doing that? What sporting directors can build a real squad when we're in crippling debt and we have to flip players for profit? They're just scapegoats. They're just human shields to protect the ownership from their will and the fact that they fucked up our finances and we're in the sewers. But now all of these guys that they think it's cool now to talk about the sporting directors because they didn't back their daddy Maresca, who, by the way, the sporting directors handpicked. Oh, no, sporting directors out. Bro, I'm allow it, bro. I'm wasting my time talking about the sporting directors when the ownership is the biggest issue. Like, what are we doing? Why am I going to sit here and go hours? Oh, the sporting directors. Oh, I was out here asking for Luis Campos. You think Luis Campos is going to come and take a job here? Luis Enrique's rejected us. Hansi Flick's rejected us. So I've already seen the best managers in the world don't want to. Arnie Slot rejected us. The best managers in the world don't want to come here. Okay, that's red flag number one. The best sporting directors in the world don't want to come here. Now, Christopher Vivell walked out on us in 3 months because they didn't want to bring in Nagelsmann. These are guys that are seasoned, that have a reputation in the footballing world. That's weird. Okay, so top managers don't want to come here. Sporting directors are walking out on us mid-season. This is fishy. Okay, who's our sporting directors now? Guys from Brighton who previously worked for Wigan, Hull City, Southampton. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Brighton, RB Barringtino, New York Red Bull. That's already enough for me at that time to say something funny is going on and I'm not fucking with it. Why did we just spend 80-odd million on Modric and I never knew who the fuck he was? I've never watched him play live. That's a red flag. No, but he cooked. He chose Arsenal over us. Okay, this is weird. Oh yeah, we have the best squad. Oh, the squad is so good. We could challenge for a title. Potts just needs to leave. I'm looking at the squad. Enzo Fernandez, before joining Chelsea, was 6 months removed from River Plate. He was playing for River Plate 6 months before he joined us. Caicedo, as good as he is, I didn't know Caicedo 1 year before we signed him. This is getting fishy. Wesley Fofana, we spent 75 million on him. At that point, he didn't play a game that season under Pochettino because of his injury. Colwill, who you man told me was the best, the next big thing, the next John Terry, give him the number 26. He's the truth. We don't need Koulibaly, an experienced centre-back. We don't need Koulibaly. We've got Colwill. This is getting fishy still. This is getting fishy. Remember, Thiago Silva was the scapegoat, and the reason why our defense is leaky is because Thiago Silva is 40 years old and we can't play a high line. Remember when that man used to say that Disasi was the next John Terry? I remember all of this, bro. Oh, get Enzo a DM. Get Enzo a DM. We got him Caicedo. We play Enzo in the 10. Enzo shouldn't be playing high up on the pitch. Why is Gallagher the 10? Put Enzo in the 10. We put Enzo in the 10 now. Put him further back. Let him be the deep lying playmaker. Okay. Is it now? Give Modric 5 games. He's not getting enough minutes. Give Modric 5 games. It's all Poch's fault. Give Modric 5 games. Okay. You remember what my favorite one of that season was? Wait for Nkunku to come back. Wait for Nkunku to come back. When Nkunku comes back, we're gonna cook. When Nkunku comes back, we're gonna cook. Is it, yeah? All right, then.
It's funny how you fall into some of the traps that you say that you didn't want to fall for, that you was angry with.
What?
Like saying that, oh, give this guy 5 games, give Modric 5 games. But now you're on the internet saying, give Jamie Gittins a run of games. I've got Jamie Gittins stocks.
Look, look at the stuff you're using. Firstly, yeah, I've never once said Gittins has taken us to the promised land. Like these type of when we have these conversations right now, yeah, and we're debating what play the season started. When the season started, at the end of the day, the players we have are the players we have. Now, us debating, oh yeah, Garnacho's playing left wing. Oh no, I don't want Garnacho to play left wing. I want Gittins to play left wing. Oh, I don't want Gusto to play right back. I want Achapong to play. Regardless, these men are all shit. They're not winning us a league title. They're not winning us Champions League. Facts. There's no point. Like we could do these little debates mid-season when we're just trying to figure out what's our best 11. Because at the end of the day, it's been 3 years and we don't even know our best 11 till this day, which is mind games. But when we're trying to figure out our best 11 and we're arguing, oh, which shit player do you prefer? What type of shit do you prefer? Do you guys prefer the corn or do you prefer the Cocoa Pops type shits? Or do you prefer runny shit? Oh, I don't know. I prefer runny shit with the skid marks on the ball. No, I like the splash bombs. Oh, I like that. That's what we're arguing right now. But the fact of the matter is these men are shit. It's not fooling for it. These men are shit. I know these men are shit. These men can't start for any of the best teams in the world. We all know this stuff. We're just debating shit versus shit in these little player debates. What shit player do you like the most? Oh, I like Gittins. I like Garnacho. I like Gusto. These men ain't going to war for us. We know we're not winning a war with these men. Like we all know this. But we have to watch this. The season started. We have to watch it. We might as well pick our stop, make the season fun, bro. You need to realize prior to this season, the end of last season, I wasn't enjoying any of this. This wasn't fun for me. I used to actually get depressed, bro. It was miserable. I used to it used to do me in. I told this story last season. Bro, my anniversary of my shorty, bro, against Arsenal last season, yeah, was meant to go sexy fish. I booked it out, whatever, yeah. We lost against Arsenal 1-0. Marino scored at the Emirates, and Timber shook Maresca's hand. Mum's life, I cancelled the plans. We didn't go nowhere. That's how much it started affecting me, bro. So I was like, cool, let's figure out ways. Shorty's even, because she actually cares about me. Shorty's like, we need to figure out ways to for you to enjoy the games again. I know you care, but have some fun. Implement some fun ways. Your chat engage with you. They find you funny. Do some fun ways to actually enjoy the game. Okay, let's do player stocks. What bum out? All the bums. Who's your favorite bum? Pause. Who's your favorite scrub? Okay, I used to always ask. My main things I used to always ask. I think I even asked you when you first joined the chat. I said, aside from the favorites, the Enzo, Caicedos, Cole Palmer, Reece James, who's your favorite player? Because at the end of that, from already that question is mind games. Now you know, fuck, I got to pick some bummy players now. And you got to think, who's my favorite out of all these scrubs? Oh, I like Andre Santos because he's newer. Because he's a newer guy and he's Brazilian. Oh, I like Andre Santos. Oh, I like Achampong because he's Cobham. Of course, you'll back the Cobham. I like we're all just arguing guys that are dead, bro. But we just do it because wow, what fun is there? Like the season started, bro. Let's have fun. Let's pick our favorite scrubs. Let's buy some stocks. Let's make this fun. Put your stocks in these scrubs and let's see who makes the most profit. Let's make this fun. Who actually knows ball? Who can get the best return of their investment? These men are flipping these players for profit anyway. Let's see what we can do with these man. That's how I look at it. Like that don't mean I'm falling for the traps because everything I'm saying now, I said last season. The streams are all there. All my Chelsea football opinions are documented. All the stuff you see from me nowadays, and I'm actually trying to balance it because I really enjoyed the stream today because we're actually landing it and I'm enjoying it. But generally, bro, up until this season, I wasn't having fun, bro. This is my way of actually enjoying this shit. Oh, the squad's dead. I've been calling the squad dead for since Die Kingdom Come. I've been calling this team dead. What am I gonna do now? You know what I'm saying, Reaper? It's fashionable to call out the ownership. They don't actually mean it. These men go to games. These man don't they don't show up to the protests. They don't actually call out Blueco by name. They'll rather say directors. They don't even do the research on the finances and what's going on. They're not actually looking into any serious things. The only things they cry about when they talk about the ownership is, you're not bringing my favorite player in. Oh, you signed a player I don't rate. Oh, you sacked a manager that I love so much. Like, it's lazy, bro. That do your actual due diligence and understand why the fuck the club's in a mess. And even when I bang my jokes and I troll, I still never ever go away from my pure principles. You will never ever see me praising this ownership. You will never ever see me praising this transfer model. You will never ever see me not asking for world-class players. You'll never ever see me lower my standards and say that we're not. Every season I say I want to win the league. Every season I say we're in the title race until we're not in the title race. Every single season, I come out here to you, man, and I say we're in the title race until it's factually not like until it's impossible. I come out and say we're winning the league, we're going for the league, because that's what I grew up as a Chelsea fan. I'm not lowering my standard. Right now, I'm saying we want to win the Champions League. I'm not tolerating nothing but Champions League. If we don't get Champions League, sack him, because that's the standard. The moment we go into season saying I want to be in top 4, I want to get top 4 in the cup. What the fuck is top 4? You think when Cole Palmer and Enzo retire, they're going to frame the day that they got top 4 against Nottingham Forest on their wall and tell their kids, guys, this is the day that I got top 4 football in 24-25 season. No one gives a fuck about top 4. I want to win. My principles will always be the same. I will little troll you guys here and there. I might say, oh, I like this shit player. Well, let me just rattle some guys. But my principles will never, ever change. Even not the other day, a couple months ago, and I knew he was going to do this, yeah? When we beat Barcelona, I said, you know what? I'm going to give the sporting directors credit. Carefree Lewis clipped it up a couple months later when Maresca got sacked. CB is gassing up the directors. CB was gassing up the directors. Yeah. When are you, man, going to wake up and smell the coffee and realize that these directors are just employed by the club? These directors aren't the biggest issue. The ownership is. Are you going to call out the ownership? Nah. You ain't going to do that, though, are you? Are you going to call out Blue Code? Nah. Are you man going to break down the club's finances and see what's going on and why we're in debt, when we need to pay it back, how much we owe, what we need to do to pay the debt back? Nah. What's the easiest thing to do? Lawrence Stewart, your shit. Oh, when Stanley, get out of my club. And when Lawrence Stewart goes to Spurs, yeah, if he ends up going to Spurs, yeah, these lot are going to celebrate it and say, yes, Chelsea are back now. So they're going to celebrate and say, Chelsea are back. Win Stanley's gone. Yes, we're going to have a transfer window. Now we can buy the players that we love. This and that. We're broke on the World Cup year. This is a World Cup year and we're broke. That's the worst time. That's the worst time to not qualify for Champions League or be broke. And we're both of them. That's crazy. And the thing is, yeah, it's not, listen, if you're broke, bro. It's life. It gets like that, bro. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be precipitations in life. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's ups, there's downs. That's part of the game. But what I hate is people that are broke and pretend like they got it. That's what Chelsea are doing right now. They're flexing like they got butter. They ain't got butter. They're lying. These men are going to the club, buying bottles, linking galley, getting smart whip. You know what I'm saying? Going to the AP. And then when they go home, they're having cereal for dinner. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Sometimes have you ever had cereal where there's no more milk and you put the cereal and you have to mash it in and that and just try and force it? That's what them men are on now. They're having corned beef and toast. They're doing all fuckeries behind closed door, but when they step out there in designer, they're going to the bar. Now they're even doing the ultra bummy things there because they're going to brief to everybody that they're onto players that they're not getting and they know they can't afford. So now they're doing mind games. They're going to girls in the club trying to move to gal, and they're like, no, look, they're on this shit. They're going to the club, yeah, moving gal, and they're like, yo, listen, you're right, yeah? Yeah, my name's Chelsea. What are you saying? Yeah, you saying you're a top baller, yeah? Yeah. Listen, look, do you know Richard Millies? You know this thing? Yeah, I'm going to grab this thing, you know? Yeah, I'm going to the jewelers tomorrow to grab it. Yeah, do you want to come with me? You know what, yeah? You might as well bring your friend. If you're lucky, I might even bring something back for you as well. Yeah, real talk. Yeah, real talk. What are you saying? Let me get your number, though. Let me get your number. Yeah, say no more. I'm gonna shout you, innit? Yeah. What do you say my name was? My name's Chelsea, bro. My name's Chelsea. All right, say nothing. I'm gonna shout you, yeah? You're good stuff, innit? You saying you might as well come back to the AP. All right, say no more. All right, good. But the next thing, yo, we saying, miss you good. What's your name? My name's Emily. Oh, he's saying Emily, you good. Like, listen, look, I'm going to grab this thing. You know this thing, the Royal Oak, Skelly. Yeah, man's grabbing the Skelly still. Yeah. This thing, bad boy thing. What, you want to come with me to Hattons tomorrow to grab it? You want to come Hattons with me to grab it tomorrow? Yeah, calm. Say no more, Emily. Yeah, my name's Chelsea. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. And then they go link the gal. They go to the jewelry store with the gal on a mind games. They go link the girl in the jewelry store. And do you know what these men are on doing? Do you know what these men are out here doing? And it's the maddest part about it all. It's the maddest part of it all. They go to Hattons. Oh, yeah, yeah, listen, babes, link me. I'm grabbing this Richard Millie. They're calling everyone. What are you doing today? Oh, my bro, I can't lie. I'm mad busy today still. I'm going to grab my Richard Millie still. What, you're grabbing the Richard Millie? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Say no more, man. You're killing it. I go link the gal and I go and grab the G-Shock. Oh, no, I wasn't even really interested into the Richard Millie anyway. I wasn't even on getting the Richard Millie anyway. I wasn't even on getting the AP. No, I'm grabbing the G-Shock. I'm happy with my G-Shock still. Man's happy with my G-Shock still. I'm a bad boy, cuz I'm happy with my G-Shock. Now, everyone's looking at me like, these men are funny still. This Chelsea is funny. No, I can't lie. Chelsea's funny still. Because they're out here telling everyone. They didn't even need to tell us they were grabbing that Richard Millie. He told me out. I didn't ask. He just told me he's getting a Richard Millie. Oh, he swear. He told me he was getting an AP. Yeah, then he told. Did you ask him? No, he just told me. Oh. So why is he telling me that he's happy with his G-Shock then? I don't get it. I don't get it. This is what Chelsea are on doing. They're out here flexing that they got butter that they ain't got. They're out here lying that they got butter that they ain't got. We're broke. Just admit it. Stand on business and say, look, man, them we're broke. We ain't got it. I would respect Top Bowley if he said, man, them, I'm going to be real. We ain't got the P right now. We're trying to figure out a plan to tell me we're running it up. Right now, we ain't got the P. We can't even get an Apple Watch. It's a G-Shock thing. We ain't got the butter. I would respect that. These men are running around acting like they got so much dough. They're moving like Floyd Mayweather in 2026. You go on Floyd Mayweather's Instagram, he's flexing with the butt, he's flexing with cash. He's telling man he's bought New York compounds and buildings here and there, but he's got 3 fights at 48 years old. He never fought 3. He's got 3 fights in 4 months at 48 years old. He never fought 3 times in a year since he was Pretty Boy Floyd. But he won't tell you why. That's what we're doing now. We're washed. Just admit we're washed and we keep it stepping. Why are you just like feeding into these fantasies for no reason? I found a clip. Let's get the date. 7th of April 2024, 276 views. Remember, guys, when I was doing this, man was not getting love. When I was telling the truth, man weren't out here giving me my flowers. That I only got embraced by this fan base when I became a troll. When I started doing my Charleston White shit. You might know about Charleston White. This is the Charleston White that you might know. This is the Charleston White that
Hey, Charleston, man, I just want to say, keep Vaughn's name out your mouth.
You say keep Vaughn's name out my mouth?
Yeah, keep Vaughn's name out your mouth.
And if I don't, what's gonna happen?
We gonna pull up.
Y'all,
hold
on, listen. Hold on, listen.
Keep Vaughn's name in your mouth.
Hey, listen. I'm Vaughn, King Vaughn. Yeah.
You said what?
King Vaughn.
All right, man. So
Dead,
don't come to Chicago.
dead.
Don't come to Chicago.
No, you said y'all were gonna pull up. You said if I didn't keep, you said if I didn't keep his name out of.
$100,000 or dinner with Jay-Z?
Man, give me $500,000. Jay-Z. I be responding to people in the comments. Lil Durk looking for you. Nigga, if Lil Durk looking for me, I ain't hard to find. I already know Lil Durk ain't looking for me. But what I'm doing is I kill the image, homie, of what our people think these niggas is. Lil Durk ain't no bad motherfucker. No, man, bad motherfuckers don't have fat white baby mamas.
Every rapper who has something bad to say about Soulja Boy are no longer here.
I ain't fuck Soulja Boy, nigga. Crunchy Black said he was a punk. Yeah, Crunchy Black still here. Yeah, my nigga Country Black talk real bad about that nigga. Man, listen, I want to remind Soulja Boy, you ain't got no motherfucking ops, nigga. I was disappointed in the motherfucker that boy beat that case. I was hoping he was going right back to jail. I swear I was. I ain't bullshitting. I know it's a lot of people say, man, I wouldn't wish jail on my worst enemy. I don't know what kind of person you is. I wish jail on anybody. But I was sure wishing jail on that motherfucking me, Trail boy, Cantrell.
Dwight Howard.
Right there, cheers. I've been trying to avoid this. Whatever. Yes.
I mean,
so look, that's the Charleston White, you know. This is Charleston White before the fame. Charleston White gets onto these rappers and all of this because he realized this is what gets a reaction and he can spread his actual message, which is youth reform and saving the community and uplifting the community. When he was doing his video saying, I'm going to snitch and all of this type of stuff, he was doing that so people can know I'm trying to uplift my community, XYZ. And how he gained notoriety was by being a troll. Because when he was being authentic and genuine and trying to do all of this stuff, he was getting ignored.
Black people to be able to rape white women and how y'all did us in slavery. I can't wait for that, man. I pray for that because that's the only power that I have is this voice. We just had someone from your district drive out to Benbrook Lake to enjoy the swimming pool and he died. Little gay dude swam out so far and he died because we don't have any parks. The poor blacks in this city hadn't seen a swimming pool in probably 15 years. Where do we go to get wet?
Mr. White, I will remind you that this is a
Why
civil
for that?
and if your language is inappropriate, you will be removed from the chamber.
Well,
and
I'm
may-
not a civil man. This country once sold my ancestors, so civility is something that black people typically don't get exposed to in this country. But I want to remind some of these white people, they got some black people coming to y'all neighborhood, and they got some diseases. They got syphilis, chlamydia, gonorrhea. They got some good people.
Charleston, you'll be removed.
Wait.
So that's the Charleston White, the real Charleston White. And that's something similar that I went through. Because when I was telling you guys the truth, Cam was there from the beginning. That's why me and Cam, I'll go to war with Cam. If I ever got invited to the Ballon d'Or, I'm bringing Cam with me. We're getting cancelled together. Because Cam was there from the jump. When I was out here crashing it on the ownership every single day.
They were 3-2 down in the 95th minute. I'm crashing everyone. Management.
Right, all the video. Addressing Chelsea FC problems from top to bottom, no agendas. Hashtag change the model. 200 views. Nobody gave a fuck.
Players, you name it. We salvage a result. We salvage a result. And that's what every single one of you lapping it up. All our players are the best in the world again. All our players are this and that and that. I've seen so many comps of Enzo on my timeline. I'm seeing comps. I'm seeing everything. Oh, trust the process. This team, they're shit. But you guys enable them. You guys will do anything to say that they're not accountable. And you guys can also turn on me and say, you don't address all the problems. You think it's all on the players, which I don't. But you know when the voice of this fan base is so loud on gassing all the players, I have to make it very clear on what it is. But this episode is a special episode. This episode is my manifesto on what issues we are facing with the club that needs to be addressed. That needs to be addressed as a fan base, as a collective, because it's getting out of hand. Now, for me, the elephant in the room, what we need to address as a whole is the under-25s model. The sporting model of our club is a joke.
These times, these man was saying the squad's good enough. The directors have done a wonderful job rebuilding. Remember, guys, Havertz was so bad. Mason Mount is so shit. Pulisic was so shit. Kante was washed. He's old. Jorginho was washed. Send him to our rivals. Who cares? Remember, Kovacic, we didn't need him. What a fantastic job the sporting director's done on rebuilding the team.
We've got rid of all the experienced winners in our team. The identity of our team, the culture has been stripped out for under-25s model to lower our wage bill. And you guys celebrated this. Now, Iqbali and Todd Bowley and whoever the preferred director is, good job to him. He's hiding out of the cup, but you will appear soon to get his 20 million a year check. Because when he's all running around saying, oh yeah, Bowley's stepping down, oh, it's not Bowley, he's taking the back seat, it's Iqbali. That's like me saying, oh, Satan isn't that bad, guys. It's Lucifer that's causing all the problems.
Look how long I've been saying this. I said this yesterday on stream. Look how long I've been saying this stuff. How long? Why was my name Celsius? Because that was the name of my creative agency. How long I've been saying this stuff? Come on, bro. The reason I got into Maresca, Khalid, why I used to be so onto Maresca, it wasn't personal to Maresca, but them hiring Maresca and not getting Fancy Flick, or getting a seasoned veteran manager after everyone was already saying the manager was the issue with Pochettino, that was enough for me to say, yeah, that's a massive fuck you. You man don't care. Getting this manager from Leicester City, who didn't have the credentials to manage a club like Chelsea, and then everyone in the fan base making every single excuse under the sun over this manager, who once again didn't have the credentials to manage Chelsea. This guy was a manager who was the face of Blue Coat and this entire model. You can't say match change the model and gas Maresca. The same way I'm also not gassing Liam Rose in it because he's the same thing.
They're the same evil. And that's, if they've come in, their model was, we're bringing in the best young players in the world based on potential. We're willing to spend a fuckload of money on it because we want to have a sustainable club where success is sustainable, slap them on an 8-year contract, etc. I was already skeptical with that, considering we have never been a team who buys on potential. We have always been a team who demand the best of the best. We want to win today. I don't care if I have to sack a manager mid-season to win. I want to win now. I don't care if I want to spend 50 million on Torres in January. I want to win now. That's Chelsea. So now if you rewind back to January 2023, when the board was set up and the under-25 model was really put into play, we signed Enzo Fernandez, we signed Caicedo for 150 million, we signed Nkunku, we signed Mudryk, Noni, etc. I've said already countless times we've downgraded in terms of the squad. We can get into that. But for me, in terms of this under-25 model, why are we not targeting the creme de la creme of under-25 players? I.e. the Jude. But for me, in terms of this under-25 model...
You say creme de la creme and then you list off Jude Bellingham. You're taking the piss, man.
Jude's better than Enzo.
Huh?
Jude Bellingham.
Yeah, okay, cool. You see, bro, listen. Listen. I swear to God, yeah, it's because I don't think because you don't watch Jude like that. If Jude was at Chelsea and he drops one of his average stinkers, you'd be onto him saying, look at his black spray, it's because he's light skinned, this and that. You'd be onto him in their next game, bro. Listen, Enzo and Jude.
You need to remember when this video, like, come on, bro. Remember when this video
dropped, I've been, bro, you know me, I've been calling him Bellingham ass.
Jude Bellingham was arguably at the time one of the best midfielders in the world. He was, in terms of box crashing, which is what success.
Jude at Dortmund was one of the best midfielders in the world.
Dortmund, he was at Real Madrid at this. This was his first season at Madrid.
So when he was playing as a striker and he was bagging goals.
But he was box crashing. He was box crashing.
Okay.
I'm not doing Enzo over Jude. Like, that's really
I'm not doing that either. I'm just saying they're both ass. You get what I'm trying to say? They're both shit.
Okay. Anyway.
Who we knew was good enough, who showed himself in the Championship, who showed himself in the Bundesliga, in the top 5 league, who played Champions League football, showed himself at a high level, knockout Champions League football also, and showed this kid is good enough. Why did we buy him? Why didn't we target the likes of Rodrigo instead of Mudryk, who we didn't know a year ago? Because Enzo, this is the theme. We bought Enzo, we didn't know him a year ago. We bought Mudryk, we didn't know him a year before we signed him. We bought Caicedo, we didn't know him a year before we signed him. Ukuchukwu, we didn't know. Desasi, Bajashil, Petrovic, they didn't exist. If we went back 2 years and we told them these guys would be starting for us every week, you would have had no clue who the fuck they were and you would have been worried. But you guys enable this mess.
But you see, I don't like the fact that just because we don't know them don't mean they're any good. Like, you get what I'm trying to say? Just because I don't know a player now doesn't mean we shouldn't get them.
Starting for us week in, week out, though.
I don't mind, like,
if we sign someone we didn't know and they come in off the bench or they're role players, the B team, Carabao Cup teams, whatever, they're doing their thing and they're whatever. But man, are week in, week out starting for us.
But you need to realize, yeah, the game has moved past names, bro. The game is about profiles nowadays, yeah, and it don't matter if the player is. What do you say?
He spent £1 billion British pounds.
Yeah, but I hate when people use this argument. Go look at our starting lineup against Arsenal. Is that bro? These men spent a B, but they didn't spend the billion on the first team. That's why I hate when people say this. If they spent $1 billion on the first team and we ended up with what we had, fair enough. They didn't spend $1 billion on the first team. That's just not true. That's not what happened. They just spent $1 billion. They spent $1 billion, loaned a bunch of them out, bought a couple of them for 2 years later, and that's exactly what happened. And then eventually we got to $1 billion, and that was the headline. We don't have £1 billion squad. Go look at our starting 11. I think you were on fucking transfer market before. Look at our starting 11.
You saying that, yeah? yes, I agree. The squad that we have isn't worth $1 billion. However, what you're doing is just arguing the fact that there has been financial malpractice from this private equity firm who's their
How is anything what is them fucking financial malpractice? What?
Oh, it is financial malpractice if we spend £1 billion and we don't have we don't even have $1 billion to show for it. We spend $1 billion on players and we have nothing to show for it. That is financial malpractice. If as simple as a career mode save. If you've done a career mode save and you gave yourself $1 billion, yeah, and you had to sign players, look at the names that we just come out with. That, you know what I'm saying? It's mad. It's negligence. We are in debt right now because of their negligence. You wasn't here when Bobby Fairview was breaking down the finances.
I don't like that guy. That guy's got his own agendas. I'm not really trying to.
You're a Clear Lake show, bro. I've clocked what you
But
are.
I'm nothing to do with Clear Lake here. But I'm not gonna sit here and listen to some random guy break down quote unquote financials he's found on Company House, my brother.
No, but it's available information. It's public info.
Okay, but we're not a publicly traded company, so it's just not. So the most of the information you're gonna slap for man is on Company House. Is that what we're doing?
Firstly, that information, all it told us was how the club was built, the splits and what was in how it was sold, and the splits and what was required, and what entailed with the splits and how they put the money together. That's public information. Everything else he put out there was the UEFA reports, which Athletic reported. It's not like he's just getting random stuff from nowhere. He's citing his sources. Look, this here, all it shows us is Clear Lake, Blue Hills Investment was 61%. Blue Code 22 Holdings is 38%.
Okay. Can I just say something? What is the holding structure of how much who owns which, how much of Chelsea have to do with anything?
Because it tells us our financial situation. What are you talking about?
So me knowing who owns what percentage of Chelsea tells us our financial situation.
Oh, this tells us the fact that 22 hold Blue Co took a loan for 527 million. That lets us know stuff from Array's company. Take 755 million from Bank of America and JP Morgan tells us something else. Both of them have a 12.73% interest, which is mad. Then on top of that,
that's how loans work. Like, do you think people just are sitting on 300 million? I don't understand.
Okay, cool. But if you've taken a loan for a total, if you're taking a loan for a total of 1.2 billion, and both of those loans have to be repaid by 2033 with an interest of 13%, totaling those loans to 7 billion that we need to recoup, and we're taking financial losses of 250 million 3 years in a row and breaking UEFA records for the largest losses that we have taken, that should be a conversation. He didn't come here and make stuff up. He's just
I didn't say he made stuff up. I didn't say he made stuff up. I didn't say that. I'm just saying that I've seen these tweets. I've seen these tweets for time now, and I know he's got his own agenda.
Bro, Cam, you're like, bro, I'm being real. You're Blue Co FC, bro.
I'm not Blue Co FC, but I've been seeing my man's tweets. If you look at my man's tweets, the brother's been tweet. Anyways, bro, I don't know how to explain that. Like, I don't know what you want to say here, because what does however they bought Chelsea have to do with our success on the pitch?
Because of the reason we have this transfer recruitment model is due to our financial instability. The reason why we have to sign players with the thoughts on how we're going to recoup financially if we was to sell them with the resale. The resale rate being higher, the fact that we can't target players with over 150k wage model, all of these things is a result of our financial situation. So it is important, as well as that, players potentially leaving and what these implications of sacking managers and hiring new ones. We've had 4 managers in 4 years. We've had to pay multiple severance packages, bring in new managers, potentially missing out on Champions League football. We've only qualified 1 time out of 4 years. All of these things play a part in us financially, and then this could potentially result in us losing players, change of ownership in 2033. A bank could end up taking over our club like Inter Milan and Lyon. These are things that happen. Lyon also owed money to Array's, the same company that we took a loan from. You can research what's going on with them. They had to sell Shirky for 30 million this summer. So, like, You're acting like this stuff isn't important. That's what's confusing me.
But everything you just said, okay, could be true, but that's banking on the fact that these lot don't repay their loan or don't restructure their loan. Yeah, by the end of
No, it's not about
2033.
restructuring. It's about repaying the loan. But right now, we have just had 3 years in a row where we have lost 250 million. We're taking losses every year. We are not making profit. So if we need to recoup 7 billion,
most clubs operate on a loss in the first place. Like, what are we doing here?
Okay, cool. But we need to rise 7 billion in 6 years. We're taking losses every single year. We haven't even made a drop in the ocean. That is something to be worried about, bro. It's record-breaking losses. It's not just like a loss here and there like every other team. The Manchester City took a loss. By the way, Strasbourg took a bigger loss than Man City this season. That's owned by them as well. That's madness. We're owned by private equity. There's banks that are owning us that we need to recoup this B for. It's much deeper than just, oh, we're taking a loss here and there. We know that, we know clubs take losses. It's record-breaking losses. It's consistent losses.
Yeah, but the reason why the reason why the UEFA loss was quote unquote record-breaking was because UEFA doesn't count selling. They didn't count selling the women's team. They didn't count that.
Also, that will not count when it's time to recoup this funding as well. Them loans ain't gonna count because we sold that. We were sold with these assets already part under this umbrella. So regardless, it doesn't mean nothing, and that's how UEFA look at it as well. Because Blueco, all of that, you look under the umbrella, the things that we sold to ourselves, Hotel Limited is already listed as a finance to us. Chelsea FC Football Club is already there. Chelsea Women Football, Strasbourg, all of these things are already under the umbrella. So that's not gonna count for nothing. That was just a PSR loophole. Bro, like, come on, man. You're doing. Even Robert tried to come and argue with Bobby. He got cooked, bro. He got cooked 8-0, had to cut.
But listen, like, okay, cool. They're gonna, whatever has to do with their loan has nothing to do with right now. You understand what I'm saying? My whole point is this whole
It impacts off a transfer model, so it does.
How does that impact, bro? They've had the same transfer model since they came in.
Not since they came in. Todd Bowley took out a loan under Blueco for 1.2 billion. But
that's how these things work. That's how these things work. They take out loans.
Look at what the money Todd Bowley spent. He gave Sterling 350k a week, signed him for 40-odd million. So he left on a loss. We signed Koulibaly, he left on a loss. We gave Connie Chukwuemeka 120k a week. We signed for Fofana for 75 million. I gave him 180 a week. We gave Chilwell 220 a week.
Exactly. They realize they can't keep running clubs and giving players 300k that they're not gonna make anything back on and that are not performing on the pitch. So they realize that, and then they changed the model to what it is today. Now,
Egbali, who represents Clear Lake and is the majority owner, has realized the financial mess and realized they have to recoup a certain amount, and they've invested their own personal money into this consortium. As well as that, they have shareholders at Clear Lake that they need to recoup funds for. So Egbali has stepped in and realized, I need to keep the finances afloat. He has no personal interest in winning or whatever. His job is to make sure the finances are on point. So Bowley lost lost the benefit of the doubt or the say so to make decisions. That's why Egbali's come in, and that's when the model got changed. It was Egbali who changed the model. It was Egbali who pushed the under 25 150k a week model. It's Egbali who decided on the managers and all of this sort of stuff. It's not Todd Bowley.
Yeah, I know that. I never said it was Todd Bowley. I'm
saying, like, you're saying, like, oh, they decided that it wasn't a joint decision. He got vetoed because he spunked money and fucked us over.
Exactly. So why would I want someone that's made a mess, that's came out himself and said that, oh, I didn't know what I was doing when I had to become interim sporting director, and I just thought, oh, let me buy the names, and it didn't end up working out. That's fine. But my whole issue is they clearly have the money. They just don't want to pay. They just don't want to pay the astronomical wages that some of these talents might demand. But they're not saying they're not going to give these players the money. They're not saying that, because when it comes summertime, let's say we make champs, let's say we get Champions League, yeah, and these lot come and renegotiate their contracts. Do you think they're still going to be on the same wages? Like we've known for time, all these lots contracts are
Okay, cool, cool,
performance based. Like what we
cool,
doing here? When we
cool.
made champs this season,
Do
all
you
of them
think the
got a pay
money that
rise. What
we've
we
been
doing here?
spending is endless? Do you think the money that we've been spending is endless? If it's been
I don't
documented,
think the money we've been spending is endless. I
okay,
haven't said that.
okay, so then surely something has to change. There has to be a consequence for the amount of money that we've been spending and shitting out, the amount of losses we have incurred in the process. Surely there has to be some sort of consequence. You're like, what's gonna happen now? So it does impact our moving forward because A, we either have to sell players, or B, the fact the
But
spending.
we've been selling players though. I don't understand. We've been selling
But we're
players
not
though.
selling key players. We're selling players. It's been getting more and more key. Last summer, they like the fact that Nkunku's and Felix and Jackson got moved out. That's already it's knocking on the door of key players. This summer,
But how?
don't
Wait,
be
wait, wait, wait,
surprised
wait,
if
wait.
man have to
There's
start
no way
over.
there's no way you're gonna mention key players and then list players like Jackson, which
I
we've
said,
been
well,
saying. Like
Jackson was starting for us every week for 2 years.
and we all said he had to go.
But
Like you're saying,
he was a key player under this project. They even
oh,
gave him
oh,
a new
oh, oh. So, okay, cool. I just want to understand. So a player starting makes them a key player. So if they start week so Gusto would be classified as a key player then.
I'm going toilet, man. You're chatting shit, bro.
No, I'm not chatting shit because you're saying key players. Like, they're gonna sell the stars. Like what we doing here?
Cool, bro.
Like so Gusto's a key player then. Gusto's a key player. Trevor Chalobah's a key player then. Like what we doing here? Like we all said last season. You mentioned Nkunku. We all said last season these players had to go, and then they sold them. Now all of a sudden you're trying to rise that an example of key players have to go. Like what that they selling key players like they didn't want to sell those players in the first place. He means like Enzo potentially. Enzo has to go. He's not good enough. He's not good enough. Like you man are telling man like and sitting here like they're gonna sell our best player. Is Enzo our best player? Bro, no. Listen, you man are sitting here talking to me about key players like Enzo can't go. Like I wasn't on stream the other day when you man are saying sell all of them, sell all of them, sell all of them. Like they can all go. I don't give a fuck. I'm not Blue Coat FC, but you guys don't realize what you're doing, yeah. When you start doing this whole, they're cooking the books, they can't keep, bro. But this, bro, it's like you, bro. Wants us to bring Mcga and rate Strasbourg. Okay, buddy, man. You see, your thing is you lot want names. You want names, like you lot are funny, man. Nah, CB's funny actually, mate. I'm not even Blue Coat. I'm not even Blue Coat, but you lot don't understand this thought pattern. This thought pattern you're going down is not productive, and at the end of the day, you start to feed into your own delusions.
Anyway, let's review the video because I've already cooked you, True. I'm cooking you now, Cam.
You're
Man
not
have got-
You're
cooking
not cooking
anyone.
me. You don't
You're not
realize,
cooking.
Bro,
You calm
bro,
yourself down.
you both got
bro.
cooked.
Bro, you
You
don't
didn't get cooked
understand.
and you started chatting rubbish and Cam caught you out again. Oh, the key players, Jao Felix, who was out of favour not being played, and Kunku, who's out of favour not being played, we all said need to be sold. You're slick. You're slick. I'm glad he called you out.
You both got cooked, bro. Bad cook,
But
cook me up.
but listen, CB, I want you to understand, yeah, but the thought process you're going down means these guys, when they were selling the hotels to each other. Listen, when they were selling the hotels to each other, everyone was gas, saying, this is what Roman would do. They're bad boys, this and that. Cool. That's what everyone was saying. Of course, entities are going to take out loans. How do you think these lot buy businesses? How do you think they buy companies? Do you think they just rise the bread? Do you think the bread is just there? They take out loans. What we
Yeah,
doing
and
here?
also they recoup.
Eventually, they will recoup. Do you know how many businesses are profitable in the first place?
They
What are we
gave
doing
them
here? Like,
a
we're acting like
10 they gave themselves a 10-year deadline. There's 6 years remaining, and we've been operating on the loss for 3 out of those 4 years. So, what are you talking about?
So we still. So how many years do we have left?
We have 6 years to rise.
So we have 6 years to pick. So they have 6
rise
years
7 billion. To rise 7 billion. We don't have a front of shirt sponsor. The stadium hasn't been patterned. They took out a 1.7 billion loan to govern the stadium. There's no, it's not a permanent front of shirt sponsor. If you're gonna rebuttal, come with some solid facts, bro, or it don't make no sense. It's been 3 years. We haven't had a guaranteed front of shirt sponsor for 3 years on the bounce. Revenue in regards to a stadium being reconstructed hasn't been done in terms of rebuilding the stadium, which was one of the main promises they made, and the reason they took out a
and they still wait. Excuse me, no, but listen. But I hate when people. Okay, cool. Where they're supposed to rise?
You're cutting me off for no reason because Todd Bowley
No,
came
because
out.
you're rising stadium talks. Like they're supposed to pop up a stadium tomorrow.
But bro, they took out the loan and said they want they gave it themselves a 10-year deadline, and there's no progress on the stadium. Todd Bowley came out last year and said the stadium might not be made until 2042. That's a red flag.
But how is that? Bro, well, listen. Let's use logic here. No.
After today, don't try and deny that you're blue collar or clearly.
No. Because let's use logic.
You're young Robert.
Where is our let's use logic. Where is our club placed? Where is our club placed, CB? It's based in fucking West London, in between 2 fucking train lines. Yeah.
Do your research, because everybody knew this was the situation with our club prior to the takeover.
Exactly. So why you everyone knew the stadium situation wasn't going to be fucking sorted out in a year's time.
Cam, if everyone knew the stadium situation, why would they come out, take a 1.7 billion loan for the reconstruction of a stadium or a rebuild of a stadium? If we all know the situation, there's stumbling blocks into building a stadium. So you've taken a 1.7 billion loan and also made guarantees that you will pay it back in 10 years on the hope that the revenue from this said stadium will bring in those profits. And
maybe I haven't seen this, but what? Hold on, I just want to ask a question. I haven't seen any, but where did they take out a 1.7 billion pound loan to build a stadium?
Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Because I need to go back to what Bobby sent me, bro. Give me a second.
No, because I just want to know. I just want to know, because I haven't seen that. But even if they have, we know the situation of where the club is located. We know the situation. We know it's not going to be built yesterday. Anyone fucking brain cells can go look up the situation when it comes to us building a new fucking stadium.
Here we go right here. 1.75 billion infrastructure commitment. The 2022 purchase agreement by Todd Bowley consortium included a legally binding promise to invest 1.7 billion into the club, covering the stadium redevelopment. How they funded this is by taking out a loan from JP Morgan and Bank of America to fund the 1.75 billion. They promised to build the stadium. They purchased plots of land, whatever, to try and redevelop the site, but they promised a whole new stadium. We all know the issues.
Wait. So what in there have you just read? Yeah. Wait. They've pledged. They pledged this. Okay, go on. What do you have to say? Go on. No.
I've already said this is not the loan. This is them. What happened? They broke down the sale. So we got sold for 2.5 billion. Went to Roman Abramovich's pocket. What Roman Abramovich said in the sale was invest 1.7 billion into the stadium redevelopment, because they promised that. And he said, cool, I don't want to take 4.2 billion, but that's the official sale of the price. Give me 2.5, I'll take the debt off, and you man have to rise 1.7 billion into the stadium. The capital that they put together to even purchase the club for 4.2 billion was off of loans from Arrears company for 1.2 billion, and a further 1.7 billion was taken out from Bank of America and JP Morgan. That 1.7 billion was the promise to redevelop the stadium and the infrastructure. They haven't done that. That's a major red flag.
Oh, wait, pause. Okay, cool. Are they supposed to do that within 4 years, knowing the situation at Stamford Bridge?
They said 10 years.
So there's another 6. Why are you moving like there's 2 years left? I don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying. They've been.
What the problem is in 2025, May the 7th, Todd Bowley said that the stadium may have to wait until 2042. That's why.
So you're taking.
I'm taking the word of the owner.
So,
I'm taking the owner's word.
Can I finish? Where do we know the fucking fine print of the contract? The contract could just say, "Oh, development has to start within 10 years." That doesn't mean he's saying the completion of the new stadium might not be done until 2042.
If development started before 2032, you're telling me it takes a further 10 years to build a stadium.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying you're telling me you're going off the premise.
You got cooked. You tried to come here and
because
say,
I haven't got cooked. Can I finish?
It's only been 4 years. You said it was only been 4 years. I've come out here and I've told you, Todd Bowley himself said we have to wait until 2042.
But you're going off the premise. You're going off the premise from your head, saying that they have to build a new stadium within 10 years of purchase. That's what you're going off. Not knowing the fine print.
They took a loan with the hopes to repay them in 10 years. They took that loan.
But you're not listening to what I'm saying. What have you read? Can you listen? In what have you read that I said they have to build a new stadium within 10 years and not just start the project?
Look, bro. Listen carefully to what I'm saying, bro. Concentrate. They took out a loan for 1.7 billion in 2022 with the promise that they were going to repay the loan plus 12.5% interest by 2032. We are now in 2026. We are having record-breaking losses. We have taken losses 3 years in the bounce. There's been no progress on the stadium, and it's highly unlikely that we build a stadium within the next 6 years because they've already told us that we may have to wait until 2042.
And you're not listening.
Hold on. You're interrupting me. Now, at this point, this doesn't even factor in us recouping the loan regardless of the stadium being built or not. So the fact that we still need to recoup it and we're not on track to recoup it is already a red flag. Exactly. There's no progress on repaying the loan. So then now, on top of the no progress on repaying the loan, he's come out and said 2042. So if that was the case and they were going to, like you said, reconstruct the loan deal. So what do you think is going to happen to the interest? No, hold me out. What do you think is going to happen to the interest if we had to wait a further 10 years? When the interest, if I get the calculator out, big up Bobby for this, by the way, because he showed us the math. So if
showed you an interest calculator, what?
Look, with 1.6 billion that we've taken out, 1.7 billion actually.
Wait, can you just pause here? Because I want to attack my initial point.
Once I land, you can say whatever you want to say. So we got a 1.7 billion loan. It's for a 10-year period. Yeah, 12.73% interest equals 5.6 billion that needs to be recouped. Mind you, that's 1 out of 3 loans that have been taken out already. But now you said, because of the stadium and they might have to reconstruct the loan. Let's say we do it to 2042 because that's what Todd Bowley said. That puts it at 18 billion. I want to also remind you that Clearlake they've done an agreement themselves, all the owners, from Mark Walters to Wise to Todd Bowley to Feliciano to Igbali, that from a 10-year period, they will agree to sell. So now, Clearlake Capital are a private equity firm. Their job is to come in, make some bread, flip. They need to recoup the money of their investors. The money that Igbali and them man front through Clearlake isn't Clearlake's money. They own that. They owe that money to other people, and their job is to flip it. Eventually, they need to sell or at least break even to give man their profit back. Not even factoring in compound interest. This is mad. So for you to come here and argue, I don't even know what you're trying to argue, bro.
But because you're not listening. Can I tell you something? Bro, listen. My point is about the stadium. You saying they took out a loan to build the stadium or whatever they promised. yeah, to build a new stadium when they fucking bought the club. That's true. But you're going off. I don't know where you've read that they have to build a stadium within 10 years. Where have you read that? I don't know, because you're going off the premise.
Repay the loan. They have to repay the loan in 10
No,
years.
but that's not what you said before. What you said before is that they have 6 years to build a new stadium. They're not having built. There's been 4 years in. They haven't. Where have they?
Cam, if you have taken out a loan for the purpose of building a stadium and promised them that you will repay them in 6 years' time, and there's no progress on the stadium,
go back to the initial chat GPT. Go back to the initial chat GPT you just read. Go back to the initial chat GPT you've just read.
I never read chat GPT.
You read something off Google AI, not whatever the fucking.
Sorry.
I think you read the 1.5 billion infrastructure commitment. Yeah.
Yeah.
They've pledged to invest that much into infrastructure at the club, which could mean Cobham, which could mean a whole plethora of things.
You don't take a 1.7 billion loan, yeah, a loan from arrears banking, if you wanted to reconstruct Cobham.
I'm not saying that. You're not listening, bro. Listen to the word. It says infrastructure commitment. That's what I'm saying. Infrastructure.
The stadium. It was the main manifesto.
Exactly. Can I finish? You're operating. You're telling man. What you said before, yeah, that they have to within 10 years to build a new stadium. They haven't started a new stadium, and I'm asking you, where has it said that they have to build a stadium within 10 years? Where has it said that?
Okay, so let me ask you a question, yeah? Forget the stadium. We still took out the 1.7 billion loan. We still need to repay, including the interest, 5 billion in 6 years' time. How are we recouping 5 billion in 6 years when we're operating on record-breaking losses?
Do you know how they? Do you know how?
Question. Answer the question. That's it.
Do you know how they balance the books? Just because you're operating at a loss doesn't mean you can't repay back loans. By the way,
just because you're operating balance.
So because all of a sudden you're operating at a loss. But listen, you know what operating at a loss means? You're not making any money. That doesn't mean you can't repay back a loan. I don't know where this whole narrative of because you're operating at a loss, you can't repay back a loan.
Okay, so where's the money coming from?
What do you mean? Where's the money coming from? Does the club not make revenue? The club makes revenue. Yes, true or false? Does the club have revenue? Yes or no?
The club isn't even in the top 10 of revenue in the Premier League. Fact. So what are you talking about?
I've never listen. Does the club not make revenue? I don't understand.
Club makes revenue. It's about profit.
Exactly. So I don't. So where does this notion come from that we can't repay back loans because we're operating at a net loss? Do you know what operating at a net loss means? What are we doing here?
But it's not only a net loss. It's not operating loss that we're taking. We're taking operating loss, but we're also taking losses in general. It's not just operating loss.
Okay, what do you mean losses in general? Losses in what? You're being vague. Why are you being vague? Losses in what?
I was talking to the chartered accountant who broke this down for me. If you want to listen to what he said, you can go back to it. But
bro, that nigga. But listen, all I'm saying is that just because you're operating, like guys, let's put our business thinking hats on. Just because the club makes revenue, they will segregate all the things they need to pay. Just because using that logic, the club won't be able to afford the player salaries. The club shouldn't be able to afford the light bill at fucking Stamford Bridge.
Mother's life, yeah. I'll be real. You're making yourself look so stupid right now, bro. Real talk, you're not making no sense. You're arguing out of you're doing what Robert did. Robert came here, tried to do exactly what you're doing. You're trying to argue,
but you're not.
Sentiment. You're trying to argue.
Okay. Let me simplify what I'm saying. I'm saying my initial point is you told me that they took out £1.5 billion loan, whatever, and they pledged it to infrastructure, which is true. I've said I don't know where you've come up with the idea that they have to build whatever they said they're going to build within 10 years and not just start it. You're operating off the fact that
I've answered your questions 5 times. The reason I came up with that is because they took out a loan for the sole purpose of rebuilding the stadium, and they promised to pay the loan back, including interest, by 2032. There's 6 years remaining. There's no stadium, and we still need to pay it back. The stadium being built would have helped us recoup it more because we would have more revenue. Right now, we are fucked.
So, but by you saying that, you're telling me that these guys have blown that 1.5 billion or something else. Is that what you're saying? They've blown the loan they've took out for infrastructure, which is illegal to do, and blown it on something else. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
So okay, cool. Then that's where we differ. Then that's where we differ, because if they haven't spent that 1.5 billion, they could just give them back that 1.5 billion and pay the interest back before 2032 or whatever. If you're telling me,
if we're gonna pay back the interest, so we're gonna give this bank under the name of Blue Coal Holdings, yeah.
Okay, can I just finish what I was gonna say? A
4 billion, yeah. We're gonna give them 4 billion, yeah. Just like that, no problem. Where's the 4 billion coming?
No, can I finish?
That's what I want to know. Where's the money to repay them coming from?
Can I say what? Listen, so if you believe that they've taken out that 1.5 billion pound loan that they said they were going to spend on infrastructure, which they were contractually obligated to do, and you said they spent it on something else, that's fine. That's where we differ. Then you're right. They are in trouble. If that's what you're talking about, then they are in trouble with that loan.
Financially obligated, but that was their intention with the loan. It's not by force. They're not gonna
it is by force, since you told man they have to spend money on infrastructure with the thing we just read off of Google.
They pledged that to Roman Abramovich.
Exactly, but they were contracted to do so. That was in the stipulations when they bought the club, so they have to do it. So they've taken out a loan to do it. If you're telling me they've spent that money on something else and they're not going to be able to pay it back, then fair enough. Then your right. Then your point stands. But I'm telling you, they haven't done that, and there's no way we're going to know that they've done that until.
You've asked me questions, yeah. I've answered your questions. Whether you've agreed with me or not agreed.
I'm just trying to clarify my point to the people that say this shit don't make sense in the chat. What I'm saying doesn't make any sense.
The $1 million question that we all want to know is, where are we getting 5 billion to repay them in 6 years?
That's not up to me, because they've taken loans. I'm not doing anything. You're asking me to cite these man's revenue sources? I don't understand.
Because there's no way we rise that bread. What football club?
But that's not how it works. That's not how it works, though.
Okay, so for us to do that, we need to be on pace, yeah. We need to be
bro. But I don't think you understand my point. You're trying to put words. You're trying to say things I'm saying without actually saying. I don't think.
No, but we need to make in terms of profit, yeah. Profit, not revenue. Profit. We need to make 1.2 billion for the next 6 years.
What does profit have to do with it, though? What does profit have to do with it? Profit is something else.
Where's the money coming from if there's no profit?
Bro, do you know how many years? Do you know how many years? Do you know how many years it turned Amazon to turn profitable? Do you know how many years?
Bro, thank you, GM. Real talk, thank you. They're not investors. These are loans. They're not.
No shit. I'm not.
It's loans. We still have to pay the loans back. How are we paying the loans back in 6 years? In order for us to do that, we have to rise. We need to be making 1.2 billion a year for the next 6 years. That's impossible.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying, CB. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying if I give you £100, yeah, I'm giving you £100 yearly, and you owe someone £10. What you're going to do is you're going to put their £10 to the side, are you not?
Yeah, but there's still interest. There's still interest.
No shit, there's interest. You can also set their interest aside.
Worth of interest. Where are they setting aside 4 billion? We make 400 million a year in revenue. That's not even to account for the losses. We make 400 million in revenue. We need to rise 10 times that. Not even
But
10,
you-
100 times that. This
So
is
you're telling me? Okay, I just want to ask. So you're telling me they took out all these billion pounds on loans with no plan of repaying them back? Is that what you're telling me?
bro.
Answer me that. Is that what you're telling me?
CB, don't waste your time trying to make the blind see again and the deaf hear again. Preach to the proper church that don't understand or are unaware. For real. For real.
No, but
What's
you're
the
telling.
point?
But no, answer me this question. So everyone in chat, you can answer me this question. You're telling me all these companies took out billions and billions of pounds of loans, worth of loans, to buy Chelsea with no plans of repaying it back. Can everyone in the chat tell me, is that a yes or no?
I think they were naive, and the full pattern in the stadium would have been easier than it actually was.
But
That's
even,
what.
but using your using your logic, using your logic, they are so saddled with negative equity in Chelsea that will not be able to pay back even with a new stadium. Is that what you're telling me?
But Todd Bowley blew a lot of money. He came out himself and said 3 days ago that he didn't know what he was doing. He himself said himself, I'm only saying things that are factual. I'm not making.
Can you get this Bobby guy on again?
No, you can just re-listen to the stream.
No, because I want to chat to him. I've got personal questions I want to ask him. Like I've got questions that I want to ask him that if he's a chartered accountant, I want to ask him personal questions, so he can answer. So maybe I am blind, but I highly doubt it. But open my eyes because my eyes are open.
Yo,
because
listen,
you guys are running underneath the
with
assumption
no due respect,
that because
with no due respect, I would rather listen to a chartered accountant than a Peckham Black, bro. I'll be real.
I'm not a Peckham Black. I've never lived in the hood in my life. So what we doing here?
I'm not taking you in, yeah. I'm not taking in a Peckham Black.
You don't have to take me in. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You don't have to take me in. But the same way you're saying that, I can turn around. I don't have to. But the same way you're saying that, I can turn around and I can say to your face, I don't have to take you in about anything you have to do with football, your footballing opinion, because you never kick a ball at professional level in your life. So what are we doing here?
It's not the same, actually, though.
It is the fucking same.
If people are paying you, yeah, to do their taxes and do audits.
Just because you can do so, okay, cool. There's levels to this thing. So just because you can do someone's taxes means.
Cam, have you ever paid taxes?
Yes, I have.
You've paid taxes.
I've paid taxes before. Yes, I have.
Okay, bro.
For a business, no, I haven't. So I can't sit here and tell you this is how. But has he? So he pays taxes. So he pays taxes for businesses. So he sorts out. He's an accountant for businesses.
It's cool, bro. Cam, let's move.
No. Answer me that because he's a chartered accountant. But so he's an accountant for businesses. Is that what we're saying?
Bro, I don't know his in and out life, bro. But
that's what I'm saying. So you're trying to rise me. Because
I don't chartered accountants get paid to do other people.
I don't give a fuck because you try to sit here and tell me I'm a quote unquote Peckham Black. So my opinion doesn't matter. Can't rise me his credentials. But you don't know you're writing me his credentials, but you don't even know yourself. What the fuck are we doing here?
Cool, bro.
What do you mean cool, bro? You just called me a Peckham Black. Like, what we doing here? So my opinion don't matter then. So your opinion about football don't matter since you can't do fucking 6 around the world then. If we want to sit here and do that, your opinion don't matter about nothing since you don't have the right qualifications then. Like you don't have to be a doctor to know someone's leg is fucking broken, do you?
Cam, just leave it out, man. Let's just move on, bro. Yeah, you're not making sense. You're chatting shit. Like, I swear, generally, bro, both of you guys got cooked today, and I ain't even tried. Have I even raised my voice once today? Both of them got True and Cam, both of them got cooked.
I can't like Cam. He's just trying to rage bait you because
you don't understand. Bro, listen, let me summarize my whole point. My whole point is that
every time someone speaks, you keep shouting over them today. I realized that, and every time someone asks you a question, you keep dodging it.
Listen. By the way, can I just tell you lot something? GM, as an investor, you can take out a loan to invest in stuff.
From the jump, you avoided the conversation because you got cooked and started getting angry, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
But you got right. You got cooked easily. That was light work.
Bro, I know your tactic now. I know your tactic. You're trying to get reaction.
You tried to come here, do the most, whatever. You got
But
cooked.
listen, my whole point is that if you wanna be fucking financial geniuses and wizards, like we know how they balance their books or whatnot, yeah. Let's not operate off assumptions. Your main assumption is that they've taken out a loan and have blown out loan out. That's what you said. They've taken out that 1.5 billion loan that they pledged to invest in infrastructure at the club, and you're telling me they've blown it out. You're also telling me that they've pledged, to build a stadium within 10 years. All of a sudden, I don't know where that's come from. That's what you're telling me. You're also telling me that because the club is operating at a net loss, which most businesses do, all of a sudden these lot can't afford to repay back their loans. What are we doing here?
It's not just an operating loss.
So what is it then? What is it then?
It's losses in general. Operating losses.
You can't just be vague like losses in general. What are we doing here? What do you mean losses in general?
Operating losses in football is normal. You have to pay wages. You have to. We still haven't even completely paid back transfer fees. You know that?
No shit. I know how it works. But I'm just saying, revenue. Yeah.
Cam, you still haven't answered the question, by the way.
What's your question? What's your question?
I asked you one question, and I've been asking the same question for 20 minutes. With a revenue of 490 million pounds being made a year, 10th amongst clubs in the world, how are we recouping the interest of a 1.7 billion loan in 6 years?
One is very simple. One is increased revenue. Two.
Oh, no, hold on. Let's stop there. Let's do it one by one. So how do we increase revenue?
There's multiple ways to increase revenue. What you're gonna do is one, increase player sales. You're gonna buy players and flip them for cheap, which we have been doing. What you're gonna do is maybe try build a new. What you're trying to do is maybe rebuild a new stadium, which they said they're going to do. But obviously, where the club is positioned. Why? But why are you? Can I finish? You just got to make sound effects.
I'm listening. I'm just. We got to build a new stadium, yeah.
But there's an asterisk to the stadium because trying to build a new stadium between two fucking train lines isn't as simple as fucking putting on your shoes and tying your laces, is it now? Two is what you're gonna increase merch sales. Three, what you're gonna increase ticket prices to go see the games.
4 billion through merch.
Fourth.
The only way we can recoup that is through more loans. That's the only way. All of this other shit you're talking about.
Okay,
like you're saying, player sales, which we already do already. We just broke down all the players we signed and sold through Clear Lake.
Can I finish?
We've taken losses in that. You talked about raising a stadium. Already a point that we made. That's Todd Bowley himself said it's not going to be possible until 2042. We need to rise bread in 6 years. So that's irrelevant. Then you said merch.
But you're asking, man. I don't understand. But
talking to me about merch and ticket sales.
But you see how you're quick to negate everything I'm saying. I didn't say they want to fucking repay £1 billion loans with fucking merch sales, did I? I didn't say that, did I? I said increased revenue. I said how they can.
I asked you how are we rising 5 billion in 6 years. And you said
no. That was I said how I said yeah. You.
I said how are you increasing revenue? You said
and I'm listening them. But
we're not selling players successfully and making profits of them. Then you said, building a new stadium. We already established the stadium isn't going to be built in the 6-year span. Then you said, increasing ticket sales was still wasn't rising enough bread. We have a 40k capacity stadium. Then you said merch. But the only
because I'm listing revenue streams. What the fuck are we doing here? Did I say, bro? You know they can do all.
It's not realistic.
Bro, how is that? No fuck, bro. Bro, can I speak? How can you not? How can you not add up all those different revenue sources for increased revenue? Like what are we doing here?
Down the revenue sources that you've provided. Number one, you said player sales.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I don't think you. Oh fucking hell, man.
Operating in a loss.
CB.
Then you said stadium. We won't build a stadium. Then you said increase ticket sales. We have a 40k capacity stadium. Are we gonna start charging $3 billion a ticket or merch?
CB. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I think you're trying to rage bait me on purpose now.
I'm not rage baiting you. You're just chatting shit.
Bro, how am I chatting shit? I said here are multiple ways they can increase revenue. What the fuck are we doing here? Did I say they're gonna fucking repay about £1 billion loans with fucking merch? I didn't say that, did I?
But what you're arguing to increase the revenue isn't even a drop in the ocean of debt that we have.
I said, what the fuck does that have to do with me citing ways to increase revenue? I don't understand.
Because it's not enough. You said,
but I just listed 3 other things before that. So why are you focused on the fucking merch sales? I don't want to.
I listed out every single thing. Firstly, don't swear at me, bro. I listed out every.
I'm not. I said, what the fuck are we doing here? If that's swearing at you, then I don't know what the English language is doing here.
It's swear. What you are you talking to? You're talking to me, so you're swearing at me. Regardless,
I'm talking in general. If I can't say fucking hell or fucking, I don't know. Then like, what are we doing here?
We'll move. But what I'm saying is, bro, if I didn't list out just merch, I listed out everything that you said. However, what you've listed out, regardless, in total, isn't even a drop in the ocean of the debt that we have. Do you understand that? What you said doesn't even probably make a
finish. You said, how are they going to be able to repay back the loans? I said 1, increase revenue. And then you said, oh, how will they do that? Then I started listening that way. Another way they can repay back the debt is refinancing the debt. Why are we moving like, oh, debt is like, what do you say?
More loans, higher interest rates.
That's not what refinancing is. That's not what refinancing debt means. You can Google, you should Google what refinancing debt means. Like, why are we moving like you can't refinance debt? Like, does anyone actually know what debt is?
Cameron, if I told you
my name ain't Cameron, don't call me Cameron. My name ain't Cameron. What the fuck are we doing here?
Cameron.
My name ain't Cameron. You know my name. My name ain't Cameron. Don't call me Cameron. That's not my name.
Cameron, man, come on, bro.
Bro, listen. When you know my name, I'm a reply to you. Because until then, my name ain't Cameron, bro. Like, what are we doing?
Hey, Cameron, seriously, you're distracting me, and what you're doing is deliberate. I know what you're on, Cameron. You're trying to stop the conversation from flowing because I've caught you out. It's calm. So, as I was saying, Cameron, look, bro, that's not the only debt that we have. That's just one particular debt, the 1.7 billion. That's not the other 500 million that we owe arrears. That's not the other 500 million that we owe Bank of America, 700 million we owe Bank of America and JP Morgan that also have to be repaid around the same time. Do you understand, Cameron? It's much more than that. That's why it's a myth. So even if you was to say, oh, well, we can refinance that debt, so we're going to just refinance all our debts, you think that can be done? Look at this. This is let me even get the Google Revolution for, because I knew already refinancing is another loan, but he wants to say it's something else. So let's correct this. Yeah, debt refinancing is the process of replacing an existing debt obligation with a new loan under different, typically more favorable terms. It is used by individuals and businesses to secure lower interest rates and reduce. Just this alone. Let's just stop here. Debt refinancing is the process of replacing an existing debt obligation with a loan, with a new loan. So essentially, another loan. Cameron, are you still there?
Yo, too true. Bro, too true. Does he call you by random names as well? Or is he just trying to rage bait? I don't know what he's on, man.
He got cooked, so you don't want to address me no more. You don't want to answer this no more. Because he got cooked. That's like 2-0 now today. Light work. Anyway,
It's
let's
your show. It's your show.
Because random are just listing random names. Like, I just get like, what are we doing here, bro?
Oh, so
like,
are you going?
Is my name why are you addressing me as Cameron? Is that my name? If we want to change topics, if we want to diverge because you're getting cooked, because you know you're getting cooked, because I'm listing ways. You asked me a question and I'm responding.
You said to me, "Do you know what refinancing debt is?" I said,
and you googled it. Now you're finding out. Congratulations, CB. We're learning. We're educating ourselves.
When you said refinancing debt, Cameron, I already said the first thing I said was another loan. You said, "Do you know what refinancing debt is?" We've now fact checked it because I already knew this. Is a new loan. So now, what do you
So-
have to say?
so-
to this? Or are you just gonna keep crying about
No,
it?
no, because the way you said another loan meant like we're saddling debt on top of debt. That's not what it meant.
I never said that. You put words in
No,
my mouth.
but the way that listen, I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying because
Yeah,
you
you
work off
really don't
you
know
work
what
off
I'm
because you work off a lot of assumptions. So I don't know what you're saying anymore because
No,
you don't
you
like to
just
be
made an
specific.
assumption.
Because you don't like to be specific. So we found out what fucking debt refinancing is, and can you not say this is something they can definitely do?
But there's 3 other loans anyway. Are they gonna manage to refinance all of those
Yes,
loans?
they can. Yes, they can.
Why?
What do you mean why? Your whole premise is that they
Okay,
can't
so-
repay back the
no,
loans
no,
within
no.
10
My
years.
whole
And I've
premise-
said to
my
you
whole
multiple
premise-
times, and I've said to you multiple times, just because we're operating at net loss doesn't mean they have not been repaying back the loan.
Firstly, that don't even make sense. But anyway, as I was saying, cool.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
So if we get to a point where we need to refinance our loans, all 3 of the loans we've taken out, we need to refinance them. Is that not my original point was that we have these owners have operated in financial negligence, and we are
No,
in
it doesn't. Do you know what financial negligence is? You're saying that, bro. But like, what do you know? What the words you're saying are coming out your mouth? Do you know what they? Do you know what they say? Cameron. No, because you're Cameron. Because you're Cameron now.
That don't bang, Cameron. Are we
No,
in financial
listen, Cameron.
trouble,
I'm trying to
Cameron, yes or no? If we have to refinance all our loans, are we in financial trouble? Yes or no?
No. What the fuck? Because you have to, bro. You just read what refinancing meant, Cameron. Listen, Cameron number two. Answer me this.
In order to refinance your loans, Cameron, and get to the point where you need to refinance your loans, Cameron, it means you're in financial trouble. How can you say we're not in financial trouble?
No, it doesn't. Okay, Cameron, since you like to use Google.
Why would you need to change your loan terms? Why would you need to change your loan terms? It's only if you cannot recoup your loan, right? If you can't recoup your loan, Cameron, if you can't recoup your loan, Cameron, what does that mean, Cameron? Cameron, what does it mean if you can't recoup your
Cameron
loan,
from Congo. Cameron from Congo.
Cameron,
Since you like Cameron from Congo, let's use some Google.
Cameron
from Congo.
What does it mean, Cameron, if you can't recoup your loans? What does that mean? You are in financial trouble. Should we ask Google what it means if you can't?
No shit. If you can't repay back a loan, you're in fucking financial trouble. I'm not saying that. When have I ever said? When have I ever said that just because you can't? When have I ever said if they can't repay back the loan, they're not in financial trouble? When have I ever said that? I said they can.
No. I just asked you that, Cameron, and you said no.
When I say no, I said they can refinance the debt. And we're talking about fucking Cameron from Congo. We're talking about refinancing debt.
Exactly. But you would only need to refinance your debt if you are struggling to recoup the initial debt. Correct?
Not necessarily. Why are we moving? Listen, you see my whole point, Cameron from Congo. Why arguing with you about this, yeah, is because you're moving off bad faith. You're like you said, you like your point is understood. You think they're operating on financial negligence. So everything you think they do, you think that they're doing the worst. Do you know what I'm trying to say? You think that these lot are taking out £1 billion loans and then pissing it down the drain. That's what you think is going on.
Cool,
I don't understand. You asked me how can they repay back these loans? The 1 billion whatever they took out. I've said to you they can increase revenue. I've listed the ways they can increase the revenue, and you hyper focused on because I said increase merch. You hyper focused on that and decided you want to go on a tangent and strawman me. Fair enough, you can do that. Whatever. I said too, they can refinance the debt. You now said, oh, because they're refinancing, that means they can't repay back. I said, not necessarily. You're saying it's financial negligence. What are we doing here?
Cool, bro. You're not making no sense. You're just arguing in circles. You're still yet to tell us how we are going to recoup this bread. You're saying, cool, we need to refinance the loan. If we refinance the loan, we still have to recoup billions, which we can't do. You're still not explaining what would need to happen, or what would actually happen is similar to what's happening with Lyon, or similar to what's happened with AC Milan. It's when they've been taken over.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? Can you tell me what's happened with AC Milan and Lyon? And I want you to.
Great question. So basically, what happened with Inter Milan, is that Oaktree Capital took over because they struggled. They defaulted a 428 million loan. That's 428 million. We're talking about
Hello. Get down. Do you know? Listen, Cameron from Congo. Do you know what defaulting means? Defaulting means you stopped repaying back the loans. The minimum repayment amount, you stopped repaying. What the fuck are we doing here?
Cameron.
So that's two different things. If they stopped, if fucking Clear Lake Capital, Blue Crow, whatever you want to call them.
Hold on, Cam. Say that again. What is defaulting a loan? Say that again.
It means you stop paying.
Why did you stop playing?
Because I don't know, you can't afford it. Like you don't have the money to pay them.
Right. So it means you failed to meet the certain threshold that's required.
The minimum repayment amount.
You failed to repay the debt. So you
No. Listen, wait, CB.
Defaulting a loan means you failed to meet the threshold required to repay the debt. So let's make that clear because you're
okay, guys. I don't know if any. I just want to pause because everyone's moving like they've never taken out a loan before. I'm gonna tell you how it works. Depending on
what you're saying right now is wrong. What you just said about defaulting is wrong. You like this is what I'm saying. You're making yourself look stupid today.
No, I'm not. Can you listen to what I'm saying? Can you listen?
Let's have a competition. How can I make myself look stupid against?
No. Can you listen to what I'm saying? Can you listen, CB? If you take out £10,000 today to go buy a car, the bank is gonna tell you. Let's say they might give you a period of where you don't have to pay back, but let's say you have to start paying it back from the next period, so the next month, let's say your minimum requirement to pay back that 10k loan, is £100 a month, If you pay for 3 months, you pay back that £100, and then the 4 month after that, you stop paying, you've defaulted on your loan. That's what's happened to AC Milan here. They stopped paying. If fucking Clear Lake or Blue Coal today stopped paying their loans, they have defaulted. Yes, that is negative. We're not arguing that. I haven't said that's not going to happen. I don't understand.
Okay, can I speak now?
Go on.
Cool. As I was saying, because I said what could potentially happen to us is what happened with Inter Milan. Inter Milan defaulted for a 428 million loan because they couldn't afford to pay them back. We have taken out 3 separate loans, which in total, including the interest we've taken out, we have to rise 10 billion in the next 6 or 7 years.
That's not how they don't listen. CB,
Cameron.
Congo, listen. Chat. This is Dagenham education.
I got a law degree.
Listen, you can stick your law degree up my fucking ass for all I care, mate. What the fuck does that have to do with simple? What the fuck does that have to do with this?
NTU class of 2023, bro. What are you talking about?
What does that have to do with this? What is that, bro? Listen. Put your law degree to bed. Put your law because you like. Listen. You like because Cameron.
I've closed deals with brands, bro. I can go to Universal, Sony. They will tell you, man's closed deals with brands.
Congratulations.
Listen. Adidas. I've closed deals, bro. I've closed deals with your favorite footballers, bro. Man's closed deals.
Listen.
I know what I'm saying, bro. So
listen.
Education, bro.
Listen. Hello.
KSI bought my club, bro. What now, bro?
Okay. Before you start listing your accolades, congratulations, black excellence, all of the 9 yards. Fair enough. But you could put your law degree back down, and you could put all the deals you closed back down, because I don't know where you're moving off this assumption with they have not been paying back the loans for this from the moment they've taken it out, and all of a sudden after 10 years they're just gonna pay a lump sum of 1.5 billion or whatever they've taken out. Why do you move?
Cam, because you interrupted me, and we're going in circles because we're not on pace to repay the complete loans, the 3 loans we've taken out, 1.7 billion. 500 million from Ares, 700 million from Bank of America, JP Morgan, all with compounding interest. And all I wanted to do was explain. No. Because you talk, I didn't interrupt you.
Okay, go on. Sorry.
You started interrupting me. We mentioned AC Milan and defaulting loans. I meant that the process of defaulting a loan means failing to meet legal agreed upon terms of a credit agreement, which we are on pace to do. So what's happened to Inter Milan because they failed to do that is management have taken over. You're saying what? You just said that we just all established that we can't rise the 6 billion of the first loan. We won't be able to rise the 6 billion in 6 years. So what that would mean is we have failed to meet the agreed terms of credit agreement. If we did that, we are defaulting the loan. If we default the loan, that means arrears will take over the club. Same way Oak Tree Management took over Inter Milan.
That's not how it works.
To get the money back.
CB, that's not how it works. This is how it works. From the moment they've taken out, anyone can Google this. Any of you lot can do this if you're over the age of 18. Go take out a loan. There will be a structure in place for you to repay back that loan. The moment you miss your monthly payments or your quarterly payments or your yearly payments or how much you have to repay back towards that loan is when you default. They're not going to tell you, you're not going to go get a loan from a bank, yeah? And then they're going to give you 10K and tell you, yeah, oh, at the end of the 3 years, that's when you pay us back our 10K. That's not what happens.
Cameron, how are we rising this bread if we're not going to be in a position where we default the bread? How do we recoup the bread? Because you said refinance, but if we refinance, essentially refinancing, all it does is potentially better terms. They may lower the interest rate, or we might have more time to repay. But regardless, we need to repay. How are we repaying the billions that we owe? We can't eventually, and it will lead to us defaulting it to the companies that we owe money to, like Inter Milan. That's what I'm saying. You're arguing with me over these little things. We're going in circles. What are you talking about? Like, you're just showing us that you're a peck and black, bro. That big man thing, bro. I sat down. Man, not
Not
trying
really.
to talk
I don't think everything you said is crazy like what you're trying to say. And to be honest with you, there's truth to a lot of things. Even what he said, the way you're operating, he said something very intelligent. Actually, you keep talking about peck and black and called me a South London black, innit? But he said something very intelligent. He said that you're operating and you're giving information based off your ideology that everything is the worst case scenario. And that's the facts. That is what you're doing. Which is why I said to you before Cameron joined. Sorry, bro, just kept saying that. Before he joined, I said you're fear mongering, not because you're trying to give the information. It's the way you're putting the information out. You're nothing compared to Bobby when putting this information out, because what you're doing is you're putting your Chelsea personality behind it, and then you're making it the worst case scenario in everything you're saying, and you're trying to project the information like it's fact. It's fact. It's this. This is the word. This. That's how you're preaching it. It ain't like how Bobby is preaching it.
Okay, let me tell you the facts, true. This is the facts here, yeah? I'm going to take the chat off the screen. This is the facts here. We've been operating on we've been having over 200 million for 3 years in a row on operating losses. That's operating losses. These are facts, yeah? Because everything I'm saying now, because man want to talk about, oh yeah, I'm saying this and that. No agendas. This is pure facts. Man are questioning me. Cool. Now, this is the loss. Was more than double the next highest ever. This was the highest UEFA loss ever. Facts. 342 million. Behind Lyon, you are also in debt to Erez as well as us, 165. Not to mention that Strasbourg have taken 69 million loss, 10 million less than Manchester City, who they also own. So also, you need to add in Strasbourg's numbers to Chelsea's, which puts us over 400. This puts us on 411 million in losses in 1 year. This is record-breaking stuff. This is facts. So therefore, if we're reaching these record-breaking numbers in losses, and we need to remember that we have taken out 527 million loan, which needs to be recouped at 12.75% in 10 years' time, and another 755 million from Bank of America and JP Morgan, which needs to be recouped in 10 years' time. How are we recouping these billions? That's
CB,
all I'm asking.
CB,
It's nothing to do with I'm talking to True. I'm talking to True because he's saying I'm fear mongering and all of that. I'm asking a simple question: how are we recouping these finances? Once you've told me how we've done it, we're doing it, and all of that, calm. We can go about our day. That's it. But man
I'm
don't want to
clearly
answer.
not the person. I'm clearly not the person to give you all of the answers, and I think you
Right.
know
So you
that.
came here,
But
you drew me out, said that I'm fear
hold
mongering.
on, hold on. You
Asked
said
me a question based on
see,
because you said,
see,
oh, hold on,
see.
truth. Hold
I
on, truth.
said you kept interrupting
You
me,
came
interrupting
here.
me.
No, chat. You came here. You said I'm just bringing up stuff to fearmonger and make
That's
things
not
the
what I
worst case
said.
scenario.
See,
Okay.
I didn't say that.
Regardless, I don't want to argue semantics with you right now. So regardless, I said, cool. I'll take my feelings aside. Let's just talk about facts. We can't lie. We can't lie about math at the end of the day. I've given you guys the operating losses that we've taken. I've given you guys the losses that we've taken as Blue Co Holding 22. I've also put in the loans that we've taken out, the interest rates, and when we need to pay it back. And I'm asking a simple question. We have 6 years to recoup these billions. How are we doing it? You can't answer the question. So how can you come and question me and about, apparently I'm doing all these extra things. So now I've taken all the extra layers away. I've proposed facts to you, and you can't answer the question.
Are you telling me that there's
Okay,
that?
CB. Okay,
So
sorry.
you're telling me we're fucked. You're telling that is that what you're telling me? You know for a
I'm
fact
not
we're
telling
fucked,
you
100%.
nothing. I'm giving you facts that's in front of the screen. You can make of it what you want.
I didn't ask you that. That's not why I asked you. That's not why I asked you. You didn't answer my question.
When I gave you my opinion,
I
you
asked
said,
you a simple question.
and I gave you my opinion.
Okay,
You
you're not
said
gonna
I
answer.
was fear mongering and thinking of the worst case scenario.
Cool. You're not
No
gonna answer my
problem.
question.
Take it
Cool.
away. Take it away. Take it away from me. I'm giving you the poor facts. You make of it what you will. That's the answer to the question. You make of it what you will because apparently I'm fear mongering. So it's calm.
I never
CB,
said that.
CB, can I tell you something? Yeah. Fear mongering or not, I'm gonna put that to the side. I just feel like you are presenting facts, which is true. Nothing you said here is wrong. They have taken out loans. That's a fact. We can all agree on that. But I feel like you're not adding the right amount of context behind these facts. And I don't know if that's because you don't know or it's because of the fact is you like to spice it up a bit. Because you used the Charleston White example before. No one was listening to you when you were speaking the truth. You had to
I've not
start.
had one agenda today. Everything I've said is me being genuine. I've not had no agenda.
Okay, cool. Fair enough. I'll have to take you on your word for that. But let's talk about this. They have been repaying the loans since they've taken out the loans. That's a fact. Let me ask you this question. Do you believe, yeah, a bank will give someone, let's dumb it down a bit. If you take out a 10K loan, and let's say you have to repay it back in within 5 years, do you believe the bank will turn around, give you 10K and say for the first 4 years you don't pay nothing back and then you pay it all back in the last year? Is that how you believe things work?
Okay, I think you have me misconstrued here, and I see where we're getting confused here because what you're saying, if you're looking at it through your lens, I see where you're coming from. But where you have things misconstrued is that we are owned 61% by Clearlake Blues Investment. So Clearlake are a private equity firm. What Clearlake do is they use investments from people that put money into the private equity firm through pensions or whatever, and they have to repay them. So they join other businesses, make the money back, make their money on the back end, and guarantee the people that they invested in that they will receive their money back in a certain amount of time. Now, Clearlake's plan, well, based on the fact now, you could say I'm assuming, but this is based on the fact that they agreed that for 10 years, they will not sell the club. Coincidentally, shares at the club, and coincidentally in 10 years was also when it's due for them to repay the loans. So what Clearlake are going to do is sell their majority shares to recoup the funds they have invested for their shareholders. That's why Egbali is the decision maker and his priority is on the funding aspect. That's why prices have gone down, XYZ. So now, if we know these men are intending to sell at the same time that the debt is supposed to be repaid, that means in order for them to sell and make a profit or at least break even, they need to recoup 7 to 10 billion of all the loans totaled, including the interest that they have occurred within that time. So it's not just, oh, we pay things back slowly. Clearlake's end game is to sell their private equity. Private equity, anytime you do business with them, their intention is to sell. Do you understand?
Okay, I understand what you said. And private equity groups, the whole aim is to make money. That's fact. But what you're not understanding is that you keep presenting the information of the loans they've taken out as they have not been paying nothing back, and they have to pay all the billions.
When did that ever come out of my mouth?
That's the way you've been presenting the information. That might not have come
I
out
said
your
they have
mouth.
not paid anything back. I said that we have not paid
No,
nothing back.
because I'll tell you why. The main example you brought up with the Inter Milan situation is them defaulting on their loans. So their club got possessed by the bank, repossessed by the bank, yeah? That would happen if these lot stopped repaying today. That would happen if they stopped repaying today.
Hold on. Firstly, Inter Milan were repaying at a certain point until they couldn't afford it. We are going to repay. The way we are on pace, including the losses that we're taking, we are on pace to take, unless we take out another loan, we are going to have to just keep repaying until we cannot afford to pay any more. That's what's going to happen. So, like I said, the Inter Milan example is perfect that you used that because they were paying the loans up until they couldn't afford it anymore. The way we are moving on a financial aspect, we eventually will not be able to afford it anymore. Do you understand?
I understand what you're saying, but that's not what's going on here at Chelsea, though.
Okay, so how are we rising to 5 billion? You still haven't explained that to me.
But you keep saying how we rise it.
We pay the debt when we sell.
Listen to what? No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. They took out the money and have been repaying that loan ever since. Because when you take out a loan from a bank, there's a structure in place for you to pay it back. True or false?
Yes, there's a structure in place. And
Exactly. Which? Okay.
Out the loan with the contingency that they were going to be making a certain amount of revenue with hopes of a new stadium, XYZ. That has not been the case. Todd Bowley also, like I said, operated in financial negligence with the amount of money he spunked in his first 9 months at the job. Facts. So now they are put in a position where finances are very limited. Hence why we are getting rid of higher earning players at the club. You can argue, oh, they weren't good enough, blah, blah, blah. Fair enough. You can feel that way. That's all feelings. I'm talking facts here. They're getting these players off the books because we can't afford to keep them on the books. And
wait, give me 1 second. I need to go grab my food.
Fuck.
I don't know how you're saying facts or feelings and saying that they didn't get the right players off the books.
I never said they didn't get the right. Look, true. You keep rebuttaling and you're not making sense when you rebuttal. I never said, firstly, that they're not getting the right players off the book. I said whether you feel like it's fair that they're getting these certain players off the books or whether it was right or wrong, those are feelings. The facts are, at the end of the day, the higher earning players are being removed off the books. The Ben Chilwells, the Sterlings, the Carney Chukwuemekas, Kukureya apparently is contract situations in the air and he could potentially be going. The pure profit sales that we keep seeing within Coven. These things are tied in to our financial situation. No matter how we get stressed up, oh, this guy isn't good or we don't rate him, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. But the facts of the matter is that these players are being removed off our books based on our financial situations. Simple. What have I said that's wrong? But once again, and you're trying to get me and it's not working. You got cooked today. It's calm. Take on the chin. Champions lose, bro. You know what I'm saying? I've seen Mike Tyson lose. No one's going to tell you Mike Tyson ain't a great. Just take the L. You keep it stepping. You got cooked today. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean I've never been cooked before, but you got cooked today. You and Gak. It's calm. Because today I decided I'm going to do this moving forward. I think I'm going to do this for a month. The whole of March, I'm not going to troll anymore. For the whole of March, I'm going to just cook everyone. Because I think man are forgetting. Originals know already what time it is. But man are forgetting. So I'm like, okay, let me just start cooking guys again. So for the whole of March, from now on, I'm going to just start talking pure facts the way I talk pure facts in general. And we're going to start cooking guys again. Because everyone's just, I'm having fun. Everyone's taking this, whatever. Cool, no problem. But this is what it is. But it's cool. Let's break down this video because I'm tired of talking about finances. No one's even wearing a turtleneck. So what are we even doing?
We didn't get the creme de la creme, the Musialas, the Bellingham. If you're running the under 25 model, why are you not going for the creme de la creme? This is what it is. This is our model now. The directors need to be held accountable. This is the model. We have this much money to spend. Why are you not?
I used to call out the directors because I used to think calling out the directors actually meant something. Then I sat and thought to myself, why do they still have a job? We just missed out on Champions League football, but they're still here and they're still making decisions. They hired Poch, sacked Poch, and got given the right to hire another manager. Clearly, the higher ups think they're doing a good job. So why are we focusing on the directors when essentially they're just doing what they're told? The real decision makers is the higher ups. Put this energy onto the Feliciano, Mark Waters, Wise, Bowley, them man. What's the point of calling out Lawrence Stewart? They're doing their job. They're getting told what to do.
Okay, the creme de la creme. Because January 2023, we were still playing Champions League football, chasing top 4. Jude Bellingham, Musiala. Do you know what I'm saying? Declan Rice. But elites. Don't bring. Why are you bringing me strangers? Mudrick. Enzo 6-1 from River Plate. Nothing to him, but do you know what I'm trying to say? Caicedo, we didn't know a year ago. I want world beaters. I'm a club. Look, I'm losing my voice. I shouldn't be doing this. How many days a week do I dedicate my voice, my mental health, because of my Cronenberg sponsorship, my liver, just so I can spread the word that the standards are going through a cliff? And what happens now, because of this under 25 model, the directors have spent stupidly on, by the way, but this under 25 model, when I call out that the players aren't good enough, when you guys say you want Sterling sold, who's our best natural winger in the team, and he's still having a better season today than Noni and Mudryk have in their lifetime, your rebuttal is they're young. They're young though. Why you treating them like this? I expect more from Sterling, but these men are young. If you expect more from experienced players, bring me experienced players who can challenge our competitive level amongst each other.
Wow, that sounds eerie similar to what I said about Mamadou Sarr just this weekend. Mamadou Sarr was at fault for both goals. Nobody wants to hold him accountable. Do you know what the response is? It's his first
Your ball
game.
knowledge stinks.
It's his first game. He's young.
Your
How
ball
can you
knowledge
do that?
stinks.
Who's nobody?
The majority of this fan base.
You're trying to blame Sarr for Sanchez's transgressions. Your
I'm
ball
not.
knowledge
I
stinks.
got to both of them. So this is what I'm saying. I'm over arguing what player is less shit than the other. They can all be shit together. I don't care. As I was saying, Mamadou Sarr lost his marker for the second goal, both goals. He scored an own goal for the first one. He lost his marker for the second goal. Nobody wants to hold him accountable because he's young. And what can we expect from a young player? Is at the end of the day, is his debut against Arsenal. If that's the case, bring me ready-made, experienced players that we expect stuff from. Why are we going to sign young players and expect less of them and then be surprised that our standards are fucking falling? It makes no sense. Man can argue, oh, you're shameless. Why are you calling for Mamadou Sarr? We got bigger. I'm holding everyone accountable, bro. At the end of the day, if we've brought in an inexperienced player and we're now they've made 2 mistakes leading to goals for both of their things, then why don't we just bring in somebody experienced who we can hold accountable and expect more from, as opposed to a younger player?
That's facts.
Versus Sanchez. Look, man saying Sarr. This is have you not clocked? Yeah, true. Cam, let's forget agendas and what players we rate and we don't rate. Have you not realized every single time we criticize a player that's not good enough in this club, what we do is mention another player, and we all do it. If someone has a stinker, me and True, we've had how many Ashampong versus Gusto arguments? Oh, we were breaking down the Brighton goals where they both was at fault. Gusto lost his man, a cross went in, Achampong was all over the place in the box, they scored. We're arguing who's more at fault for the goal. Oh, is Achampong? I'm saying it's Achampong, he lost his man in the box. This and that, he's dilly-dallying on the ball. You're saying it's Gusto, he lost his man. They're both shit. Stop arguing mid versus mid. Sarr lost his man for the goal. Sanchez was all over the place in the box. They're both criminals. Like, this is what I'm saying.
No,
So Sarr was at fault for both goals, yeah?
Absolutely 100% facts. And anyone not talking about it is crazy. You're crazy. You're deluded. You're deluded, mate.
Wait, so Sarr was at fault for both goals, yeah?
Mate, let me tell you something, mate. If you're built like that in your heart, you don't go out there and make 2 mistakes. I don't give a damn if you're 19. I don't give a damn if you're 20. I don't give a damn if you're 26. He's soft. He's weak. He wasn't prepared for it. He wasn't prepared for the moment.
You guys are smoking.
No, you're smoking. No, you're smoking. You've lost your head. Everything CB said is 100% facts. Everything CB said is 100% facts. And you know what happened this weekend? A reality check for me, bro. A reality check for me. I'm done playing fucking games. All you guys making fucking excuses. Oh, the manager, it's not his fault. He inherited a bad squad. But Garnacho's not good enough. So we didn't want him to play. Nigga, he played Carl Palmer left wing. That's a fucking sin. Stop telling me he's a fucking inexperienced manager. Don't tell me about Garnacho. It's a fucking sin.
Fucking days. Look, bro, the truth is, all our players are shit. None of our players are good enough to take us to the league. None of these guys are good enough to win us a Champions League. These man are shit. We're in top 4 races every single year with this spine of players. They're not good enough. It is what it is. You can have your favorite of the shits. Everyone has a favorite type of shit. Me personally, I like to shit out. Some man like the watery shits. Some man like the ones where you fart. Some man like the ones where it's silent. Some man like the ones where there's splashback. Some man like the cocoa balls. Regardless, we all have our favorite type of way of shitting. We're arguing right now over what shit is better than the other shit. They're all shit. Oh, was Mamadou Sarr's fault? Or was it Gabriel's fault? Or was it this guy's fault? Was it Sanchez? Bro, they're all fucking shit. Stop arguing shit versus shit versus shit versus shit. Focus on the bigger picture. The ownership have fucked us up. All of this debating players. Oh, is this guy who's better, Neto or Garnacho? Oh, Josh Achampong, Gusto. Oh, Andre and like, who gives a fuck? They're shit.
Not
Stop
necessarily.
defending guys who ain't done us nothing. All they've done is made us a laughing stock in football. All these men have done is pissed away a Carabao Cup final to a Liverpool team that didn't have Salah on the pitch, didn't have Alisson on the pitch, didn't have fucking Bobby Firmino. Was it Bobby Firmino? Darwin Núñez on the pitch. Look, let's remember what these men have done. These men had us playing in the Conference League. Oh, but they qualified.
Not true.
We qualified for Europa League instead. Do you think that's good enough for Chelsea? We've qualified one time in 4 years for Champions League football. We haven't won a domestic trophy in 8 years. Why are we sitting here defending man who have made us a laughing stock? Look at this Victor guy. Then why are you scapegoating Star? Scapegoating. Because I've called out a mistake that he made. He lost his man. He's a defender. The goalkeeper was shit in the situation too. But a centre-back lost his man in a corner and they scored from a header. Listen, I've played football. We all on the man here have played football on a panel. Regardless if your keeper should have saved it or not, he should not be making contact and hitting and getting the header on target by him beating his man. He lost his man. That's not scapegoating. That's a fact. Why are these players above getting criticized? And if your response is, oh, they're young, then we shouldn't build a team around young fucking players if we can't hold them accountable.
It's fucking facts.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Cam, when I came in here and I was talking about Maresca and whatever, you told me, bro, CB, we've lost it. These guys are delusional, bro. I'm telling you right now, Cam, I want you to reflect on this. How many excuses are you going to make next season for Mcga because he's young? How many excuses are you going to make for Quenda and Penders and Anselmino because they're young? So if you're prepared right now to say that Mamadou Sarr is not liable for his mistakes, we're not saying that other people that make mistakes, like the goalkeeper. But if you're going to say that it's okay, it's not a big problem that he made those 2 mistakes because he's young, just prepare yourself for how many mistakes you're going to give for everyone next season. Anselmino, Penders, Quenda, Mcga. You're going to be making excuses every week for one of them, I promise you.
Facts. And you know what's mad?
Just not true.
GM, big up GM, because GM said something this morning. We went through our squad yesterday, the 2008 squad, yeah? We had 6 international captains. True, you mentioned the fact that we lacked leadership. Man, we're trying to argue with you about whether the fact Reece James is a good captain or not. I agreed with everything you said. We had 6 international captains starting in our 11. 6 international captains starting in our 11.
Okay, you're acting like, bro. So okay,
we got a pair of novices. We got a bunch of novices in the team now to the point where we're not even allowed to criticism. How can you criticize their bad games?
Your point doesn't make any sense.
Send them on fucking loan. If they're not ready to play here, send them on loan and get ready-made shooters, blood.
CB, your point doesn't make sense. You're bringing up that we had however many international captains at one point. How many teams can say that? It was a rare unicorn situation in that Chelsea team where so many players were fucking captains. We can't expect that with every single fucking squad moving on from that point. What are we doing here?
Cam, fuck off, man.
No, because I hate when people...
You've lost your head, Cam.
Victor, you said they're all shit. Why are you angry? This is the standard. Whose standard is that? My standard has never changed. My first ever Chelsea game, I've said this story so many times. My first ever Chelsea game, I used to be a bad dude in school. I wasn't a bad dude in the sense where I used to steal and do crime and whatever. I used to have fights and that, but I was just a talkative kid. You can sit me next to anyone. I'm going to talk. I'm a class clown. I do fuckery. That was me. I had a parents even in. My dad came. Do you know what I'm saying? My teacher at the time, I was in year 6. Year 5. My teacher at the time, Miss Arnold, big her up, yeah? She was like to my dad, oh, he's a good kid, but he's talkative. My dad paged me. He got onto me, took my PS2. He was moving mad. So now I couldn't play my PSP or my PS2. I had to just lock in. I locked in school. Do you know what my dad did to me? Because I had a half term. We had the half term in May coming up here at the time. Do you know what my dad did for me? He took me to Chelsea versus Wigan, 09-10 season. We won 8-0. We lifted the Premier League title. Drogba scored a hat-trick and he got the golden boot for 29 goals that season. That's my first ever Chelsea game with my own eyes. Looking at it now, that was the last game of the season. Title wasn't even confirmed. I don't even know how we patterned them tickets. God bless him for that. But I went there that day, and my first time ever seeing Chelsea live in the flesh was us winning a title, a Premier League title with Carlo Ancelotti, a world-class gaffer, and a diamond 4-4-2, Drogba hat-trick, and a golden boot. That's my standard. I go into every league campaign wanting to win the league. I go into every Champions League campaign wanting to win the Champions League. This isn't my standard. The fact these players are shit, I'm gonna call them shit. I'm gonna call them shit. I'm gonna call out the ownership. I'm gonna call out the directors. I'm gonna call out the managers. I can say that because that's not our standard. How can you tell me why you're angry? This is the standard. Our standard is to have shit players.
CB, I got a question. So we've been shit since we last won the league then.
Calm your mum's life.
No, because you just listed off your standard. I just want to clarify. So fuck the Champions League. Fuck the Super Cup. Fuck everything else. We've been shit since the last time we won the league.
Fuck the Champions League. What are you talking about?
No, I'm telling you that we've been shit ever since we. So barring,
he's gone. He's pissing me off. Man, the man just want to argue for blue coat for the sake of arguing for blue coat at 3 a.m, bro. He can fuck off. Like big man thing. I'm on my dictator thing now, man. I don't care. Mcga settings. Man's moving mad. Like
I was trying to hear him, but I hear it.
You know, like he's just chatting shit, bro. I'm not trying to argue in circles over blue coat. He can fuck off, bro. Swear down. Man is out here, oh, well, the clips, like trying to, what does that prove? Regardless, right now, the team shit. Is this the worst crop of Chelsea players we've ever had? Them other teams had Champions League winners. Those other teams had guys that have actually achieved stuff. Won league titles for us. What the fuck have them man actually done for us? These man here, what do they have to show for what they've done? We've qualified for the Champions League 1 out of 4 times. We've lost cup finals against Liverpool. We get embarrassed by Arsenal on a regular basis. What do they have? What do we have they've done for us that makes me proud? A Conference League, we should not have been in that competition anyway. A Club World Cup, fair enough, thank you, but that's not enough for me. It's invalidated by the footballing world. It's not even enough. So why am I gonna just sit here and make bare excuses for these man? It's pissing me off, bro. Like big man thing is pissing me off. Go support Arsenal, bro. Fucking joke thing. Let's watch this video.
Instead of, oh, they're young though. Oh, but they're young though. We've established now this Enzo Caicedo pivot don't work. But we have to play them
Enzo Caicedo pivot don't work. I said that in 2024.
every week because they cost so much money. And then if you look at the alternatives, the Lavias, the Oguchukwus, and up until recently, Cardi, no one in that midfield can play but them. But that goes to the squad building. So anyway, my first issue is
called out the squad building in 2024.
I crashed the owners for the under 25s because now standards are lowered. We can't even get players in their prime, as in 27, 28 years old, because we're turning our nose on it. If we was to buy, our standards are so fucked right now. If we was to buy a player that's 27 or be linked to a striker that's 28, everyone's gonna say, oh my god, he's old. I don't want to buy him, he's old.
You guys still do that now, by the way.
What? They don't get onto the directors because at the end of the day, even though these are clowns and stripped us all the experience out of our squad and all of these things, at least at the very least, they provided the bread to invest. Their man, the directors, fumbled the peas when Stanley Lawrence Stewart need to be held accountable. Now this sporting model has been such a problem that top managers don't want to join us anymore. The best players in the world don't want to join us. Our wage bill, we're not attracted to the best players. Look at the situation we are on the league table and everything that's going on. The fact that every player that's come here, their stock and reputation has plummeted. It needs to change. No one wants to come here. That's the truth. We can't attract the best of the best anymore. In terms of management, was linked to Nagelsmann.
Do you know what they told me at the time when I said that we couldn't attract the best of the best? Do you know what they told me at the time? CB, we're not in the Champions League. Wait for us to get Champions League football, then we'll get the best players. We got Champions League football. We got in Garnacho, Gittins, Mamadou Sarr, who you man just said he made a mistake against Arsenal.
What, don't you gas Gittins and Garnacho though? What the fuck are we doing here? Oh my fucking... No. You can't list them as the shit players when you gas them.
Explaining the same thing again and again. True, I explained this because you mentioned Gittins to me and Garnacho. What did I say to you, True? Because I'm tired of repeating myself.
No, because I wasn't here. So I'm just saying, like, You were gassing these two players.
I already said, with these players, these man weren't good enough. We keep arguing who's our favorite of the shit. It's simple. Who's the favorite of our shit? How can we enjoy this shit? How can we enjoy the shit players we have? Okay, let's pick our favorite out of them. You did it last year. I like Noni. I like Noni. Noni's the best. Let's be real. Truly in your heart, you didn't believe Noni's cold. But
I did.
just okay. That's madness in your end. That's madness.
No. Listen. I'm not trying to argue. Oh, Neto's worse.
No, I'm not saying that. Like, I'm not saying you're arguing that. But for me, I know Gittins ain't winning us the league. I know Garnacho ain't winning us the league.
So why did you prop him? I can go on your Twitter right now and see the prop.
Based on the bums that we have, it's just arguing shit versus shit.
Oh, so that's what you were doing. So you admit you were indulging in the behavior you disagreeing.
Yeah, I don't care like that. Like it's like this is just shit to make this enjoyable for me. Like for me, like generally, I'm sitting here. The season's already started. How can we have fun with this shit, bro? Like at the end of the day,
I just want clarifications, innit?
The whole idea of player stocks was to make this shit fun. That's the thing. The whole idea of player stocks, like I got stocks in Gusto, I got stocks in Garnacho, I got stocks in this, is just to make this shit more enjoyable. And no one actually rates these guys. We all know these men ain't winning us shit. They're not taking us to the promised land. It's just a way to find this shit more enjoyable. We can have something to just be invested in for the sake of the season. That's all this is, bro. Thank you. Up wise is mad depressing. I feel like I'm the only platform in here, yeah? I feel like we're the only platform out of all the other Chelsea platforms, yeah, that's found a way to make this enjoyable with the shit that we have. Every other place is crying about these shit players. I'm sick of this guy, get him out there shouting on the camera. I find that corny. I don't like shouting on the camera, to be honest with you. They're shouting on the camera, this guy's shit, get him out. Everyone's all agreeing. These guys are shit. Who all in the chat, this is shit. And then you come in and tune in every day. We have games 3 times a week sometimes, and we're doing the same thing. That's boring. Wouldn't it not be more fun to pick your favorite bums out of all the bums? You pick your 3 favorites, and we just campaign against each other and say, my bum's better than your bum. Pause. Real talk though. Like I enjoyed that more.
So the Sanchez stuff as well.
No, Sanchez, I actually have stopped Sanchez. I sold it now, but I thought Sanchez, for me, initially my Sanchez thing was, I wanted Mike Menon in the summer, by the way. My whole thing with Sanchez was, I think Sanchez was better than Petrovic, what time showed he was. I thought Sanchez was better than Jorgensen, time showed he was. At the time with Sanchez stuff, everyone was saying, bench him, Petrovic is good enough. That's what they used to say. Bench him, Jorgensen is good enough. That's what them man was saying. That's why I started defending Sanchez, because I'm like, Sanchez is better than them man. Them man are shit. Now these man will come out and say, yeah, I can't like Sanchez. But Mike Menon, I literally have a video on my YouTube channel saying, why the fuck did we not get Mike Menon crashing out about it in Dubai before the Club World Cup? That's a fact. So I did want another goalkeeper, but I don't think Sanchez is as bad as everyone makes it out that he is. That's my whole thing with Sanchez. But like I was saying, if we have our favorite bums, and I'm like, cool, I'm going to pick my favorites out. Because realistically, aside from João Pedro, Cole Palmer, Caicedo, Reece James, if you want to put Correa in there, you can. Everyone else is a scrub, or they haven't proven it. Steve hasn't proven himself.
He's not scrub.
I said scrub or hasn't proven himself. Steve hasn't proven himself. Steve, look, let me just tell you like this, and I want to make this clear. This doesn't mean I think one player is better than the other. But for example, Garnacho has more GA than Estevao in the league. Now, that doesn't mean Estevao is not better than Garnacho, but that means Estevao, for the pedestal that we put him on and how much we crash Garnacho, he hasn't proven himself to the way we rate him. Therefore,
what?
Comprehension is mad.
I know, I understood everything you just said, but what you just said literally means GA trumps performances. What?
Did I say that?
No, but that's what you implied with what you just said.
No, I
Because
didn't.
because
Did you
Esteval is not getting the GA.
before I
All
explain
his
that,
performances are negated because Garnacho is getting the GA, which means Garnacho has proven himself over
before
Esteval.
I explain myself again, did you understand what I was saying?
I did understand you, but I also thought to myself, why are you bringing up GA? Because I was
That's
going to
what.
ask you,
What? Like,
has
what?
Steve had a performance like West Ham?
Bro.
So GNA doesn't tell you the full story of just who, whatever.
Yeah, so Steve hasn't had bad games in the league.
Not like West Ham. No chance.
Okay, no problem. My point is, because we're going in circles again, my point is simply that Steve hasn't proven himself yet. Joe, I was thinking that too, but I couldn't be bothered to go back and forth because they will say West Ham was worse than Leeds, and it's true, and I just can't be bothered. I'm not really trying to die on this hill. I don't care.
Wait. So how will Esteval prove himself to you? What does Esteval have to do?
The performance levels, the way we rate him, he hasn't shown us enough for the level we rate him. We all want to man, and I'm part of this. We all want to build around him. We want to build our project. Man, True and Kubo was saying this guy should be leading Brazil in the World Cup this summer. For him to be at that level, the level that the pedestal we all put Esteval in, he hasn't proven it yet. That's fine. He's barely played. He's been injured. It's a new league. He's 18 years old. There's context to that. That's fine. Nobody's crashing Steve. Like, there's levels to that. I understand. All I'm trying to say is Steve, as of right now, has not been proven. He hasn't proven himself. He's yet to do that. It doesn't mean he never will. It's just, as of right now, the only players who are ready men, and I can say, these man, we can win something with them if we build around these man the right way, is Reece, Caicedo, Cole Palmer, Cucurella, and João Pedro. That's a fact.
That's a pretty strong call.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not, but I'm saying...
So from what you just said here, yeah, from my understanding, tell me if I'm wrong, we're only missing a couple pieces.
I wouldn't say though. I wouldn't say it's a couple of pieces. I think we have a lot of issues because you need to factor in the depth issue that we have in the club.
Okay, now your financial hat is back on.
It's not financial. I'm not saying depth. I'm saying depth. We need ready-made guys, and we need guys that can also fill the squad and make it solid.
Okay.
We don't have a ready-made centre-back. We need two ready-made centre-backs. We don't have a ready-made goalkeeper to the majority of people in this fan base. We don't have a ready-made left winger. Steve is yet to prove himself in the right wing position. We need a partner for Caicedo in the midfield because Enzo and Caicedo pivot don't work. Andre, as much as everyone rates him, isn't good enough to win us a league title and starting every week. So we need a lot of areas to fill. And on top of that, we need to cover the depth issue. So it's not just a few pieces.
I think with the depth issue, I just feel like we've been unlucky with multiple players being injured out at the same time. Because if you had told me and then Carabao Cup that Gittins, Asugo, all of these players that was brought in as depth would be all injured at the same time, I'll say we've been fucking quite unlucky.
Titles, whether they're injured or not, they're not ready to win us league titles.
Okay, that's a whole different conversation. I just believe we shouldn't be where we are right now, and that's one of the factors. Our depth has been quite shit because they've all been injured, so we've been relying on players I wouldn't like to rely on, and yeah, man.
I don't think we're that many pieces away. I think we can
Me
get it done.
neither. I've said it multiple times. I said it when Maresca was here.
Okay.
The games we were losing, we should not be losing. We are closer than we think. We are closer than we think because we dropped 17 points from winning positions. That's mental because we couldn't hold on to the lead. Imagine. Let's say fuck it. Let's say we keep we keep 7 points, and let's say we just drop 10 points from winning positions. That's still a massive improvement from where we are now.
But the thing about you, Cam, is that you're not asking yourself the real questions about why we're dropping those points. Because when we sit here, when we sit here and we talk about the model, you sit here and you almost say, no, it's not about that. Well, experience and these kind of things. We're talking about the captain and how we had 6 international captains and now we don't have one. These are things that you look at and you go,
don't have to listen.
These are the reasons you're dropping points.
For me, you don't have to be a fucking international captain to not drop points at home. You don't have to be some world beater mentality monster not to drop points from
my
when we're
God.
winning.
Look, I've just gone through the archives, yeah? I've just gone through the archives, guys. Remember when we done this? This is for the originals last season. When everyone in MCGA came here, Cam, your part there, I'm going to try to get your one, where we said, I ideal transfer list for the season. This was when? April 28th, 2025.
And I was like, you know what? Let's do this for the people. So on my goalkeeper option, I've got Mike Menon. I don't know if I spelled his name correctly. He's got 1 year left on his deal.
I think it's with an A instead of an O.
There's an A, yeah. I figured.
So
So
you
Mike
speak
Menon.
French, man. That's embarrassing, bro. You speak French.
Bro, come on, bro. It's not a name I hear every day.
Anyway, as you can see, apparently I didn't want Mike Menon. I did want Mike Menon.
That's crazy.
Let me speed it up.
But yeah, so Mike Menon, he's got 1 year left on his deal. My defender options, I've got Pacho, Upamecano, and Jonathan Tah on a free. Especially if we've got Wesley Fofana leaving, which we'll touch on a bit later on into the stream. Now, my midfield options, yeah, because I know a lot of people are interested in Leao. Milan are having a bad season. For me personally, if I'm going to get anyone from Milan, I'm going to get Reinders.
I think Manchester City ended up getting him. When I thought Reinders, everyone in the chat.
And he's had a stinky season. What are we doing here?
He's better than Enzo.
Baller.
Okay.
I've got my quote-unquote unrealistic option, which I get laughed about a lot, but I think it is
Reinders
possible
is
that
better
he
than
will do
Enzo Fernandez.
And then I've got my league-proven target in Mbemo. And then for strike,
Got cooked for asking for Mbemo.
I've got in order Isak, Gyökeres, Lewandowski, and my quote-unquote realistic option, Mateta. He's got 1 year left on his deal.
No Osman.
No Osman.
Wow. Wow.
Wow. You rather better than Osman?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's really not crazy.
They cooked me for this. Lewandowski's washed. Lewandowski's washed. He's still balling out right now. Isak wouldn't leave Newcastle. That's not realistic. He left.
And he
Rodrigo
hasn't played.
shit. Mbemo shit. Upamecano shit. We're starting Tosin and Chalobah. Jonathan Tah. How can you want Jonathan Tah? He's shit. We start Tosin and Chalobah. Let's get Cam's list because I know it's here somewhere. Here we go. Cam's list.
Come on, bro.
Cam, you're a criminal.
What I'm saying is that
Cam, you're a criminal. Mother's life, you're a
Nonsense, yeah?
criminal.
And I
I'm
put
just seeing
this
this
like
now.
this, and everyone can look at that and say, you know what, this is verified. So now, Cam, are you there, my bro?
I'm here.
It's your time, innit? I want to see. I want to see your transfer list. So this is CB's one.
Bro, just skip to the end of my list because I can explain my choices.
But if you went out alone, cool. No statistic. What's the point of doing this over bang young?
Guy.
Like, another PSV scrub.
What's this tactical thing that you're doing? You've never been. You have to get onto me for my time.
Oh my God, Cam asked for the lap. Cam, you asked for the lap.
Yeah, I said one of my options. I said he was one of my options.
Hey, you can never chat ball to me again. You're done.
What?
You're done. You're done.
Can we go to the end of my list, please?
You're done. 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 You wanted Liam Delap. You wanted Liam Delap. Look what you said. You said Guy is a good choice. Castello Keba, a good choice. Raul Chalobah, okay. Recalling Petrovic is mind games. Malik Tillman, Ugochukwu, and Andre Santos as the midfield signings is mind games. Wingers, Malik Fofana, Sancho Riku, and Liam Delap and Oshimen. You're a criminal. You're done. No. I forgot you wanted Delap. I forgot you was one of the main guys I was asking for Delap.
No, I wasn't one of the main guys asking for the lap, but that's just a lie.
You was,
That's
though.
just a
You
lie.
was.
No, I wasn't.
Bro, you
No, I
just
wasn't,
made your
bro.
transfer list and you asked, I want to see my reaction.
Bro, listen, can we explain what the transfer list was? It said the options of the transfer list. Listen, I
No, it
thought
wasn't
the
just
lap came
options from the transfer list. It wasn't. But hold on, I want to see what your excuse was on your ask for Delap.
Wow.
That's it.
Anyway,
When's it my turn, man?
He's done business. He's done business.
Back to your list. I can't wait for your
He's
list.
done.
I'm ready. I'm ready for my list.
Give me the lap. You said you wanted Osman. You want both? Yeah, I want Osman and the
You want the lap?
Yeah.
Cameron's
good. Cameron's good. This is already the stinkiest list, man.
100%. No one's done.
Give me Mateta as well.
So we said at the time, this is shit. We said it. You're a criminal.
I don't know what you want me to say.
I'm gonna find out who else wanted the lap. I'm gonna go out. Oh, we need to make this more of a thing, yeah, guys. And then if ever I'm not live or whatever, yeah, go out of your way to watch my old streams. let's see what man was saying and getting away with this season. I can't lie, that's my favorite thing.
Why are you so slick though? Why do you get to get away with putting Gyökeres?
Gyökeres got 10 goals in the league right now.
Gyökeres costs what? It's 70 million. How much did he cost?
Bro, everyone rated Gyökeres. Don't try.
Stop it. Don't tell me he's got 10 goals as well. That's a cop out. He's not a good signing.
You can't say he's a bad signing if he's got 10 goals in the season.
Okay,
no,
thank you. No, too true. No, I got him. Too true. I got him.
You can't say that's a bad signing.
I got him. Hey, listen, how many goals?
And they're top of the table.
No, stop right there. Stop right there, nigga. Stop right there, nigga. How many goals did the lab get last season?
Why are you talking about last season?
No, I'm asking you the question because you just said.
Are you talking about last season right now?
Oh
like,
my God,
that don't even make sense. Firstly,
yes, it does. Because based off your logic, let
me respond to True. I'll get to you in a second. Let me get in response to you, True. He got 10 goals in the league right now. Yeah,
I don't give a damn if he's got 10 goals.
I'm responding. Let me respond, bro. At the end of the day, he was highly regarded across most man wanted Gyökeres across most teams. He's got 10 goals in the season right now, and they're top of the table in the league. João Pedro, who you're saying is a good signing, João Pedro, you say is a good signing, was 5 million less than him and has one more goal in the league. A striker's job is to score goals
and has 4 more assists. What are we doing?
Why are you right? This guy just said, and his team's top of the league. Shut up, man.
What was remove Gyökeres' goals? They're not top of the table.
What are you talking about?
Remove Gyökeres' goals from the league right now. They're not top of the table right now. Arsenal fans signed him with the intention to win the league. They are top of the table. He has 10 goals in the league. And
remove all the own goals Arsenal have scored this season, and they're not top of the league.
Like, if we're talking about who's a better footballer, João Pedro's a better footballer than Gyökeres. But it's hypocritical to come here and say he's been a shit signing when he scored more goals than Gyökeres all comps, and he's got one less goal than him in the league while they're top of the table. What the fuck are we doing?
You're the slickest.
And he only cost 5 million more.
No, he doesn't. Only cost 5 million more.
He cost 55 million.
Wait, what?
Gyökeres was 55 million.
I don't remember that one.
70 million. Okay, that's mad. That's mad.
I said that before, so I don't understand why that's shocking. I literally said that before you did your soliloquy.
Okay, how much did João Pedro cost? 60 million.
Why? Oh my God.
There's a 3 million price difference.
Okay, but guess what? They don't have 300 million of their year, so he's the price asset and the
What are you talking about? They both cost 3 million apart. One has one more goal than him in the league. They are top of the table. I don't think Gyökeres is a good footballer. I don't think he's a better footballer than João Pedro, if that's what we're talking about. But it's very disingenuous to say he's a shit signing when he costs 3 million more and has one less goal than our top striker that we signed. That don't make no sense.
Okay, cool. Anyways, my point was, you're telling me, oh, João Pedro's got, not João Pedro, fucking Gyökeres has got.
Don't let this distract you from the fact that you wanted Liam Delap.
I'm trying to explain. Bro, can I speak? You're telling me you're justifying Arsenal for spending that much money on fucking Gyökeres because he's bagged 10 goals in the league. Fair enough. Now, if I tell you Liam Delap bagged over fucking 10 goals for fucking Ipswich and cost 30 million, and I said it was a decent signing, is that wrong? Would I have been wrong at the time? Did I know he was going to come here and possibly be one of our worst ever signings in that striker position? How the fuck am I supposed to know that?
I knew that because I said it at the time.
Okay, congratulations. Now we know. And I'm not. Why
are you not supposed to know? Because I knew.
Because I'm not you. We have difference in fucking opinions. What we doing here?
So, but don't try and come here like, what can I do? I'm more hopeless. Like,
and if he came here and banged, you would have been wrong. But like, what? What?
But the likeliness of him banging was super low. We all knew Delap was shit. We all knew. Everyone could tell you. Let me even find the same stream, yeah, because I'm sure we broke this down. I'm sure we must have. There's no way we didn't corn the lap on the stream. No way. If it's not this stream, it's definitely sometime last season.
I remember, I think it was this stream when I said, "Oh, bringing Osimhen over the lap, guys." I think it was you or people in the chat that told me they'd rather the lap over Osimhen.
It was nothing.
I think it was you.
I
think it was definitely you.
Cam.
I think it was definitely you. I remember, and I'll find it. I think it was this stream as well.
If that stream, we'll go on it because Osimhen was mentioned. So let's go on it right now because I definitely would have not said that. I didn't rate the lap one bit. Like, I was known for not rating the lap. I literally, if you go on my recent streams, we literally titled our Ipswich game, Liam Delap Hate Watch. We didn't rate Liam Delap from the jump. So don't put me in this.
But why do you get to point score so much? Like you
That's
don't.
what I
say
don't
dumb
understand.
stuff.
Listen. You see the thing is about CB.
Cam, you know what, Cam, you're a dirty hypocrite because you spent this stream when I was trying to just actually speak gospel and not, you know what I'm saying? Let's just actually talk football, whatever. You sat here and you both did it. True, you did it too. I swear you rate my man though. Oh, but I swear you hacked up my man. Oh, I swear you did. So you just tried to play the point scoring game with me. I was being a Then I said, wait, hold on. No way, these men are trying to draw me out. So I played your game, and now because you don't like it, oh, why are you point scoring for?
But
you
CB,
you might have been getting cooked for 6 hours straight.
No, but CB, no, we haven't. CB, you see the difference between me and you? You see CB, you see the difference between me and you? When I'm wrong, I can admit I'm wrong, and I'm not gonna go back on my word and say I was joking, I was trolling. That's what you do. You be like, oh, I'm trolling. It's only jokes because they're all shit. So I wanted to make it entertaining. I said I wanted the lap because.
I've taken bad signings on the chin or bad players that I've rated on the chin. What the one that did I'm not gonna let slide is when you man tried to put Neto on me when it was very obvious I'm trolling when I'm saying I'm buying Neto stock. We just got a hat.
Okay, then I'm trolling about Liam Delap. I was trolling about Liam Delap.
It's not the same thing though because
yes, it was the same thing because I was trolling.
I've spent the whole season grilling Neto every day. He literally has a song. He has a song.
I was trolling.
No, but I say in jest when he scores a hat-trick against Hull City, when even in that game, I'm calling him shit throughout the watch-along. You clip a specific bit. Oh, yeah, you bought Neto stocks, you rate Neto. Are you fucking dumb?
But I was trolling though, so...
Right, man, you see what I'm saying? Like, I stand on business. Man that I rated...
No, you don't stand on business. You don't stand on business.
I came out here to you, man. I confess, yo, I used to rate Modric. He's shit. I rate Robert Sanchez.
Exactly. So why can't I say, you know what? Listen, I wanted Liam Delap. That would have been one of the signings because it made sense at the time.
I would have not had an issue with you saying that if you didn't try and do, oh, but I swear you rate my man, or if you didn't post me, you didn't post me the other day,
because CB, when it works in your favor, you're bringing it up. When it works in your favor, you're bringing it up.
Because it's not working in my favor because I brought up the Neto thing on the stream myself. When you posted it, I retweeted it myself. I juiced that tweet for you. I didn't care. I don't take this stuff seriously. I genuinely don't care. Everyone here will know, everyone that knows me personally knows I don't rate Neto. It's not that deep for me. So when you did that, I said, oh, okay, Cam, you want to play this game? Calm. Because you have a lot of howlers that I let slide because I'm like, Cam, you're my nigga. You're an original. We built this shit from the mud. So I'm not going to let you, I'm not going to come here and throw you under the bus. But you tried to draw me out on a Neto thing when you know yourself out your own mouth. We're in a group chat together. We talk every day. You know I don't rate Neto. You tried to draw me out on the TL. I said, calm, no problem. Because if I start dishing out the stuff you were saying about Noni back in the day, you're going to start crying.
Dish him out. I still stand on it. That nigga's better than fucking that prick Neymar up in Brazil. It's better. Bro, that nigga Nani is better than that prick up in Brazil Neymar. I said it. I still stand on everything I've said. The only thing you can get me on is I said I wanted Liam Delap at one point because it made sense. I've seen him in a Chelsea shirt and he fucking stinks. I'm not afraid to right my wrongs. I'm not afraid to do that. But you and your Neymar, you can go stick Neymar with your fucking ass.
Ayo, Cam, suck your mum, bro. Real talk. I said it. What now, bro? Big man thing. What now, bro? Real talk. What now, bro?
Over Neymar.
No, real talk. Suck your mum, bro.
Neymar. Listen. It's not my fault. It's not my fault your idols got AIDS. It's okay,
Right.
brother. Your idol's got